Hello, hi Jay. I see you in comments. We're gonna start today a little different because I just got back from the convention. I made a slideshow. It took me a little bit longer than I thought it would. I started making it like an hour ago. But yeah, so I was gonna talk about this weekend's convention. I haven't edited the video for this weekend, so I actually haven't even looked at it. I don't like looking at myself, if I'm being perfectly honest. So I haven't even looked at what the video I recorded was. It didn't get filmed the way I wanted it to. I'll talk about that a little bit once I start the slideshow, kind of how everything went. It was good. I think the panel went really well. I just minimized the screen I'm gonna need in a second. And then we also had a concert that weekend. So we are like staff at this convention, and I had been thinking about this last year when we went and we were helping out, that maybe I could do a panel about Atome, and so I did it this year, and I was really happy to do it. It's my first time doing a panel that's not true. It's the first time doing a panel that is about Atome. I've done a panel before, but previously we learned how to do I don't know if you're familiar with these Korean paper stars. Like, we had a panel for that a long time ago because I love making them, and I think they're really fun to make, and they're really cute to give as gifts. So we had a panel for that one year. And because we help out at the convention, I'm very familiar with how to make things and what to do for them. So there was a couple of hiccups in doing it. We're gonna click here, and this is gonna be a trick of the light. We're gonna We're going, can I do this? No. All right, I have this set to show the concert first. So we went to a concert this weekend. This was on Sunday. I was super excited to go to this concert. This had two bands that I love at. They were like the headliners. There was more than two bands. There was 4 bands total. Poppy was there. It's Poppy was there. So that happened. Hello, Blue. Welcome to the chat. We're going to be chatting for a bit today, so be ready. And then it was AFI and 30 Seconds to Mars, which are bands I've loved since I was like a wee lass, if you will. So this is where I was standing. Hang on, I gotta remember where I'm at. This is where I was standing. We got there hella early, and this was outside. They gave us a heat advisory warning before it even started. But we were floor seats, so I wanted to be there early because I'm short, and if I'm not close, I can't see. In fact, I couldn't see sometimes because there was a security guard there. Yeah, heat. It was so hot. They were like, bring water. You can bring water. We will not stop you from bringing water. And so we did. But yeah, we were right by the stage and right in front of the drum set, which made me really, really, really happy. This is AFI. This is how close we were to AFI. Right in front of us was a balls that they were going to throw out later. So I was really heartbroken because Davey, the lead singer of AFI, could not come over there. AFI! Yeah, I was so excited. I actually have my normal Instagram open. I don't know if I want to play it because I was singing way too effing loud for him. I've been in love with Davey for so long. This is also, I know not everybody's excited about this, so this is, this is why. This is like, look at him. Look how beautiful this man is. Oh, gosh. I was so excited. But yeah, this was my dream. This is my dream right here. They were here. This is my videos I made from the show. This was the start. Unfortunately, Instagram, these are straight from my phone to Instagram. I did no editing on these. So unfortunately, it only shows the first minute. The first minute of this one was a lot of build-up. So this is the first song. They did Girl Not Grey first, and I was just like, oh, so excited. So that was the first song they did. I loved it. It was a great time. I was so stoked to be there for that. And then 30 Seconds to Mars was second. Yeah. So if you don't know who 30 Seconds to Mars is, the lead singer is Jared Leto, who is more famous, I would say, for his acting. But this is Shannon Leto. And if you don't know who that is, that's fine. His first name and my first name are the same, and I love him for this. So if that hasn't been spoiled for you guys yet, spoiler alert, my first name is Shannon. So I was super, super excited. We were sitting or standing right in front of him the whole time. I have so many videos of just him because he's my favorite person. And he was so pretty. It was such a good time. I loved this. This is the best photo I think I took the entire night. I filmed videos more than photographs, so. And then this is a photo from the actual stage because they actually let people get on stage randomly, and it took me a good 15 seconds. I was hesitating to do it because this was the last song. So Jared Leto was picking people out from the crowd, and he's like, you come up. And then he just started saying that over and over again, like, you come up, you come up, you come up. And so I was like, they'll never know if I go up there. But I hesitated so long, they tried to stop me from going up because they were like, we got enough people up here. And I was like, I'm going. So I ran. And I was super excited to be up on the stage. And I made probably my best video ever. I'm loading it right now. Oh my god. Oh god, hang on. I'll have to go back. I have to go. Oh no, let's go forward. We're going to go forward because I don't want to spoil it. Also, flashing light warning. I filmed this because it was ridiculous. I filmed this because this is how this looked the entire time. My eyes started like hallucinating after a while from this one. Like things looked like they were moving that weren't because of this. This did this the entire song with very few pauses. But here he is. This was from the stage. I filmed this. I was so excited. Oh my gosh. I've never been on stage for a concert either, by the way. You can't hear the music on the stage. It was like I went into a warp hole when I got on the stage. I was losing my effing mind. But like I was so excited, and my sister has a video of her filming me filming him, so it was a great time. So this was super, super, super fun. I was so happy. I wish it would start from the beginning. It didn't start from the very beginning. He waves in my direction at the beginning of this, and I was the happiest girl in the world for a hot minute there. It was a great time. But yeah, he was beautiful. And then this is from the stage, and then my sister in the crowd, because she loves me, loves me so much, she got his drumstick for me, and so I was so happy. I have a drumstick that says Shannon Leto on it. It's here. This is also a spoiler. I'm gonna go over what I bought at Sabo this weekend here too. But yeah, it was a great time. I had so much fun at this concert. Your sister is MVP. She is MVP because she had to fight someone for this. She fought someone for this. This is like so worn. It has a crack in it. I'm gonna like get a paper cut. I can't wait to put this up somewhere. But yeah, she got this for me. She fought someone for it. They're like, it's for my son. And she's like, I don't care. It's for my sister. And she's like, her name's Shannon. His name's Shannon. She's obsessed with him. I'm like, oh, thank you so much for caring so much for me. Oh my god. So yeah, this is actually the first time I've gotten a drumstick at a concert, which is also really cool. And it has my name on it. And if I were to marry him, it would still have my name on it. Like, hear me out. All right. Hear me out. It's a good time. It's a good time. So this is my most exciting thing. Another thing too, AFI, because I love AFI. The guitarist threw his guitar pick at me. Unfortunately, it like hit me, and the person behind me got it, and I was a little bummed by that because I know he was throwing it at me. We made eye contact for a split second there. I was a little sad, but it was okay. And then we're gonna talk about my panel. So my panel was called Who's Your Dede? I put these out of order. Whoops. This is what my table looked like. I brought all of my games for this. So this is all of my games. And my friends' games. So those ones over there, I don't own a physical copy of Cupid Parasite. I don't own a physical copy of Bushido Hana. I do not own a physical copy. Well, actually, I do now. Maybe. I haven't opened yet. I do not own a physical copy of Amnesia. So I asked her if she could let me borrow her cases because Idea Factor International gave me codes for those games to give out during my panel, and I was super excited, but I wanted to be able to showcase the games at the same time. And then these were the winners of the contest I did. So there's one more winner that didn't stay for the picture, unfortunately, and I posed like a butler. I don't know why I posed like that in this photo. But these were the winners. Those are the little cards we made for the winners so they could have their codes on the back. And everyone was really, really excited about this. I had some issues during my panel. Oh, this is my sister and me dressed up as Tokyo Revengers. I was Mikey and she was Drakencoon, I totally forgot to upload one of my pictures then. I'm missing the one of the actual full stage. Hang on. But I had my panel set up. My sister used her computer, and unfortunately, she wasn't in the room with me, so I'll be editing that video later, but it might be a little funky. We're gonna see how it looks. I basically set up my camera on a tripod that I created using a table, and hit play on it, and then sat down and started my filming, and then I filmed the entire thing from my phone. So my angles probably aren't the best. I'll show you what the photo looks like, our video looks like on my phone. I didn't send it yet because it's like 40 minutes, but like I literally just filmed myself doing this from this angle. I kept reaching for a mouse that wasn't there, by the way, because I like mice. And I really should have had a mouse. So it ended up being, I didn't have like a clicky thingy, so I had to sit to do my presentation, and then I couldn't get my script printed on cue cards, so my script was pulled up on the computer, so was the file, and to read between the two, I had to keep going back and forth, so I wasn't reading it as fluidly as I would have liked, but the presentation I think went really well. It was really cute. I'll either do the actual presentation on stream later, or I will re-record it and then make an edited video of it using bits from the performance, from the panel, and then from what I created. So those were the fun stuff that happened this week. I was pretty excited. I'm still really excited about this. This is still like the coolest thing in the world to me. I can't wait to put this somewhere. But yeah, those are all those random things. So that's what happened this weekend. So Sabo started on Friday. I'm so glad your panel. Well, thank you so much. I was really nervous about it. We had a good amount of people in the room. I think there was about 20 people. Like, that doesn't sound like a lot, but for our side, so the gaming side doesn't usually have too many people there. Maybe next year I'll ask if I can be on the Sabotin side, or the Sheraton side. The convention is spread up between 2 hotels, and I specifically asked for the gaming side since I was talking about Otome games. And I thought that would make the most sense. Plus, that's the side I'm volunteering on. Like, that's where I'm at. I didn't want to have to go to the other building. So, did I speak to Otome fans? I did. In fact, some of the winners were super excited to be there. One of the girls opened like her case, and she had like brought all of her physical games with her. And she's the one who got Amnesia later crowd, because she owns the first Amnesia, but she didn't have later crowd yet. Hello, hi. We're just chatting right now about our convention I went to. And so that was really exciting. Basically, I started a little bit early because people were getting really excited. There were some people who asked questions, and then I had that table set up so people came up afterwards and were looking at the game cases, asking questions about them. I told everyone they could touch everything, so my voice is pretty much completely gone today. Same. I was dead yesterday. I want to be in a room full of Otome fans. It was fun. A lot of people were chatting about different things. One person was talking about how much they love Tengoku struggle. I was like, please tell me why. I would love to hear why. That's my captcha, getting tired of being on idle mode, by the way. It's been on idle for like an hour because I thought I'd start faster. I started putting the slideshow together, and then when I started the slideshow, I realized that the picture sizes were 2 different sizes, and it was making like the prize winners super tiny, and it was making other things really, really big, and I was like, ugh. Some people love Sympathy's Kiss too. I didn't have anyone say that. I didn't have anyone say that, but I did mention that we called her a siren, not a siren, that's not what we called her. I got to tell you about the Nekopata Catboys game. Oh, yes. Apparently I have to play that. Yes, I have to play the Nekopata Catboys game. That's going to be so exciting. But this is also what I bought at Sabo. So this is the hiding ghost. And this is their bag. It has kitty cat. It's got kitty cat, but it's got all this. This is if you spend more than $20 at their booth. So I did that. Because I love their stuff and they sell pins. So, haha, all time, yeah. I also have some stickers that my sister got for our card. I'll show those last if I don't accidentally hit a button on here. And then I was really excited. I didn't spend too much this year. I thought I'd spend more. Conveniently not enough, I wasn't in the hall where all those stuff gets sold enough to really spend too much money. Trying to make sure I'm only grabbing things that are relevant. Woohoo! Is that everything? Is that everything? The rest of this stuff I stole from a hotel room. Shh, don't tell them. I stole every single one of these they left. These are makeup remover swipes. I was like, heck yeah, I'll take those. All right, so the hiding ghost had these. These are metal mammals. I'm going to save the best for last. You guys can probably guess which one that is. But there was quite a few different ones you could get. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different animals you could get. And they have a ghost version. And the ghost version, it's like catching a shiny. So like 1 in 48 is a shiny. I take all this freebies from the hotel, especially if it's makeup wipes. I'll take a makeup wipe. Gimme, gimme. So this one is a rat or a mouse, depends on how you look at it. And the thing that makes them metal is they have these cute little ear danglies. They all have that. I love them so much. So I bought 3, and I told her if I didn't get the one I want, I'd be back. I got the one I wanted. So that's a mouse. Trying to see. I think this one's not gonna be the one. I'm trying to save the best one for last, guys. You'll see. You'll understand when you see it. And why we had to get it. We did get one of the shinies. Okay, this is the shiny. Oh, I lied. Did you see it? Hope you didn't. It's not a shiny, it's a ghost. So they're either, I think, yeah, normal or ghost. And the ghost is 1 in 48. So we did get 1 ghost. They let me pick from the bag. I gotta grab from the bag. So this one is a doggo. We got a doggo. And he's a ghost doggo with the little things. The shine is gonna kill me. There we go. So that is a ghosty ghost. And then we got the cutest one. And he's got a collar and little horns. And he's a bunny. Like, look how cute is he. Like, oh my gosh. So I was super excited. It's a psycho bunny! Yeah, exactly. I was like, if I don't get this bunny, I'm coming back. Like, I need the bunny. So I bought 3, and I got the bunny and a ghost. So I got 1 ghost and the bunny. And that was super exciting. The other thing I got, she does gotchas usually every year. This year, there was a potential to get 2 in 1, and I got 2 in 1 both times. So she does these cute little angel babies, and so she did some Hello Kitty ones. So this is Kuromi. It's so bright up in this easy. So this is a Sunny. And then I got a knife that's like a ceramic butter knife. Yeah, I love their booth. I always buy stuff at their booth. She's made Ita bags or Ita bags. I don't know if everyone calls them these anymore, but she got some of those, and I haven't bought one yet, but I kind of want to. She has one shaped like a coffin. And then we got Mimikyu. This was the last Mimikyu too, so I scored there because Mimikyu is actually my favorite, second favorite. And a bat. A studded back, also ceramic. I love that artist booth. Yeah, I spent $75 there. So each one of these were 15, and then I think to do this 2 times was 23. So I spent about 75 bucks. But it's worth it. I got a bag out of it. And then the other thing I bought was these. So last year there was an artist who had was doing open commissions, and so I asked if they would draw Skelita from Monster High for my sister for her birthday because that's her favorite character. And then so many people asked her if she had Monster High art after she had finished the commission because it's sitting on the table, that she decided to draw some this year and make keychains. So we have Laguna Blue. I got Gulia, please be Gulia. Please focus on the girl in my hand. Gulia. And then I got her Draculora. She had 3 other ones, but these were my favorites. And I think it was like 3 for 23, something like that. Please. So I was super excited when she had these ones. I misheard it wrong several times when they were new. So I used to call them Eat the Bags. Eat the Bags. No, don't do that. That's a bad idea. They're really popular now, which is great, and I love that you can use them to keep your stuff safe, so It's a great time. All right, so that's the only thing I bought. That's it. I didn't spend any other money, but my sister bought money, and this place was called Allergic to Ramen. I'll save that one for last because it's the funny one. She got some ribbons as well for spending money there. But these are for our car, and so she got Jito for our car, and this is how they'll sit in the car like that on the window, look like they're peeking, they're peepers. And then she got Gojo, also doing peepers, just peepins. And then the best one asked me about my lobotomy. So that's these are for our car, because our car is Jujutsu Kaisen theme. It's the best way. So perfect. But yeah, those were super cute. We were super excited. We had an Iron Mouse and an Anya before on the car, but then we switched cars. That's when we got the new car. So I think we had tried to keep them on the car, but they didn't last. And then the other thing, they didn't last because we switched cars. The other thing is, because I volunteer there, I had a little table and I put this art book down so people could draw in it. So there is my panel information, and then this is like the first page. We had some people draw in. We had some really cute art in here, like the Team Rocket was super cute. And then we had this little sad ghost. He was alone on this page for quite a while. And then we had some friends. Oh, she asked me what I wanted her to draw, and I said Zelda, and so she drew Zelda. Got a cat. We have, this is Sabo. This is our friend. That's the mascot for Sabotin. I'm gonna do this backwards. Hang on, I'm looking at a reflection. Got a cute little kitty cat. Fat Bear Week. Got another super cute, like these little kitty cats. Kept this cupcakey. These are so cute. I think we only had a couple pages filled in. We have the Jack. Got Tails. We have this super cute, what's that called? Undertale doggo. And then this is Fat Bear Week. I know who drew it. And then this one, she was drawing, actually I don't know their pronouns. They were drawing the original characters. And they took the whole book for a second to draw these, so they did a really good job. They drew on this for a good 30 minutes, but that's why we had that there, was so people would have something to do when they were bored, and also just so they could draw. And then the last thing I have to show, I'm not going to show the front of it because it has addresses on it, but this was sent to me by Jay. And I was going to open it at the convention, and then I saw it had cute stuff in it, so I stopped it. So Jay wrapped stuff, and I was like, oh, I can't open this while I'm sitting here. Alright, I'm gonna make sure I don't accidentally read anything I'm not supposed to. Oh, this one just says, thank you for everything, and it has how to make a mousse. The quickest way to send the ones you love a tiny mousse. So you can cut this out and make a little mousse. That's super cute. And then she sent me some stickers. Look, we got buns. It was from Canada. You know, that's where the mice live. Oh my gosh. I wish my camera wasn't... Is it on that thing again? Hang on, let me check my camera. It might be me. I'm gonna freeze for a second. It always does this when I go to camera. I'm on all the wrong options right now. Look at me. I'm gonna see. I might be on white balancing again. It keeps doing that, and then it changes my brightness a lot when it does it. Apparently, sometimes it does it, sometimes it doesn't. No, it's not on. Weird. It just hates me today. It's probably because I'm got too much skin showing. Playing games. Oh my god. And then this one's super cute. Oh my goodness. The gamer bunnies. I love that. Alright. And then this. I think I know what this is. I think I know what this is. Woohoo! Was set so securely. I also am that person. I'm that person that opens things tediously, because they don't want to tear it. All right, perfect. But yeah, we got this on our way to the convention because I found out the reason it hadn't been delivered was because we didn't add additional words on the address. So that was my bad. But also, I was told what to do by somebody else, so it's also their bad. It's so secure, and it's got not corgis. Oh god, Shiba Inus. Yeah, so it was our fault. We had not. We should have told you to add one more note to the address, and it would have been fine. But they thought it was for somebody else, so they were waiting for someone to pick it up. So ta-da! Look at me! I am now the proud owner of Amnesia Later Crowd. That's right. I can play the sequel to Amnesia. What an exciting time to be alive. I still need to replay the first one. We actually had a very long discussion about Amnesia while I was there, because one, Amnesia is one of the oldest Otome games. It's gonna be an exciting time. Fat Bear Week. You know, I feel like I gained 5 pounds over the weekend, so I feel it. I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me. Da-da-da-da. I feel like I'm gonna sneeze again. Oh no, what's tickling my nose? I think we're fine. I think we're fine now. Just to be clear too, I want everyone to understand how excited I was about this. This weekend, everybody who saw me saw that I got that. I showed them the photo, or I showed them the stick, depending on what day they saw me. Bless you ×3. Thank you so much. Alright, and then this. Oh no, what is this? What is this? It's so securely. Just to be clear, this is like a cute little box we've created for this. Wait a second. Wait a second. Oh my god, is this my husband? Wait a sec. This is illegal. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. She sent me my husband. It's Hanku. Oh my gosh. This is so beautiful. Thank you so much. I wasn't expecting him. Oh my goodness. He's gonna live over here now. He's gonna be in the background always. My first acrylic standee, and it's a Vanku. It's actually kind of both. Yeah, I don't think I've... trying to think. Actually, that's... I guess I have a couple Demon Slayer ones, but like, I've never put them up. Oh my gosh. This beautiful man. Oh, it's so soft at the touch. Wait, what the heck? Why? Why is this even better than I imagined? What side should I put it on? This side? I don't want to break you. I will cry if I hurt you. My husband. My husband. Oh my god. Oh, it has to be the other way. It has to be. You can't see Anku's name the other way. Don't watch me break this on stream. Okay, it's on. It's on. He's on the standee, and it's sideways intentionally. Oh my god, he's so pretty. Thank you so much. I wasn't expecting that. When I saw there was more than one thing in the box, that's when I'm like, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait to open this. Cause I knew about Amnesia. That's what I was expecting. But then I was like, wait, there's one more thing in here. I'm gonna wait to open this until I get home. So I had to wait a whole weekend to open that, guys. Oh my god, thank you so much. I've made a mess in the process of opening that. He's so beautiful. Oh man, you're gonna start an addiction in me. I've been anxiously waiting for you to get it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Oh my goodness, it was not what I was expecting. It was so cute. Oh my gosh, and the bunnies, I love these too. I'm a sucker for bunnies. I think we all know this by now. I'm a sucker for anything that has a bunny rabbit on it. I'm gonna put these over here for right now. And they're gonna find a home soon. But yeah, that's everything that happened so far this weekend. This weekend was a lot of fun. I got to go to a concert. I got to do a panel. I got to hang out with a bunch of my friends. It was a lot of fun this weekend. And then I was dead yesterday. I was gonna stream yesterday. but I got up and like my arms were hurting so bad, which by the way, I did the most stupid thing. Never do this. We have an elevator. Some people will know. That takes forever to get to certain floors because it's the only working elevator we had this weekend. And it will stop on any floor for at least 30 seconds. That's the least amount of time it'll sit on a floor. Yes, that elevator. So it will be there for 30 seconds, if not longer, before the doors close. It does not matter what you do, the doors will not close faster. And I was going to the elevator and it was just starting to close and I was like, I thought about pressing the button, but then I decided to use my arm. I'm a dummy. I shouldn't have done it. I hurt my arm right here because I stopped the door from closing by putting my arm in it. So there's definitely a bruise here that you just can't see because I have a tattoo. So yeah, whoopsie, I didn't want to wait. So I injured myself because I didn't want to wait another minute for the elevator because there's 4 floors that it can go to. If it's going to be at least 2 minutes before it gets back to my floor, I was not going to wait that long. So I injured myself for the sake of convenience. And you know what? I don't regret a moment of it, except for the fact that it hurts now. So small things. But yeah, so that was my weekend in a nutshell. It was a great time. It was a lot of fun. I'm just sore all over now. My knee hurts because I was walking a lot and I have a bad knee. I bruised myself, but I survived. And now I'm going to change my stream to Verche. Not Verche. It's because Anku's watching me now. Variable barricade. I can spell. I just sometimes have to make sure I know how to spell. But yeah, so we survived. And it was a lot of fun. And so we're gonna be now, finally, starting a route. I don't know if this is the only board. Is there multiple boards beyond this? Please someone tell me. Because I already had someone warn me that there is like a very long game I'm playing. Like, this game might be the one. The Atome games. Woohoo! I'm also haven't replied back yet, so I had asked IFI. Yeah. If they, I started to think, did I say AFI? If they had more of those postcards. Some of you guys seen them. I showed them when I did the review from the festival. So that I could give them out to people at Sabo. And he said they were going to try and send me some, but then they couldn't find them. But he said he's still going to see if they can try and send me some. So I might just do like a giveaway or something on stream in October, like a Halloween giveaway kind of thing. We'll see what I plan for it. Just so people can have the cards and have something cute. I thought they were really interesting, which is why I liked it so much. Alright, we're officially going to start now. We're really going to play video games this time today, guys. And we're going to start with Ichiya Mitsumori. Yay! Oh my gosh, when I got to Mega Dedes, I was like, by the way, I learned I hate these guys. Except for one. Oh my goodness, that list. I'm really excited to make that video because it's going to be so much fun. Now then, Leah, I'm going to turn my camera off for just 1 second because my sneezing has made my nose start to run and I need to grab something. There was some really good laughter for some of the moments. Like, I talked about Toma and his cagey personality. Like, it was a great time. He watches you betray him dating other guys. Oh no! To be clear, I would never betray this man. I did trivia to decide who won those cards, and he was one of the trivia questions, and no one got it right. Everyone got it wrong. I was like, whoa, I made a slide about my favorite voice actor. How could you betray me like this? It was so sad. Now then, Leah. Which, if you want me to, I can put on just the trivia at some point so you guys can like play the trivia game. However, it does correlate to some of the panels. I put all of our boys, all the gang has Dede types. I put their Dede types in the panels, by the way. So everyone now knows Chomper's Dede type. They know Caramel's Dede type. Gabriel and Yoon, they all have Dede types and they're all now known. They're all canon now, if you will. Today's finally the day that I'll hear from your own lips that you love me.
Huh?
Excuse me? What in the world? I swear, the things that just fly out of this man's mouth sometimes.
一夜さん、あなたが空気を読めない人なのは重々承知していたつもりだけど。
Ichiya, please. I'm well aware that you're the kind of person who wouldn't take the hint to get a bucket of water if they were on fire. I get that.
それでもせめて時か場所か空気か、そのうち一つぐらいは考慮してから発言してください。
But seriously, time, place, occasion. Please try and keep at least one of these things in mind before you open your mouth, would you? Thanks. Oh my goodness. I also thought I'd finish Celestia this weekend, by the way. I did one more chapter while I was there. And I'm still so nervous about the routes because I have no idea how the progression works in that game. And there's so many choices. I'm making so many choices. It's wild.
ほら、さっさと行きましょう。ぐずぐずしてたら信号が赤にな。
Now let's get going. If we don't hurry, the crosswalk light is gonna turn.
何してるの？話して。
Excuse me, what are you doing? Let me go.
いいや、ダメだよ。だってもし俺がこの手を離したら、君という小鳥が飛び去ってしまうから。
I won't let you go, my delicate little bird. If I do, I'm afraid you'll fly away and never to return to me again.
だから、俺の可愛い小鳥さん。今日は答えを聞くまで逃がさないよ。
Come on, my sweet songbird. Sing your answer to me. I won't let you go until you do. This, when we were standing smack in the middle of the crosswalk, was the light changing. He stepped closer. Unsurprisingly, people started to stare at us. Did I mention he was doing this in the middle of a crosswalk? Oh God. This is the absolute worst. It's giving Future Cage. That's probably why I hate it. Like, it's, I don't know. I can appreciate a yandere. I can. Let's be clear. I can appreciate a yandere. There's just certain things yanderes do that make me go, now I have to hate you. But I can't appreciate someone who's obsessed like this. And he's like I feel like there's two circles, right? And they close over on each other, and it's yandere and megadere. And I don't like it. I wish I could crawl in a hole and die. It's also him ignoring how much she hates this. She's like, leave me alone. Don't worry, darling. There's no need to be shy. There's no boundaries to our love.
ほら、見てごらん。世界が俺たちを祝福してくれてい
There.
る。
See, the world has come to give us its blessing.
何をわけのわからないことを。
What are you going on about this time?
え？
Almost as if Ichiya had cued them, the crowd suddenly started to applaud. Not only that, foreign tourists pushed forward to snap pictures of us.
おめでと
Congratulations!
うおめでとう Congratulations!
Congratulations!
What's going on here?
これでわかったかな。俺たちが結ばれるのは運命で、世界に望まれたことな
Do
ん
you
だよ。
see? Fate itself has bound us together, never to be parted. The whole world desires our blessed union.
世界以前に私が望んでない。
The world can take a hike. I don't desire it at all.
もう言葉はいらない
Oof.。
そ
Like
の
I'm
おしゃべりな
having sniffles
口を閉じて、小鳥さん。
Also, we're drinking the Sonic rings again. This is peach flavored. And it has Sonic on it, which is so cute. I grabbed some more when I was back at the store. We need no longer exchange words. Your song stirs my soul like little bird, but it's time to hush. Why? His cloying, cheesy words made me shudder. Slowly, he started leaning closer and closer. Something was wrong with, very, very wrong. Heck, everything is really wrong with this. That's the moment that crossed my mind that I'm dreaming. I jolted upright in bed, frantically glancing around me. I saw familiar white furniture and pastel walls, no crosswalk, no crowd. It was indeed my room. Was that just a dream? What kind of dreams am I having? It had seemed so real that my heart was still thudding from embarrassment. In an attempt to scrub the last of that nightmare from my mind, I jumped out of bed and started to get dressed. I know what this is. This is because the old vulture pushed me to decide on a suitor. That's what it is. Listen, Grandpapa's just...
じゃあ
we
別に
don't do flashbacks. I thought back on the story I had told them when I was summoned to the main estate the other day, on how I was pushed into choosing a temporary suitor. Easy enough for that meddling Okut to demand a choice. I choose. It's not like it impacted my life or anything. I didn't expect that to stress me out badly enough to start having nightmares. I quickly got dressed, muttering every insult I could think of. I hoped one jabbed grandfather in the hip. Even I don't really understand why I picked Ichiya, because I'm trying to get him out of the way. I don't want him in your way anymore. Once he's done, I think we'll be hurting less. It was only for appearances anyways. I could have chosen Taiga, Shion, or even Narita, and it wouldn't have made any difference. It would. For some reason, the first name that popped into my head was Ichiya. Because I put it there.
足りるに決まって
The man that starved you. I had no idea how much experience he truly had with girls in his life, but at first he definitely was trying hard to push his personal idea of what normal girls like onto me rather than paying attention to what I really wanted. To be blunt, he was a textbook flirt, flaky and dense, with girls at the forefront of his thought process. At the rate things were going, he was on track to be the first suitor escorted off the premises. But
俺は女の子を喜ばせる方でも今喜んで
at first, everything he did was nauseatingly overdone, but he did make some efforts to accommodate me. He learned to see me not his idea of a normal girl. I won't say that I was touched by the gesture, but I wasn't particularly unhappy about it either. Now I think I'd be alright with learning a little more about him. That's all it was, really, for me now. Grandfather insisted I try to look at him in that way,
と
too.
はいえ一体どうすれば
That said, how do I go about doing so? I sat to think when my eyes happened to spot Robbie sitting quietly in his corner of my room. Robbie, the cute little robot rabbit that Amora gave to me so I could observe my suitor in secret.
今日一日一夜さんのことをじっくり観察してみよう
I think I'm going to spend today observing Ichiya and see what he gets up to. Fortunately, today was a day off. With nothing on my schedule, I had all the time I needed. Satisfied with my idea, I gave Robbie a quick pat and then left my room. Thought you were going to take Robbie with you. Did I?
味噌汁、焼き魚、大根おろし、卵焼きに海苔、そして白米。
Might be in here. Before I panic. I may have packed it up. I usually keep hand cream? What's the right word? Hand lotion? Lotion for hands? There it is. But I took this with me this weekend, which has a lot of my emergency stuff in it. It has emergency band-aids. It has emergency hair stuff. So I was like, maybe I put it in there when I took it. And I did. Look at me. This lives over here. All right. Miso soup, grilled fish, grated daikon radish, eggs sunny side up, sprinkled with seaweed, and steamed rice.
パーフェクトですよ、一夜さん。これぞザ・ 日本の食卓って感じです。
It's perfect, Ichiya. This is the picture of a traditional Japanese breakfast table.
僕は洋食の方が好みだけど、
Missed you.
たまには
Personally,
こういうのもいいかな。
I tend to prefer Western food overall, but this is a refreshing change of pace.
でも一夜の料理、最近は和食が随分増えたよね。心境の変化？
You've greatly increased the variety of Japanese dishes you've presented lately, Ichiya. Where'd this sudden change of heart come from?
先日自分の至らなさを思い知ったからね。レパートリーを増やそうと思ったんだ。
I got a painful lesson in just how much I don't know the other day. I seriously needed to up my
あとはお嬢さ
repertoire.
んがこれを気に入ってくれるかだけど。
Now the only question is if Leah will like these dishes.
ちょうどいいところに。お嬢さん、おはようございます。
Oh, Leah, good morning. You came at the right time. Thank you. I try.
タイガさんはまた夜更かし？
Good morning, Taiga. Was up until the wee hours again, I presume.
はい。起こしに行ったら蹴られました。朝5時ぐらいに。
I went to wake him up, but he booted me out of his room. It was like, what, 5 a.m., I think? What the heck were you expecting?
まあ大河のことは放っておけばいいよ。それより今朝のメニューはどうかな。君好みの味だといいんだけど。
Oh, well, let's leave Taiga up to his own devices. What do you think of today's menu? I hope that it's to your liking. Ichiya turned to look at me and I felt my eyes instantly dart away after, also by
お嬢
reflex.
さんどうかした？
Something wrong?
別に。
Nothing. There's no way I was going to tell him that seeing his face reminded me of the nightmare I just had.
ねえ、一夜。悪いことしたなら、少しでも早く謝罪するべきだと思うよ。
Say Ichiya, when someone's in the wrong, it's important that they apologize as soon as
土下座なら
possible.
俺も付き合いますから。踏みつけられて額が擦り切れるまで。
Narita, this is your problem. Boy. If you're about to grovel, I'm totally in. I'm in the mood to get stomped on till I bleed.
なんで君たちは俺が何かをやらかした前提で話しているんだ。
Excuse me, but what's with this talk? Why are you suggesting that I did something wrong?
いやまさかこの料理に混ぜた恋心という隠し味に気がついてしまったとか。
These are words I have to read. Like, don't tell me you all noticed the undying love I mixed into this dish. It's my secret ingredient. You're not supposed to identify it so easy.
とりあえずいただきます。
Yeah, thank you for breakfast. I ignored the chatter flying between the others, taking my seat and picking up my spoon. I took my first sip of miso soup and it's delicious. Was it me or was today's soup tastier than it usually was? Not to the credit of the secret ingredient, I'm sure. God. I still have my makeup removers. I have more. I stole so many of these. I stole so many of these hoping they'd restock them before we left, and they didn't. Because I'm like, oh my gosh. In fact, I can put this in this little bag. Again, this is my emergency bag. I take this when I take trips, specifically because it has the stuff we usually forget. And so stuff we usually forget gets put in here. Like Band-Aids. The reason Band-Aids live in here, fun fact, there's a story behind this. Band-Aids live in here because one time we took a trip and my sister jabbed her toe and we asked like 10 people for a Band-Aid and nobody had a Band-Aid. And she did it twice that weekend where she ended up bleeding twice and we had no Band-Aids. So I always keep that. And I always keep hair ties because I always run out of hair ties. And then apparently I also have a ghost sticker in here that says stay spooky. That's not intentional. That just happened to be in here. But you know what? It's a nice pick-me-up. Today I plan to observe how Ichiya acted when he wasn't trying to put up a front for me. That said, I had to admit my plan had a bit of an ulterior motive.
あれお嬢さん俺に何か用かな。
Leah, do you need something from me?
別に。ただ庭で何してるのかと思って。
It's nothing. I was just curious about what you were doing out in the yard.
サプライズにしようと思ったけど 見られてしまったのなら仕方ないね。君に送るにふさわしい花を探していたんだ。
I was hoping to surprise you, but I'm foiled by your beautifully tuned skills of perception. I'm looking for the perfect flower to give for you.
もっとも、この庭にあるどんな花も俺のメガネにはかなわなかったようだ。
It's exhausting, right? Having a front that lasts this long. Like, ugh. This yard is flush with lovely flowers. None of them reach my very lofty standards.
なぜかって、世界で一番美しい花が今俺の目の前にいるからさ。
Why, you ask? Because at this moment, the most beautiful bloom in the universe stands before me. Trash. He's trash.
今年の流行色はパープルか。それなら差し色としてシャツのラインに。
Purple is fashionable this year. Maybe I should accent the shirt hem accordingly.
ん？あれ、お嬢さん？いつからそこに？
How
ちっと
long
も
have
気
you
づ
been
かなかったよ。
standing there, Leah? I didn't even notice you.
ちょっと通りかかっただけ。私のことは気にしなくていいから、雑誌の続きをどうぞ。
Just passing by. Please don't mind me. Go back to your magazine.
そういうわけにはいかないよ。
Oh no, I can't do that now.
だって俺はどんな本よりも君の心のページを開きたい。そう思ってるんだからね。
No book or magazine in the world could captivate me as much as the story beating within your heart. Would you allow me to thumb through your pages? No, this isn't going to work. After making a strategic retreat, I heaved a sigh and returned to my room. Ichiya's normal self, the side of him that isn't just a cheesy front he uses to try and impress me. How am I supposed to observe his normal self when he promptly turns on the schmaltz the second he sees
やっ
me?
ぱりおとなしくラビに任せた方が。
I suppose I ought to just leave this in Robbie's paws and watch the recordings.
それはそれでなんか悔しい。
But doing it that way feels like giving up. He's never acted normal outside of when he wore a hat and we can't recognize him for some weird
Hmm?
reason.
イチヤ？
Ichiya?
ええ、今見たら家の中にいないみたいなんだけど、どこに行ったか知らない？
Shion's also confused. Like, why would you? I looked and it doesn't seem like he's home right now. Did he go somewhere?
イチヤならさっき買い物に行ったよ。表参道のショッピングモールに行くとか言ってたけど。
I do believe he went out shopping. He mentioned something about the mall in Amatsando.
そう。ありがとう。
I see. Thank you. This was my chance. If I could just find him at the mall, I'd be able to observe him in a more natural his more natural habitat.
何？私これから出かけるから。
What? Do you need something? I was just about to run some errands.
もしかして表参道のショッピングモールとか？
Going to the Otomasando Mall, I presume? What? No.
図星？今日の小鳥ちゃん、妙にイチヤのこと気にしてたから。
I hit the nail on the head. I noticed you seemed awfully interested in Ichiya today.
別にそういうわけじゃ。
I'm not particularly interested. No, I'm
Hmm.
not.
ならどこに出かけるつもりだったの？
If you're not going to the mall, then where are you planning to go? There's no getting out of this, is there? Just don't go to the mall. Don't follow him. What if you see him buy the hat and the sunglasses that he wears? I have to make a serious decision and choose a suitor soon, but my bias has prevented me from really learning about them. I wanted to fix that starting with Ichiya, but since he always slapped on a false face when he knew I was around, I wanted to observe from a distance. Once I finished summarizing my plans for Shion, he promptly said,
じゃあ僕もついてくね。
Oh, I'll accompany you then. Okay, so did she just straight up say, like, listen, I feel like he's a fake phony. He's a phony, and I just want to see if he's a phony all the time.
は？どうして？
Why?
だって君、尾行とか苦手でしょ？だから手伝ってあげる。
Doubt you have experience following someone, right? I'll help you.
あなたも尾行が得意なようには とても見えないんだけど。
No offense, but I don't regard you as the type who's a grandmaster at subtly telling people either.
したことはないけど、ストーキングされるのは慣れてるから。
I knew it.
す
I
る側
knew
の
he was
心理
gonna
は
say
よくわ
this.
かってるよ。
I've never attempted to tell someone no, but I've been stalked plenty of times, so I have a grasp on a stalker's mindset.
それに、休日のショッピングモールで女の子が一人フラフラしてる姿って割と寂しい気がするけど。
Not only
いいの？
that, I think a young lady wandering about a mall on the weekend all by herself would be rather a sad sight. The others would notice. Don't you agree? He had a good point. It didn't take me long to make a
よろしくお
decision.
願いします。
I'd appreciate if you accompany me. I've been worried about what I would do if we got there and he was already gone, or if he blended in with the crowd, so we couldn't find him. But we actually managed to spot him rather easily. It was mostly thanks to Shion's hunch, but still.
ほら、次はあっちのフラワーショップに行くみたいだよ。
Let's visit that flower shop over there next.
ええ。
All right. Shion was far more entertained than I expected, and I was strangely more reluctant than I thought. Why do you ask? Well,
ああ、ならこのピンクのユリもブーケに入れてもらえるかな。
could you add this pink lily to the bouquet too,
かし
please?
こまりました。こちら恋人さんへの贈り物ですか？
Of course, sir. Is this a gift for your special someone?
恋人？いや違うよ。俺にとっては恋人以上の存在で、運命の伴侶というべき人だからね。
Special someone. Oh, she's far more than merely special. She's like the other half of my soul. My one true partner, as decreed by the fates themselves.
だからメッセージカードにはこう書いてくれないかな。
That gives me an idea. Can I add a message to the bouquet?
For my princess.
I would like for it to say, for my beloved princess, Leah, if that's all right. If you don't mind. I feel that, Shion.
気を確かにね、小鳥ちゃん。
Keep yourself together, Leah.
とりあえず店という店で私の名前を広めるのはやめて。
It'd be really great if he'd stop dropping my name at every single shop he visits. Ichiya was insufferable at every single store, everyone. And each time, all I could do was stand there quivering in embarrassment while Shion watched and chuckled.
あ、ほら、また次のお店に行くよ。どうする？
Looks like
ついていく？
there he goes to another shop. Well, do you want to keep following him? I want to go home, really. But leaving now somehow feels like admitting
僕、
defeat.
小鳥ちゃんのそういうところ、面白くていいと思うよ。
Personally, I think this side of you is adorable on an entertaining level, Leah.
面白いは余計。
You did not need to add the entertaining bit, thank you. I did my best to ignore Shion's occasional snide comics as we followed after Ichiya. Eventually, he stepped into a clothing store that had dozens of obviously expensive men's suits lined up in the windows.
テーラーショップ？
A tailor shop.
オーダースーツの専門店だね。イタリアのスーツブランドの直営店。
Get some rest. All right, have a good rest. Bye bye. One that specializes in made to order suits, no less. I believe this is a brand of Italian chain. Hope you have a fun time. Thank you. I hope you have a good rest. Hope your voice feels better.
一夜の体格だと、日本の既製品じゃ見合ったサイズがなさそうだし、イタリアブランドは相性が良さそう。
Have we discussed his physique on this? What's his physique? How is he so different? What makes him special? Or not special? Or the opposite of special? You know what I mean? Given Ichiya's physique, I doubt many pre-made Japanese suits fit him well. An Italian brand would fit his personal style quite nicely too. Shion nodded to himself, but I just felt conflicted and confused. He's unemployed, but he's buying a tailor-made suit.
お久しぶりでございますね。本日はどのようなご要望を？
It's good to see you again, sir. It's been so long. How may we help you today?
ああ、実は相談に乗ってほしいんだ。 俺の大事なお姫様の隣に立って自然に見えるスーツが欲しくてね。
Actually, I was hoping you could give me some advice. I need a suit that makes me look worthy of being in the company of my lovely princess.
それは大役でございますね。お相手はどのような方なのでしょう
It's
か。
a very tall order, but I think we may be able to find something for you with what sort of lady is your princess?
聞いてくれるかい？彼女はまるで咲き始めのバラのように美しく可憐でかぐわしく。
Oh, you want to know? She's like the first blush of a rose's bloom. Beautiful, elegant, yet still delicate.
またやってる。
There he goes again.
一夜も頑張るな。
He tries so hard, bless him.
行きつけのお店みたいだし、盛り上がってるから長くなりそうだね。
It seems he frequents this place, so he'll probably be chatting with that tailor for quite
行
some
きつ
time.
け？
Frequents it?
どう見てもお得意様扱い。ほら、奥の接客室に入っていったよ。
The attendant is obviously treating him like a preferred customer there. See, they went in the back. It wasn't unusual for me to receive this kind of VIP treatment from a luxury retail establishment given my family connection, but for Ichiya,
一夜があの店のお得意様なのはそんなに不思議？
does it really surprise you to learn that Ichiya would be a preferred customer at this sort of place?
それは
Well, I
だ
mean,
って
he's unemployed. Unemployed, basically. An attempted marriage fraud darkened his record. I could imagine him having money. In fact, a part of me still clung to the idea that he was a gold digger looking to marry me only for my
う
wealth.
ん。僕からすれば何の不思議もないんだけどな。
He's what? It doesn't seem that odd to me.
スーツに限らず、一夜の持ち物はいいものばかりだよ。見る人が見ればすぐわかると思う。
Everything Ichiya owns is quality, not just his suits. People who know what they're looking for. People who know what they're looking at will notice right away, I think.
有名ブランドに踊らされるんじゃなく、本当にいいものを知ってるからこそできる装いっていうのかな。
He's not some Nove, Riche poser trying to flaunt his wealth with brand names. He's someone who understands what true quality
そういう
is.
センスって付け焼き場で身につくものじゃないからさ。
You don't develop an
も
expert
ともと
eye
いい家の生まれなんだろうなって。
for the finer things in life just overnight. I wager that Ichiya had a very well-to-do upbringing. Then he isn't a poor gifter looking for easy money? I was stunned. Shion's observations had never ever crossed my mind.
シオンさん、それ、一夜さんのこといつから？
Shion, if you don't mind me asking, how long have you known that about Ichiya?
知り合ってすぐだけど、さっきも言ったようにそういうのって見ればわかるし。
I pieced it together soon after we met. As I said, it's obvious if you know what you're looking for. I saw Ichiya every day, same as Shion, yet I didn't notice those telltale signs of his wealth.
小鳥ちゃんは目が肥えすぎてて逆に気づけなかったのかもね。
I suppose you're so accustomed to being constantly surrounded by the finer things in life that none of it struck to you as unusual at all. That observation wasn't very reassuring. I really haven't been looking at the world around me through unclouded eyes, have I? Not Ichiya, certainly. Not many other people either. I was starting to realize if I'd changed my point of view a little bit, maybe I could have learned something about the real Ichiya. Passive observation isn't enough. I need to be more proactive in learning about others. It was no longer satisfactory to glance at people's surface natures. I needed to learn about them properly, about what they really were and what they really wanted. I finally realized how important that was. What?
小鳥ちゃんはいい子だなと思って。
Nothing. I was just thinking about how you're quite a sweet person, Leah.
はあ？何がどうしてそうなるの？
That's supposed to mean?
でも一夜のことだけじゃなくちゃんと僕のことも見てほしいな。
I hope you'll look deeply at me too, not just Ichiya.
それ
I will
おいおい。
eventually.
本当かな？
Oh, I'm not sure, really.
前処はします。
I'll make an effort at least. I'd chosen Ichiya as my temporary suitor, so of course he had to take priority, but I couldn't exactly say as much to Shion. I did my best to dodge the subject.
期待してるね。
I'll be waiting then.
それよりこの後はどうするの？一夜が家に帰るまでずっと尾行するつもり？
Now what? Are you going to follow Ichiya until he finally goes home?
ああ、そうね。
Right. We'd followed him this far, and Ichiya hadn't acted much different than he did at home. At least I hadn't noticed an appearanceable difference, an appearanceable and blah, blah, blah. But thanks to Shion, the trip hadn't been meaningless. I learned something very important about Ichiya. I wasn't accustomed to shadowing people either. Staying on Ichiya's trail would probably be a waste of
小鳥
energy.
ちゃん疲れてない？
Are you feeling a bit tired?
近くにおすすめのカフェがあるんだけど、
I know of
そこ
a
で僕と休憩しようよ。
Shion, please. I know of a nice little cafe that's not too far. Why don't we go there and take a break?
ここまで付き合ってあげた僕にご褒美が欲しいな。
Besides, I think I deserve a little treat for going out of my way to help you stalk Ichiya.
ちゃっかりしてる。
Aha. So that's what you're
そういう
after.
の嫌い？
Are you telling me you're gonna turn down sweets? There was something about Shion's smile that didn't let me stay mad for
好き
long.
嫌いは置いておいて。確かにどこかで休みたいかも。
Your ulterior motive aside, I do think it's probably time for a break.
やった。なら行こう。すぐ行こ
Yatta!
う。でないと邪魔が。
Lovely, then let's go right now. If you don't hurry, we'll get caught
え
by.
え、邪魔されてまずいことでもあるのかな？
Caught? Does that mean you're up to something you don't want me to find out about?
一夜さん。
Ichiya?
ああ
Rats. Shion frowned. He was irritated about being seen, but his pout was disarmingly cute even when he was miffed.
出先でお嬢さんを見かけるなんて素敵な偶然もあるものだと一瞬喜んだんだけどね。
And here I was ecstatic at the fortuitous twist of fate that let me run into you, Leah, while out on an errand.
隣にシオンがいた時の絶望と言ったらなかったよ。君たちはもしかして。
But when I noticed you were with her, Shion, you can't imagine the bolt of pain that needled straight into my heart. Don't tell me you two are.
これはね。
I couldn't possibly tell him to his face that we'd been telling him. That was out of the question. I tried to think of some explanation when Shion eased his arm around me like it was the most
せっか
natural
く秘
thing.
密のデートだったのに見つかっちゃってがっかりだね。小鳥ちゃん。
Curses. Such a pity we were spotted during our secret tryst. Isn't that right, Leah?
ね。
Right?
そう。
I
ね。
guess so. I really, really wanted to deny it, but I couldn't think of a better explanation while on the spot. Ichiya fell silent, looking conflicted. After a moment, he sighed heavily.
なるほど。いくら彼女の心が俺のものとはいえ、さすがに少し油断しすぎたようだね。
I hate him. I hate him. Like, I wanna print his photo out and bury it and put it to rest. You know what I mean? I don't like him. Even though I have a lock on Leah's heart, it appears I've become a little sloppy. That's the danger of having too much confidence in oneself.
一夜。いつも言ってることだけど、妄想は人前で披露しちゃダメだよ。
Ichiya, I've told you over and over again, it's rude to vent your fantasies in public. There are kids around.
うるさい。
Shut up.
これ以上出遅れるわけにはいかない。お嬢さん、今日の偶然に免じて次は俺とデートしてくれないかい？
This distraction has made me later than I already am. Leah, in light of this little tryst, this word is not a word in my vocabulary, guys. Could I ask you to go on a date with me next?
いいわ。行きましょう。
Alright, let's.
そうか、それは残念だよ。だけど俺は絶対に諦めな。
I thought as much. A pity, really it is, but I won't give.
ってあれ？もう一度言ってくれないかい？今なんて。
Wait, what? Do you mind saying that again for me one more time? I want to make sure my hearing isn't going.
デートに行くって言ったのよ。恥ずかしいから何度も言わせないで。
I said I'll go on a date with you. Please don't make me say it again. It's embarrassing.
イチヤ、あまりの衝撃に死んじゃった？
Ichiya, hello. Did the shot cause your heart to stop? Should I call an ambulance? Shion waved his hand in front of Ichiya's face. He swatted away and looked straight at me.
任せてくれ。最高のデートにしてみせるよ。
Leave it to me then. I'll make sure it's the greatest date you've ever been on. Ichiya was so happy I could swear his soles weren't touching the ground. I stared at him conflicted. Given the fuddled state of his brain, there was no way he realized she and I were actually here because we were following him. I hadn't turned down his date mostly because I felt guilty about the deception, but a small part of me realized it was a good excuse to get to know him.
小鳥ちゃん、
Nia,
ごめんなさい。
sorry. Shion leaned closer and muttered, "You owe me," under his breath. I quietly sighed. I guess. We cleared it. Oh goodness, there's 3 options. One has a picture, so we'll start at the bottom. The only nice thing is I get to choose my fate here. Secret effort.
甘露煮の味は認めてもらえたけど、見た目には工夫の余地ありだな。
She likes the taste of candied chestnuts. Who doesn't? But there's definitely room for some more visual panache.
いっそモンブラン風にアレンジして可愛いスイーツにすれば彼女も喜んで。
Maybe if I could redo them at a Mont Blanc style chestnut cake, that'd be cute. She might like it.
ってダメだ。変に女の空気を意識しすぎたら前の二の舞になる。
No. If I get too caught up in trying to make it cutesy and girlish, I'd be repeating my old mistakes. I think I ought to leave it here for now. Take a break. I rolled my stiff shoulders and headed to the sink. Me too, buddy. Getting ready to tackle the messy remains of tonight's losing battle. I'd only meant to tinker a little with the idea for new desserts, but the clock was already creeping towards midnight. Sumiko told me this over and over. Now I understand how right she is. Cooking for that special someone is simple, but it's in no way easy. I started cooking for a pretty straightforward reason. Girls liked it. You know, he's so bad, and yet he understands that girls like to eat. But he's like, girls like to eat a single petal. Like, what? A girl can earn a lot of points with any girl if he simply knows how to cook a decent meal. It's almost funny how quickly a woman's opinion of me skyrocketed when I whipped out a dish for them. That's why all the cooking I'd ever done focused on presentation first and foremost. Girls seem to love cute dishes most of all, but now... We're not reading this flashback when she's all like, "This is trash!"
あなたは私の
She didn't like his food. What she said to me that why would switch the song and then go back to this song? What she said to me that day struck the core of my very being. For better or for worse, I am no longer wanting my food to simply pleasure any girl. I wanted to put all my cooking effort squarely into pleasing Leah. Even if 99 out of 100 people love a dish I made, if Leah doesn't love it, then it's not worth it. I could think about it more tomorrow. A few final ideas tumbled through my head as I whipped up the last of the mess splashed around the counter just
一夜
then.
さん
Ichiya.
Eh?
Huh? I looked up, snapped out of my thoughts. Peeking into the kitchen from the doorway was Leah.
お嬢さんどうしたんだい？もう12時を回っているよ。
Leah, what's up? It's almost midnight, you know.
編み物に熱中していたらこんな時間になっちゃって何か飲もうかと思ったんだけど
Got absorbed in some crocheting when I looked up and it was already late. I thought I'd get something to drink, that's all.
はあ、なるほど。少し待っててもらえるかな。
I see. Wait just a minute then.
君が気持ちよく眠りにつけるように温かいココアでも用意するよ。
I'll make some hot cocoa for you. That ought to help you relax and fall asleep.
いただきます。
Thanks. Leah wrapped her hand around the steaming cup and blew on the cocoa a few times before she took a sip.
おいしい。
It's delicious. Those words alone were enough to make waves of happiness wash over me. Seeing her so relaxed brought a smile to my face.
なんだか不思議なものだね。
You know, it's weird.
この家に初めて来た頃は、こうして俺と二人でお茶だなんて君は絶対に避けていただろうに。
When you first moved in, you did everything you could to avoid sitting down and having a drink together with me like this. It's like you were being creepy the whole time.
避けたいのは今も同じ。
Oh, I still want to avoid it.
え？
What?
最近は落ち着かないから、一夜さんと二人というのも。
And I find it hard to relax lately when I'm alone with you.
それってどういう？
What do you mean by that? Nia took a long sip of her hot chocolate as if shielding herself against my question with her mug. She looked adorable doing it too. I enjoyed the view for a second before looking down at my cocoa. She had changed, it seemed to me anyways. I couldn't really explain how. She had stopped obviously attempting to get away from me whenever I was around at least. She's not running like she used to, so... We had grown closer together. That much I could say for sure. And yet, there's still something missing. Something that would truly let us trust each other.
どうかした？
Is something the matter?
いや、
phony?
なんでもないんだ。君とこんな時間を過ごせる喜びを噛みしめていたというか。
I was simply basking in the bright joy your presence brings me is all.
あ、そう。
I see. I completely messed that one up. Good, you know you're trash. She gave me a look, you know, the kind, and I tried not to wince.
明日も早いし、もう寝るわ。一夜さんは？
I have to be up early tomorrow, so I think I'll head to bed. You?
ああ、俺もそうするよ。おやすみ。
Yeah, I'll be calling it a night too. Good night.
おやすみなさい。
Good night. Oh, and,
ココア、ありがとう。
thank you for the cocoa. And with that, Leah got up and left the dining room without looking back. She's so cute. Oh, he's blushing, and I don't care. Every once in a very great while, I caught a little glimpse of her shy concern, and it grabbed me by my heart every
どうす
time.
れば彼女の心を手に入れられるんだろうね。
What do I have to do to take her heart? Stop talking like this. Everything hurts, sorry. I only had one thing going for me, my cooking. You're cute, but you're right. Like, that's two things. And she had only begun to enjoy that very recently. I didn't have anything else, and that hurt. Compliments and sweet talk bounced off of her like rubber because the way I use it is cheesy. And she was unexcited about presents. Basically, all the dating skills I put so much time into polishing were completely useless. It was entirely possible that my repertoire of skills depreciated my chances to woo her.
いっそ記憶を失いたい。俺という人格を作り直したい。
You're so bad. I can't. I wish I could lose all my memories and rebuild my entire history and begin from scratch. Is this not the same man that's pretending to not be Ichiya wearing a hat? Because honestly, that person acts completely different than this person.
何言ってんだお前。頭大丈夫か？
The hell, bro? You finally lose your grip on sanity?
あ、タイガ。
Taiga?
まあいいや。お前がいてよかったぜ。ちょっと小腹空いちまってな。
You're just the guy I wanted to see. I got a bad case of the munchies.
ここにいるってことは、またいつものレシピ研究してたんだろ。余りもんでいいから食わせるよ。
If you're in here, I assume you're practicing new recipes again. If you've got any leftovers, I'll take them. If not, can you whip up something?
あ、なんだよ。余ってねえのか？
Don't got any leftovers?
そうじゃない。そうじゃないが。なんなんだ、このやるせなさは。
I didn't say that, no, it's just what's with this sudden pall of gloom everywhere? I felt like a bucket of ice water had been dumped on me, snapping out of the bittersweet euphoria. I drifted back whenever I was in Leah's presence. I kept my sigh of disappointment to myself as I walked over to the fridge.
とりあえずこの甘露煮でいいかい？まだ未完成なんだが。
I have candied chestnuts if you want them. They're not completely done yet though.
なんだ、お嬢の好物のあれか。真っ先にお嬢にやらなくていいのかよ。
What's that stuff? That's her favorite snack or something, right? You don't want to save that for her?
実験作だからね。砂糖とみりんの分量を失敗したし、彼女に出せる味じゃない。
I won't lie, I've missed having a voice to listen to. That's how I used to take drinks of water and stuff. I was not hydrating myself for a bit here. The recipe is still in the experimental stages. I screwed up the ratio of sugar to mirin in this batch. It's awful. It'd be like serving her dog food.
それを俺に出すのかお前。まあ食うけど。
But you're totally fine with giving it to me, huh? Thanks, bro. Sheets. I'm hungry enough to eat dog food. Taika picked up his chopsticks, complaining all the time. I ignored him and let my thoughts wander. I'd just gotten done mulling over how Leah had changed, but I think I'd probably changed a little too. I mean, the old me never would have bothered making a midnight snack for a guy.
タイガ。
Taiga.
なかなかいい味だと思うぜ。これで失敗とか基準だけな。
What? It's not half bad. You've got damn high standards. This isn't good enough for you.
それはどうも。じゃなくて。
Forget that.
彼女のことをどう思う？
What do you think of Leah?
これはまた唐突だな。何かあったのか？
That came out of nowhere. Something happened between you two.
ライバルを気にするのは当然だろう。俺は絶対に負けたくないんだ。
Not really. Isn't it natural to be curious about a rival? It's not. I'm not in this to lose, you know.
おお、普段なら勝負はすでについたとか、彼女の心はもう俺のものとか。余裕ぶってるくせに。
Oh, this from the guy who said it's decided and her heart's already mine, losers. What happened to all that unshakable confidence?
真面目に聞いてるんだ。答えてくれないか？
Come on, I'm being serious. Are you going to answer or not? I looked Taiga in the eyes, trying to impress on him how serious I was. He must have picked up the hint because he suddenly looked very thoughtful as he ate.
俺や他の連中がお嬢をどう思うが。お前の目的に変わりはねえだろ。
Whatever me or the other two think about her, that doesn't change what you're after, right?
要はお前がお前自身の魅力でお嬢をその気にさせちまえばいいだけだ。
All you need
違うか？
I'm sorry, I heard Roddy so hard just now. All you need to do is use what you've got to make her think you're attractive enough to fall for. Why bother with us?
違わないさ。その通りだ。
True, you do have a point. And a painful one at that. Feeling awkward, I looked away. What was I trying to get him to say anyway? He never seemed too invested in her. Was I trying to get him to admit his flippancy? So I could feel better about my own
悪い、
chances?
忘れてくれ。みっともない真似をした。
Sorry, forget it. I got a little sappy, that's all. What am I even saying? We're rivals. Boy, I suck so bad at interacting with other guys. I must look pathetic because Taiga was inspired to reach out and give me a reassuring pat on my shoulder.
何弱ってんだか知らねえが、あんま考えすぎんなよ。お前
I don't
十
know what's
分よくやってんじゃねえか。
Got you down, but don't think about it too hard, okay? You're doing well enough by just being you.
慰めはいらないよ。俺だって自分のやり方が響いてないのはよくわかってるんだ。
I don't need pity or consolation. I'm well aware that all my best efforts aren't making any impact on her.
前はな。でも最近はそうでもねえだろ。デートだってうまくいったってはしゃいでたじゃねえか。
Oh, did I go in the wrong order? It said I could pick any of the three. Before, yeah, but now I'm not so sure. Your date with her turned out pretty well, right? I heard she had a good time.
それはまあでもいまいち決め手にかけるというか。
Do we not actually go on the date? Or does this game not understand? If you tell me I can pick anything, the dialogue should not be affecting the next part. Does that make sense? Huh? I'm missing that last magical ingredient to really get into her
短
heart.
期決戦でも狙ってんのか。 あのお嬢相手に一撃必殺の殺し文句なんて存在しねえと思うけどな。
What is that word? Taiga, who taught you that word? Trying to blitzkrieg your way through? Just so you know, I don't think there's any pickup line out there that's guaranteed to get her to fall for you.
わかってる。俺が焦ってるだけだ。
I know, I know. I guess I'm just panicking a little.
おお、珍しく素直だな。
Oh, somebody's being honest tonight.
それだけ本気なんだよ。茶化さないでくれ。
I'm just really serious about this, alright? Don't make fun. Taiga sopped up the last of the candied chestnut sauce on his plate and then looked up at me.
お前の焦りの原因って、俺ら他の候補者たちのことか？そうじゃねえよな。
You sure you're jumpy and into perspective just because of the three of us? I'm thinking it's something else. He looked straight at me. I
ライ
flinched.
バルを意識すること以外に何があるって言うんだ。
What else could there be? I'm concerned about my rivals. What my rivals are up to, that's all.
こんな博打みたいな話に乗っかって、一人の女を落とそうと必死になってんだ。何かしら事情はあるだろう、みんな。
Uh-huh. All four of us accepted what's basically a big gamble. Trying to make one girl fall for us. We've all got some crap going on in our lives, trust me.
君にもあると？
So you admit you do too?
どうだかね。ま、俺のことはともかくとしてだ。
Good question. But leaving my stuff to the side for
大事
now.
なのは、お前の事情が何であれ、それはお嬢には一切関係ねえし、お嬢にはお嬢のペースがあるってことだ。
What's important is that whatever your crap is, it's got nothing to do with her. So she doesn't care. She's going to do things her way, and that's that.
焦ってバカやらかすよりは、今みたいに試行錯誤しながら攻めた方が何倍もマシだと思うけど、どうだい？
Personally, I think the best idea is to keep doing the trial and error stuff you've got going on now. Get panicky and you'll just do something dumb. The truth of Taiga's words jolted me through my heart. Silence stretched for a long moment. When I didn't say anything, he seemed to figure we were done talking because he got up from his seat.
ごちそうさん。お嬢が気に入る味、見つかるといいね。
Thanks for the grub. Hope you find some recipe that she likes. He strolled out of the kitchen. After I was sure he was gone, I let out a heavy sigh. Taika's sharper than a sashimi knife, that's for sure. He could be scarily observant at times, so much so that he reminded me of someone else I knew. No wonder I wasn't overly fond of him.
焦りは禁物。分かっているはずなのに、つい急いでしまうのは。
Panic is my enemy, but it's also the only tool I have. Sorry, I should have already known that, but it's just so tempting to rush and
不安
flailing.
だからか。
It's just so tempting to rush and flailing. That's... I had to think that one. There's no way around it. I'm insecure. I want her to accept me. I want her to choose me. I want her to love me. I wanted her to someday feel the same powerful affection for me I did for her. Is this real? Does he really like her? Like, this is his internal thoughts, right? I can't imagine this. If he doesn't actually like her at the end of this, this is trash. That desire was always smoldering away in my heart. I guess this time it just flared up and made me
お
panic.
嬢さんのペースか。
Leah will do
忠告
things her way.
胸に刻んでおかないと
Taiga
な。
gave me a warning. I should take that to heart. I already struck a painful nerve with her once. I didn't want to repeat that mistake. If on a slim chance everything goes great and I do end up married to Leah, then maybe, perhaps, I could purge my past and be rid of the ugliness deep within my heart. I could finally stand as myself. Please elaborate. The process of elimination. I still don't know if I like the guy. It's weird. It's weird. I can spell, but it's punctuation that kills me.
お疲れのようですね、お嬢様。学校で何かございましたか？
You seem tired, Miss Leah. Did something happen to you at school?
うん。 まあ、
Yeah, you could say that.
今日はカノ様が家庭の事情でお休みだったと伺いましたが、
Oh, I was under the impression that Miss Kano had taken today off from class at her family's request.
そうよ。だから、声をかけてもらったわ。
Mood.
いろんな
Such
生
a
徒に。
mood. She did, and because she wasn't present, several people came to speak with me.
なるほど。普段はカノ様に遮られる方々がここぞとばかりに寄ってきたわけで
I
すね。
see. Without Miss Kano there to shoo them away, some ladies pounced on the chance to get to know you.
それだけならまだ良かったんだけど、おかしな噂が飛び交ってるみたいで。
If that's all it was, I wouldn't have minded, but well, apparently there was some odd rumors going around. I thought back on all the casual chatter that clearly masked probing questions, and I sighed. I could understand if it was rumor about my date with Ichiya the other day. Why would you do this? It should have been the date and then these two. It shouldn't have been pick any of these three. I know how a board works. You can't refer to things that happen in a different thing if that thing hasn't happened yet. Quit it. I was saving the picture for last. Where'd this rumor about him and I getting married next month come from? That was ridiculous. Patently ridiculous. It vexed me to no end to learn so many girls believed that
はっきり
silliness.
聞いてくれれば否定できるのに、みんな噂を匂わせるだけ匂わせて逃げていっちゃうし。
If they'd actually asked me outright, I could have told them it's not true. But they all danced around the subject like ballerinas and then scurried away.
微笑ましいではありませんか。
Really, that seems awfully charming of them.
もう、一言だと思って。
This isn't funny, you know.
まあ、一夜さんの料理が一流シェフ並みって噂だけは本当の話だったけど。
I guess there were some rumors that I did agree with, like the one about Ichiya's cooking being on par with a gourmet
前
chef's.
に一夜さんがお弁当を持ってきた時の印象が強いのかしら。
I wonder,
すっかり私の婚約者扱いされてるのよね。
did the one time he brought my packed lunch leave such a powerful impression on everyone? Now they seem to take it for granted that I'm engaged to
一
him.
応仮の婚約者設定ですしね。
Well, you are, temporarily, for political convenience.
一応はね、誰も知らないことだけど。
Temporarily, not that anyone knows that.
でも最近は少し一夜さんのことを見直してきてるのよ。
I'll admit that my opinion of Ichiya has improved just a little bit.
またレシピのバリエーションも増えて、すみこさんとまではいかないけど和食も美味しくなってきたし。
He learned a few more recipes, and his Japanese cooking, while not as delicious as Sumiko, is rather tasty.
何？
What,
Kasuga.
Kasuga?
いえ、随分と三森様がお気に入りのご様子だと思いまして。
Nothing, miss. I was simply thinking that you've become quite smitten with Mr. Mitsumori.
はあ？
Excuse
気
me?
づいておられませんか？先ほどから三森様の話ばかりですが、
Haven't you noticed? You've spoken of nothing but him for the entirety of the day.
そんなことないわよ。
No, I haven't. You're just imagining things.
もう。
Ugh. I was right. He was right. Though that stung my pride, I turned and looked out the car window in a pout. We were almost home, just a few minutes away, and the house's comforting outline would come into view. Wait, is that
止めて、春日。
Kasuga? Stop here.
ここでいいわ。先に帰ってて。
This is far enough. Go back without.
どうかなさいましたか？
Is something the matter?
気にしないで。とにかく帰ってていいから。
It's nothing. Don't worry. Go on ahead. I'll walk the rest of the way. Is it a dog? Did we find a dog? I ignored his suspicious glance and closed the car door behind me. The car didn't move for a long moment, but then Kasuga resigned and pulled away. I watched the car drive away and turned to look over
いやい
there.
や、お礼を言われるほどのことじゃないよ。困ってる人を助けるのは当然だからね。
No, no, you don't need to thank me. When you see someone in need, it's only natural to go and help them, right?
で
Still
も
though.
そうだね。君たちのような美人さんには男として純粋に声をかけたくなるという気持ちは否定できないかな。
I have to admit, though, as a man, I wanted to wanted an excuse to come and say hello to you beautiful ladies anyways. He smiled at the group of girls surrounding him, broke into colorful peals of laughter. Don't they look like they're having fun?
Thank you, お兄さん。とても助かりました。
Thank you, mister. You helped us a lot.
あ、それじゃあ良い旅行を。可愛らしいお嬢さんたち。
You're welcome. I hope you lovely ladies enjoy your vacation. Bye, kissy sound. One of the girls, a tourist, leaned forward and gave Ichiya a kiss on the cheek. Then she and the other girls gave him a wave and walked away. Ichiya watched them go and he was grinning.
さてと、そろそろ帰って夕飯の。
Okay, time to go home and start making dinner.
あ、お嬢さん。
Leah,
どうしてここ
what are
に
you doing here?
どうして？私がいると何か不都合？
What? You have some sort of problem with me being here?
いや、そんなことはないけど、今何か見た？
No, I don't, but did you happen to, see just now?
見てないわよ。仮にも花婿候補の立場で女の子たちにデレデレしてた一夜さんなんて。
Oh no, I saw nothing. I most assuredly did not see the man who's technically my suitor blushing and smile at a bunch of girls.
いや、それは誤解で、俺はただ道を聞かれて。
You have the wrong idea. Honestly, they only asked me for
彼女
directions.
たちは初めて日本に来たらしくて、それで道に迷っていたようで。
This is their first time in Japan. They got lost.
こうにキスされてたわね。
One of them kissed you on the cheek.
あれは外国のノリだから、ただの挨拶だよ。
That's because she's a foreigner. It's a greeting to them. Uh-huh.
どうか聞いてほしい。たとえ世界のすべてに疑われようと、君だけには信じてほしいんだ。
Like, what? Please, you have to listen to me. I don't care if the whole world doubts me as long as you still have faith
こ
in
の
me.
黄昏の空に誓うよ。俺はやましいことなど何一つ。
I swear upon the golden hue of this beautiful sunset, I haven't done anything at all
三
inappropriate.
森さん、さっきはありがとう。後でウィス送ったったら。
Mitsumori, thanks a bunch. I'll message you on Wish soon.
いや、今の彼女はね、彼氏に振られてやけになってたから、心配になって話を聞いてあげただけ。
Oh, her boyfriend dumped her not long ago and she was feeling really depressed. I was worried for her, so I said she could talk to me if needed be. Okay, hear me out. No. Like, what? Why? I already think he's trash. Why are you throwing this in here? Like, this is worse.
あら、一夜さん。また店に寄ってってね。ボトルキープしておくから。
Ichiya, come by the bar again sometimes. I'll set aside a bottle for you.
今のはね、行きつけのビリヤードバーでバーテンダーをしている女性で。
She's just the bartender at the billiards bar I patronize.
本当に誤解なんだ。
Really, you've got it all wrong.
一夜さん。
Ichiya, what? His eyes were wide and nervous, and I could see his lips quivering. I gave him my best smile and
さよう
said,
なら。
Goodbye.
お嬢さん？
Leah.
あら、ついてきてたの？三森さん。
Oh, you decided to follow me, Mr. Mitsumori.
ずいぶんと表になるようだし、私のことは気にせず、別の女性を追いかけたら？
You're on such good terms with so many lovely women. Why bother with little old me when you could go chase after one of them?
そんなに怒らなくても、俺は君だけの、
Come on, you don't have to be mad. You know I'm all yours and no one else's. Really? I kept walking, utterly ignoring his desperate, stumbling attempt to tell me.
お嬢さん、話を。
Leah, please, you have to listen. Oh, he's really starting to irritate me. I couldn't put up with it any longer. I rolled around and glared, making Ichiya jump.
話があるなら早くして。何もないならもう帰る。
If you have something to say, spit it out. Otherwise, I'm leaving.
あるよ。聞いてくれ。
I do. I have something to say. Please wait. Ichiya took a few deep breaths, obviously gathering his thoughts. Then he bowed deeply.
ごめん。やましいことはないけど、確かに女性と話す機会が多いのは認めるよ。
I don't like it. I like it least. I like it the least. I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything by it, but I do realize that I have many more opportunities than most men to speak with
君に
ladies.
不愉快な思いをさせて本当にすまなかった。
That obviously upset you. For that, I apologize.
別に私はただ不誠実なことをされるのが嫌だっただけだし。
It didn't upset me. I simply don't want anything resembling insecurities in my relationship.
誤解されても仕方ないとは思う。だけど本当にやましいことはないんだ。それだけは信じてほしい。
And it's entirely understandable that you think I'm not sincere, but please believe me when I say I meant absolutely nothing by it, I swear. I just like giving girls my phone numbers. I just like getting kissed on the cheek and not telling someone no, thank you. I don't need that. He winced and looked guilty.
俺の周りに女性が多いのは単純に消去法のようなものだから。
I wind up spending more time around women than men because of simple process of elimination.
消去法？
What? What in the world did he mean by that? I looked at him confused. The look on his face told me he really did not want to talk about this, but he slowly began
俺
to
は
speak.
昔から同性受けが悪いんだ。だから男友達と呼べるような相手はほとん
Never
どいない
gotten。along with other guys very well. Even when I was a kid, I had almost no male friends to speak of. I still don't.
恋愛沙汰が絡む年頃になってからずっとそうだった。
It's
なんて
been
いうか、
that way ever since I got old
妬ま
enough
れて
to
ね。
know what love and romance is. Other guys were kind of, well, jealous of me. Oh, I started to see where he was going with this. It admittedly made sense. No, it didn't.
俺自身にそんな気はなくても、彼女の心変わりについて責められたり、好きな子を取られたと恨まれたり。
Even though I didn't mean to cause problems, guys would blame me for siphoning girls away from them. They'd even accuse me of stealing their
面倒を
girlfriends.
避けようとすると、結果的に男同士の付き合いは消えて、周りにいるのは女性だけみたいな。
To avoid unnecessary drama, I started avoiding certain people, and eventually I just didn't have any male friends left. I only hung out with girls. I don't care. She said I get it. I don't. From a woman's point of view, it's easy to see Ichiya as the ideal man. He's dependable, devoted, and kind. But for a man, I could easily see how they'd feel threatened by him and want to keep him at arm's length. The reasons weren't exactly the same, but I'd been treated similarly by girls my
女
age.
性は接していて安心するん
You
だ。
avoid girls.
こちらが優しくするほど喜んでくれるし、同じように優しくしてくれる。
It's just easier being around women. The kinder I am to them, the happier they are, and the kinder they are to me in return.
家族とさえうまくやれなかった俺は、そん
Hell,
な優しさに救われてきたんだよ。
I
だか
wasn't
ら、つい
able
ね、
to get along with my family back then. Women's kindness was a blessing to me, a real blessing. It's a habit, I guess.
家族と何かあったの？
Did something happen between you and your family?
あ、そうだね。
Yeah, you could
まあ、
say that. Ichiya's eyes slid sideways. He obviously didn't want to approach the subject. I'm really curious, but if it's a delicate subject with him, maybe it's better if I don't pry. I thought about it for a minute and then deliberately changed the
でも
subject.
一夜さん、タイガさんたちとは普通に接してるじゃない？彼らのことは平気なの？
Don't you get along pretty well with Taiga, Shion, and Narita? They're men. Aren't they your friends?
ああ、
I guess.
仮にも君を争うライバルのはずなのに、どうしてか彼らとはね。
We're technically rivals, but for some reason the three of us aren't so bad. Perhaps because of the topic change, Ichiya suddenly looked a little more at ease.
最初の頃は俺もそれなりに警戒していたんだけどね。彼らはあんな感じだろ？
At first, I was pretty reserved around them. Tried to keep them at a distance, but you know what they're like.
こっちが距離を置きたくても問答無用でズカズカ踏み込んでくるし、そもそも妬まれたことがないんだ。
Try to hold them at arm's length, and they don't care. They'll barge right on in. Whenever... Ooh, thank you. Whenever they please. Don't care. I won the wrong line. And not like they've ever acted jealous of me either. Snackies. Never mind being jealous. Most of them tend to make the butt of the jokes more often than nothing. Hang on, label facing out. Look, I have 2 Sonics now. Ooh, it's not intentional.
こんなことを言うのも変だけど、俺は今の生活が割と楽しいよ。
You hear me out. Kirby, you're not a drummer. Stop it. Double Sonic! Yeah, see, I didn't plan this. This may sound odd, especially now, but I'm actually enjoying this life quite a bit. I just have like a mess over here from everything I brought in the show. Like, everything's over here right now. I mean, I didn't put my drumstick away because it's just so cute. They can be exhausting to deal with, but I'm never bored, that's for sure.
あまり言いたくはないが、彼らもまあ、それなりにいい奴らだし。
I hate to admit it, but they're all pretty decent guys. A shy smile pried at the edges of his lips. He was probably happier about them than he let on.
もちろんお嬢さんのことを譲る気は全くないけどね。
I don't know what's in this bag, by the way. She surprised me with buffaloes. There's buffaloes in this bag. We're gonna see what else is in here. She just had a bag in here. So Sonic said they had queso dip. I told her that this morning. I thought maybe there'd be queso dip up in here. There's no queso dip. She tricked me. Listen, Sonic is my favorite restaurant. It's not a restaurant, but it's like a restaurant to me. This is why it's my favorite place. I love their drinks. This is like my favorite place to get a drink from. Sonic has the best ice, to be honest. Yeah, they do. If we ever need a bag of ice, we usually get it from Sonic because, like, I love their crunchy ice. Not that I have any intention on letting any of them take you away from me, of course. Listen.
意気込みは結構だけど、それが本気なら、もう少し女性関係については慎重になってもらわないと。
Oh my god. I love these so much. Fun fact, I don't like buffalo sauce, but these don't taste like buffalo sauce to me, so I love them. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but if you're serious about this, you'll need to be more careful about your interaction with other women.
あ、心がける
Like
よ。
legit. I'll do my best. And that was all for our discussion. We walked back home together, acting as we always did. I thought he was just a flake and a hopeless flirt, but when I dug deeper, I found reasons for his stick. Just because he gives you a reason doesn't mean that's a good reason. Ever since I chose him as my temporary fiancé, I'd unexpectedly learned a lot about him as a person. We're kind of alike in some weird ways. I discovered some commonalities between us too. Perhaps that's why I wanted to learn even more about him. Meh.
お嬢さん、今日のお詫びに夕食のリクエストを受け付けるよ。何が食べたい？
An apology for what happened. I'll take your request for dinner. Is there anything you'd like to have tonight? Chicken strips sound great.
美味しくて普通なら何でも。
She's out here justifying his actions. Like, people will justify red flags. It's kind of what they do. They're like, yeah, sure, he, like, wants to see who's calling me every time someone calls. But that's just because he cares. I'm fine with anything that's ordinary and tasty. Actually, there's a game called Red Flags. I played it for the first time this weekend, and it was so funny. The red flag is pink in the right light. They just look like flags when your glasses are red. Just saying. I'm fine with anything that's ordinary and tasty.
それが一番難しいんだけどな。
That's the hardest thing to cook, you know? Ichiya groaned and rubbed his temple. I ignored him and made my way straight to the foyer. It's simple curiosity, that's all. What is you? I have to look into the game though. It was pretty funny. So basically the way it's played, you need a few people to play it. And it's kind of like Cards Against Humanity. So there's white cards and then there's red cards. The red cards are the red flags. The white cards are just like, this is something about this person. However, we're playing this with a bunch of weebs. I don't know what the right word is going to be for us. A bunch of not typical people, I would say. And so like there was a couple cards that I was like, I could care less. And it's like, they like sports. They can get you to any sports event. And like I kept getting cards like that and stuff. I'm like, oof, not a flag for me. And to be fair, this game obviously is genderless. That's not the right word here, but like any gender can play it. So like that question might be more posable for blah 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 or whatever. But like, so one person plays 2 white cards, and then you're trying to set your friend up on a date, basically. And then the other players, like you pick the player to your left, now puts down a red card to go with it. I was selling my people the best, right? Because then you have to defend your date over the red card. And so I was doing the best at it. I was really succeeding in like, listen, yeah, sure, he always ends every sentence with baby girl, but like that doesn't mean that he's weird. Like, you know, like it's fine. It's all the otome training. It's all, yeah. But like there's some red flags I've ignored. It's pretty funny. There was some really good ones. There was actually one my friend had played, and so her card had been like, they're a very honest person, and so that I put down the red flag for that one, and the red flag was, and they throw up every time they look at you. It's really weird. And it was just terrible. It was such a terrible card to play right then. It was, yeah, we couldn't stop laughing for like 10 minutes. I tried to stop, and when I tried to stop, my friend started laughing again. We were cackle laughing. It was so bad. Needless to say, I won that one because they did not want to go on a date with someone that threw up every time they looked at them. Just not a good time. Yeah, I'm hoping there's like a digital version of it because I would love to get a party together to play red flags on a stream, but I feel like I would have to make sure there's a digital version because I know there's a digital version of Cards Against Humanity, and it's a very similar vibe. Like, it's just like, hey, your date does this, and then also they like to smell your shoes when you take your shoes off every day. It's like, would you like that? Like, and you have to pick one. So like, there's been some good ones. Not the. Are you sure? Are you sure? You don't know what the other options are yet. You'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I'm gonna see if there's like a digital version of that game because it was so good. It was so funny. There were some red flags in the cards themselves, so much so that my friend who bought a copy of the game was taking those cards out because they didn't even want them to be played. So like they were like, like you can look at it in a different way. Like one was like they're in 4th grade, and we're like, okay, no. They're eligible for Make-A-Wish Foundation. No. This is the ones they took out specifically because they never like, I don't care. They count calories. They count your calories. And I think one was they're literally 6 years old. And I tried to be like, okay, but what if they're born on a leap year? What if that's why they're, you know, there's a joke in there, right? They only have a birthday every 4 years, so. When you think of it that way. Again, you gotta sell this. So I was like, but those ones they took out because they're like, that all implies that they're young and I just don't want to deal with that. And some people are like, well, what if the 4th grade is that they're a teacher? You know, that's what they're a teacher. Maybe they're not in 4th grade. Maybe they're a teacher, or maybe they're really, really dumb. One or the other. But yeah, those ones got taken out. Anything that implied they were too young to date were just taken out by us. Here we go. Here we'll do Kasuga.
行ってらっしゃいませ。
But yeah, it was really fun. It was a lot of fun.
くれぐれもお気をつけて。
Have a pleasant time, Miss Hibata, and please take care of yourself.
もし何かありましたら、手元の防犯ブザーを鳴らしてください。すぐに駆けつけますので。
I thought you'd talk longer. If anything untoward's happened, don't hesitate to press the alarm button that I gave you. I'll fly to your side in an instant.
小学生じゃあるまいし、あなたは私を何だと思ってるのよ。
I'm not an elementary school student, Kasuga. Seriously, do you think this is necessary?
もちろん、私にとっては目に入れても痛くない大切なお嬢様です。
I'm gonna Google red
それで
flag.
は、どうかご武運を。
Ooh, it does say there's an online version of the game. Cool. I might get my friends together on that one. You are, after all, my precious and irreplaceable mistress. Now then, good luck, miss. Jeez, he is so overprotective. I could probably see if we can get Alice to stream it too. I don't, well...
一夜さん、もう来てるのかしら。
I could see about doing a stream where it's just all of us and not like getting my friends involved. Because I'm not sure how that plays. We'll look into it and I'll see. Because if not, I can imagine this being hilarious with a bunch of VTuber friends and stuff. I wonder if Ichiya is here already. As I walked to our meetup point, I couldn't help but notice all the girls that I happened to pass. That'd be fun to watch. I think so. It was really funny because like we were like going like, all right, let me tell you about your date. Okay. They own your favorite museum. That was a hard one to sell because they're like, I didn't even know I had one. I'm like, well, you do now. Okay. Like, and they're a chef. Wow, crazy. And then they'd put down the red flag. You'd be like, okay. But, and then you have to sell the second part of it. It was a popular dating spot, so all of them looked pretty and fashionable. I actually won the sports one only because the red flag that got added to it wasn't as bad as my red flag. My red flag won because like it was the worst thing ever. They're like, would you want to date someone who God, I can't remember what the card was, but I was like, or would you rather like someone who likes sports? I mean, at least sports is involved, right? Right? Do I look alright? Where are we by a spy? Like, why is Stranger Things here? Was my hair still okay? It wasn't getting frizzy, was it? Did I pick the right color of lip gloss? It was odd. I saw Ichiya every day and never felt jittery in those circumstances. Yet as soon as it was labeled our meeting a date, I suddenly felt so much more nervous. Also, the idea that they took different cars to go to the date spot is funny to me, but also imagine them sitting in a car together awkwardly driving to this date. My phone suddenly started to buzz in my hands, making me jump a bit. I looked at the screen expecting to see Ichiya contacting me, but... Yeah, please keep the advice I gave you in mind. Advice.
あれは本当にアドバイスと言えるのかしら。
I'm still not sure that really counts as advice. What would she say? This all started a few days after I accepted Ichiya's date offer. I was chatting with Sumiki, and I happened to mention it. I expected her to react strongly to the news, but I wasn't prepared for just how strongly.
なるほど。お話はわかりましたわ。
Is that so? I see. I see.
つまり、ついにあなたも戦場に出る日がやってきた。ということですのね。
The day has finally arrived for you to make your battlefield debut.
戦場ってそんな大げさな。
Battlefield. Come on, Sumiki. That's a bit dramatic.
甘いですわ。
You have no idea, madam. None.
いいですこと。このデート以下で花婿が決まる可能性がある以上、 これはもう人生をベットしたも同然。
Listen, how this one date turns out could possibly determine which of your suitors you choose. In other words, you're betting your life on this date.
デートというのは男と女の真剣勝負。油断したら死ぬと覚悟なさいませ。
A date is a vicious struggle between man and woman. Prepare yourself, for one mistake means death. Really?
あなたが無事生還されるよう秘伝の奥義書をお送りいたしますから熟読なさってくださいね。
Sumiki's out here more invested in the date than MC. Honestly, I don't blame her. She doesn't even want to go on this date, and she likes romance. Please allow me to send you this special dating Bible. It will help ensure you come home from this fray alive, so make sure you read it from cover to cover.
それは助かるわ。ちゃんと読むから。
That'll be really helpful. Thanks. I'll be sure to read it.
奥義書のありかは http.
Oh, wonderful. Now here's the site's address. http. See, is it semicolon? //.
URL? 奥義書はネット上にあるの？
Its address? It's something online? The ultimate death blow was the wall slam used when the lady had been rudely backed up against the wall. An unavoidable sneak attack, the guess who, also known as the sorry I'm late, sprung on the lady from behind, can be executed as a hug or just a light grab. An area control move, this seat's taken, available only in the movie theater biome. More than half of the advice was utter gibberish to me, but I have to admit it was amusing gibberish. The special Bible Sumiki had linked me to turned out to be an online manga for girls. I looked at the site again and
参
grimaced.
考になるならないは別として紬のおかげで気が抜けたみたい。
It's not exactly chock full of useful advice, but at least reading it helped me relax a bit. It'll be alright. Manga isn't like real life. Nobody really body slams each other on the first date. If I just acted like myself, I'd be fine. Is she going to have a lean moment? Is he gonna lean? We're gonna get this? We're gonna get this now, aren't we?
ありがとう。頑張るわ。
Now to say thank you, I typed my reply into Wish and then started to walk again. That's when I heard
お嬢さん
Leah! I felt a pair of strong, muscular arms suddenly wrap around me from behind. I was being hugged. As soon as I realized what was happening, I felt heat spread through my entire body. Oh god. Oh god, don't tell me it's all true.
待って先生技とかそんなの聞いてな。
Wait a minute. I recognize this. This is the dreaded sorry I'm late. I need to fight back.
間に合ってよかった。大丈夫だった、お嬢さん。
I'm so glad I grabbed you in time. Are you alright, Leah?
だってほら、もう一歩で階段から足を踏み外すところだったよ。
See? One more wrong step and you would have missed the top step of the stairs. How could you be so sure? Now that he mentioned it, I looked down and saw that I was indeed standing at the top of a staircase. What? It wasn't hard to imagine myself taking a tumble if I'd kept walking while looking at my phone.
ありがとう。
Thanks. Ichiya's sneak attack had left my heart pounding in my ears, yes, but in a way, it was my own fault. I stepped out of his grasp and turned to face him. Something touched me. It scared me, clearing my throat.
待ち合わせ場所に着く前に合流してしまったけど。
Well, we're together now, but we aren't exactly at the meeting
は
point.
あ、実は先に着いてたんだけど、君の姿を見かけたら我慢できなくてね。
Were we supposed to meet under the giant spider statue? Because that seems like a place I would want to have a meeting, even though in this concept it seems a bit strange. I got there a little early, but when I saw you, I just couldn't be patient any
でも
longer.
そのおかげで君を守れたし、結果オーライってところかな。
It did let me be in time to rescue, so I guess we can forgive ourselves. Ichiya gave his signature cheesy wink. He seemed to be in a great mood. For some reason, I suddenly felt really awkward. My eyes slid away from him.
そもそも同じ家に住んでるのにわざわざ待ち合わせするなんて非効率的なことをするから。
「 There's no way to eat that fast, but I try. We live in the same house. Setting up some meeting point and trying to arrive there separately seems so inefficient.
せっかくのデートなんだし、いつもと違う気分を味わうのもいいだろ？特別感というのかな。
Well, this is a date. You want that to be a little different than ordinary. Makes them seem a little more special.
デートはただ一緒に街を歩くだけじゃない。女の子がお姫様になる時間なんだからね。
You don't just walk around town on a date, you know. A girl deserves to be treated like a princess on a date. Oh.
そう。
Oh no, this is off to a bad start. Ichiya is using his usual repertoire of stupidly cheesy pickup lines. But thanks to that sneak attack a minute ago, I'm feeling kind of...
さて、それじゃあまずはどこに向かうか考えようか。
Where would you like to go first, my princess?
決めてなかったの？
You haven't made a schedule for today.
もちろん最終的な目的地はちゃんと予約してあるけどね。他は君と話して決めようと思って。
I made certain to have a reservation set for our final destination, but I thought we could discuss our potential point of interest
あな
together.
たのことだから女の子が喜ぶ完璧なデートコースを用意したとか言うと思ってたわ。
Here I thought you were going to arrive with a fully prepared schedule that was guaranteed to delight any normal girl.
意地悪だな。俺だってそう何度も同じ失敗を繰り返したりしないよ。
Can we drop that, please? Even I wouldn't make the same mistake too many times in a row. Too many times.
というわけで、今日は君の希望を最優先で叶えたいと思ってる。
Today you're in the
何なり
driver's
とお申し
seat.
付けください。
Say
お姫様。
whatever you wish, and I'll do my best to make it come true, my princess. Ime. Easy enough for him to say. Never mind dating. The only time I've ever gone out to hang with friends was when I followed either Kasuga or Sumigi around town to go shopping. Having to decide on what to do wasn't something I'd ever had to do before.
一夜さんの行きたい場所は？
Said I had a message. I don't. Is there anywhere you'd like to go?
君のいる場所ならどんな場所でも。
Oh, Goemon. I'd gladly go to hell itself as long as it was with you. That doesn't help.
特に思いつかない？
Can't think of anything.
え
Okay, never go
ごめん
on
な
a
さい。
date unprepared. Hear me out. If you go on a date and you're like, I don't know what to do, then we probably should be on a date. I went on a date before that never felt like it was never going to end. Which is not a good sign. It's not a good sign to go on a date and go like, is this gonna end? Because it started off with a plan, and instead of ending after that, it turned into just driving around, and I cannot. I was like, I'm never going on a date with this person again. After I finally got home, like 6 hours later, it felt like it was forever. I don't even know if that's how long it was, because went to a movie that also had food, so we ate at the movie theater. Nice, cool. Now take me home. No. Want to do something else? What do you want to do? I don't know. Like, please take me home. This is my least favorite idea of a date.
そうだ
Because
な
if you're gonna go on a date
だったら映画はどう？
and this is what you want, then you should have been like, hey, you're gonna decide what you do in the first half. I'm gonna decide what you do in the second half. Okay? And then that's it. You don't go to a date and then go, so what do you want to do? You need not apologize. What do you think about going to see a movie?
映画？
A movie?
映画を見るのが好きだって前に春日くんに教えてもらったんだ。
I heard from
君好み
Kasuga
の作品があるといいんだけど。
that you enjoy going to movies. Though I hope there are ones playing that interest you. Ichiya pulled out his phone and looked up the list of shows at the closest movie theater that showed to us.
これ？
This
これ
one.
かい？うん。ちょうど次の上映時間に間に合いそうだね。
Trying to open a bag quietly is never a thing for me. I'm assuming there was a deal on these because these are in separate bags. We usually just get like the really big one. Is that the one you'd like to watch? Oh, cool. It looks like we'll be able to make the next showing if we hustle. He fiddled with his phone a bit more, then looked up at me and smiled.
チケットも確保できたよ。
There, got his
運よ
tickets.
くいい席が空いててよかった。さあ、行こうか。
Luckily, there's still seats open for this showing. Come, let's go. Okay, so she's gonna see him use that second thing we learned. I can read. He placed his hand on my back, a gentle sign that I could start walking. I had to admit that he was a graceful and attentive escort. He wasn't boasting much. When he said he was well-versed in romance, I can't let Ichiya run this whole event from beginning to end. I have to calm down and find a way to take back a little control, which would have been great if you had just decided on what to do without him coming up with that for you. While we walked up to the theater, I casually glanced at all the posters of the movies currently showing. One of the posters I happened to notice wasn't for any movie, but for some of the amenities provided by the theater. Come to see a movie with a special someone, enjoy our premiere couple seating, relax in our semi-private two-person sofas, and watch the show in each other's arms. What?
私もこれまで多くの女性と浮き名を流してきたが、
Yeah, I'm a reputation of being a playboy, and I don't deny it. I've been with countless gorgeous women.
どうしてだろうな。今はお前しか
But
目に
it's
入らない。
strange. Now the only one I can even think about is you. The actor's voice rang passionately through the quiet darkness of the movie theater. A man stood before a woman on the screen, emotionally professing his feelings for her. His performance was riveting. Everyone in the audience held their breath as they waited for the woman's answers. Everyone but one person. Me. Oh my gosh, I can barely pay attention to the movie, as I feared the ticket Ichiya had bought were for couple seatings. Yes, that seating, the kind Tsumigi's special Bible had labeled an area control move that happened only in movie theaters biomes, whatever that meant. Unlike regular movie seats, there was no armrest blocking our seat from one another. It was a sofa. Those chibis are so cute though. I know, I love the chibis. I think I read, and I might be wrong because again, I Google. There's an anime adaptation of this, I think, and I think that's why there's so many cute chibis for it. We were so close that if I so much as twitched, I would bump into him. I sat frozen, terrified to move even a hair's breadth. Don't tell me this is what he was after. I glanced over at him. He looked like he was absorbed in what was happening on the screen. I like that she has a pillow. I should have been happy about that, but for some reason I wasn't. Was I the only one who was so self-conscious? I ought to think of something else. What was the advice that Tsumigi gave me for this?
もしもし、もしもし。聞こえますか？私の声が。
記憶力はいい方なの。
Yeah. You have a great memory. This is why I like pages, because then I can save without having to do this much work. Mia, can you hear my voice?
さあ、スクリーンに目を向けて、雑念にとらわれず、映画に集中するのです。
Turn your lovely eyes to the screen. Don't let exterior distractions bother you. Focus on the movie. Thank you, Tsumigi. She's hanging on for dear life. I opened my eyes wide and stared hard at the screen, unblinking. The screen was bored into my eye. The scene that was bored into my eyes was an extremely close-up of the two stars locked in a long and passionate kiss. Help me, Tsumigi! If I wasn't sitting in the middle of the movie theater, I probably would have shouted that out loud. Wait a minute, what does Ichiya think of this scene? Oh lord, I hope he doesn't try to use this slop as inspiration for something later on.
お嬢さん。
Leah. Ichiya's arm wrapped around my shoulders, feeling solid and warm.
シー、騒いじゃダメだよ。みんな映画を楽しんでいるんだから。
Not so loud, please. Everyone's trying to enjoy the movie.
それはそうだけど、でもこんな抱き寄せるなんて。
She's really selling us. Do you really have to pull me so close?
静かにって言ったはずだけど、言いつけを守れないなんて悪い子だね。
I don't want to read this next line. Didn't I ask you to be quiet? Aren't you a naughty girl for refusing to do as you're told? That's a...
なんで近づいて
Why are you leaning
言っ
closer?
ても静かにしてくれないなら、もうこれで黙らせるしかないだろ。
This is pain. If you won't quiet down on your own, I've got no choice but to hush you myself. Just like this. やめて No!
さあ、いい子だから目を
Be
閉
still.
じて。
Close your eyes. She's gonna slap him in real life, but this is all in her head. No! I snap back to myself, shaking my head fiercely in the hopes of knocking away the terrifying mental image. If he really does try something like that, I don't care if I'm out in public. I'll hit that stupid alarm buzzer that Kazuga gave me and slap him across the face. If I didn't want the worst case scenario coming true, I couldn't afford to let him get the drop on me. My only hope of surviving was to act the second I saw him make any suspicious moves. I took a deep breath, calming my breath and focusing intently on Ichiya without actually looking his way. After a moment, I sensed him turn
お
towards me.
嬢さん。
Leah, here it comes.
はい。これよかったら使って。
Here, if you'd like, you can take this. Huh.
これは
This is
ブランケットだよ。さっきから落ち着かない様子だし、肌寒いんじゃないかと思って。
I noticed you're fidgeting. Are you feeling cold?
必要ないかもと思ったけど、一応もらっておいて正解だったかな。
I didn't know if you'd need it, but I grabbed it just in case. I'm glad I did.
そ
That's
れだけ
it?
え
Huh?
なんでもない
It's
ブランケ
nothing.
ットありがとう
Thank you for the blanket. Oh man, she got a drinky drink. Now I'm embarrassed. I glanced over at Ichiya, my face still burning from shame. Now that I thought about it, he had been sitting politely the whole time. Never mind trying to sneakily snuggle closer to me, he was actually leaning as far into the opposite side of the sofa as he could. That couldn't have been comfortable with how tall he was, but he still tried to give me ample personal space. I didn't want to see him leaning more. No fair. He was usually so pushy, grabbing every opportunity he could to use his stale pickup lines on me. But now that we were on a date, all of a sudden he was acting like a reserved gentleman. Is this what he was after too? If that's so, then I'm not being fair at all. Is this what he was after too? Wait, I'm confused. He needs to be completely diagonal. Yeah, he needs to be like just eh. Also, in their chibi form, they're like the same height. I took a sip of my soda, grumbled to myself in annoyance. The blanket he'd given me was warm. We weren't touching at all, but for some reason the blanket made it feel like he had wrapped me up in another hug. Girl, please. Please, no. Don't do it.
いや、まさかの展開だったね。あの執事が全ての黒幕だったなんて。
I'm screen grabbing that because I feel like that's a sign. Everyone's warned me about this. But they try not to be too warny. So, who would have expected that? The butler was the one behind it all along.
それにタイガーとリオンがニャユタを助けに行ったところはものすごく熱い展開だったわ。
I really liked the scene where Tiger and Lion went to rescue Nayata. It was so exciting.
そうそう。あ、でも ニャユタは猫じゃなくて犬にしておいた方が配
I
役は
think
自然だったんじゃな
Nayata's
いかな。
character was better suited as a dog than a cat.
それは私も思ったわ。な
I
ぜかしらね。
feel the same way. I'm not sure why. The two of us sat in a cafe excitedly discussing the end of the movie. I'd barely been able to look at the screen at the beginning, but as the movie went along, I got fully absorbed into the story. That's just how good it was. I enjoyed it very much.
それにしても主人公の犬やってまるで一夜さんみたいだった。
The main character, Inuya, reminded me so much of you.
それは光栄だな。映画俳優並みにかっこいいだなんて最高の褒め言葉だよ。
Really, I'm honored. It's a lovely compliment to be mentioned in the same breath as a dashing individual like a movie star.
あのナンパなところが。
No, I meant by how flirty he was.
それを言うんだったらヒロインは君そっくりだったよ。ほら、頑固で恋愛嫌いとか。
Now you mention it, that female lead was exactly like you, stubborn and dead set on not falling in love.
私はあそこまで頑固じゃない。
I'm not that stubborn. The two of us looked at each other and laughed. Calming down, I took a sip of my tea. You know, now that I've hung out with him a little, I can see why he's so popular with girls. Can you? The whole date, he was focusing on making sure I was enjoying myself. He was attentive and considerate. I doubt there were too many other men out there who would put a lady first as much as he had. This really was fun. Yes, I enjoyed the movie, but I'm enjoying this part of it too. I'd only okayed this date so I could get to know him better, but right now, I was having so much fun, I caught myself forgetting this date was business.
でもどうなることかと思ったけど最後は二人が結ばれてよかったわ。ハッピーエンドって感じで。
Oh, for a minute I was worried about how it would end, but I was glad to see the two main characters get together. I like happy endings.
じゃあ俺たちも最後はハッピーエンドってことかな。
Do you think we'll have a happy ending then someday?
似ているって言ったよね。俺たちが主人公とヒロインに。
We did just get done saying that the two of us are a lot like the movie's two leads, right?
バカなこと言わないで。ゆっくり休んだしそろそろ行きましょう。
Don't be stupid, of course not. Now that this was a pleasant outing, but I think we ought to be going.
わかったよ。
Okay, okay. What is this weird feeling in my chest? What was going on with me? Before I would have been able to shrug off the trite remark without a second thought. Accessory shops, pet shops, even an arcade full of boisterous video game fans. We went to places I'd been to with Sumigi before and places that had always interested me but I've never been able to visit. I went from one location to the next, wherever caught my fancy. By the time I thought to stop, the sun was low in the sky and our shadows were long on the sidewalk. Ichiya hadn't said no to a single one of my suggestions, happily following along in my wake.
ねえ、本当に一夜さんが行きたい場所はないの？
Ichiya, are you sure there isn't anywhere you'd like to go?
デートは女の子を幸せにするのが最大の目的だからね。男の意見はその次でいいんだよ。
The main point of a date is for the lady to enjoy herself. What the man wants can take backseat to what she wants for a while. Oh. How long? I'd asked him that more than once, but his answer was always the same. Aren't you both supposed to enjoy the date? Yeah. It gives like the idea of ulterior motives. That's the part that I'm like, Could this be him making up for as pushy as he was before? That's not out of the question, but something didn't sit right with me about that. Yes, I didn't like it when he was being pushy. But was it selfish to say I was equally uncomfortable when he acted so strangely accommodating too? Transactional, yeah, that's the vibe it's giving. I don't like that. We kept walking about, enjoying sights and shopping. By the time my feet had had enough, it was dark out. Eventually, Ichiya glanced at his watch and said it was about time he started towards our reservations. The place he took me to was home. It'd be funnier. The top floor of a skyscraper, one of the highest views in the entire city. The luxurious restaurant where there was famous enough that it was mentioned in many foreign guides as top eatery. It was also notoriously difficult to get reservations at, as the server guided us to the private room in the back. I couldn't hide my surprise. Hello, I'm alive. Hello, Prim. You missed the recap of my adventure this week. And 2-ish chapters of this game. Okay.
でしょでしょ。
でしょでしょ。
夜景が綺麗ね。
The view of the night skyline is lovely.
お気に召したようで何よりだ。
I'm glad
こ
you
の
liked
店
it.
に
Have
来
you
た
been
こと
here?
は？
It would be really funny if he gets up and starts cooking for them. I'm glad you like it. Have you ever been here?
ないわ。系列のお店には何度か行ったことがあるんだけど。
To this location? No, I've been to another in their chain a time or two. Tell me the recap? Tell you the recap. Let's see. I did my panel. It wasn't perfect, but it was good. I was at a convention all weekend long. I saw AFI and 30 Seconds to Mars on Sunday. And my sister got me Shannon Leto's drumstick. She fought someone for this. And I was also on stage right next to Shannon Leto, so it was a really great day for me. And I left that concert basically skipping and dancing the whole time. So it was a great weekend. I had a lot of fun. And I got to hang out with my friends, and we played Red Flags. And I'm going to see if I can get other people to play Red Flags with me on stream someday. Someday soon. That's the recap. That's the short recap. It was a 30-minute chat I had originally. Oh, yeah. And Jay sent me Anku! Look! I have Anku now. Look how beautiful he is. This man. And he's holding his hair. Beautiful man. Beautiful man. I've been to others in their chains a time or two. Anyways, yeah, that's the briefest recap. That's very sweet of her. It was very sweet of her. I wasn't expecting it, so I was very shocked. It was together with grandfather though, so I had little time to enjoy the food or the view.
おじいさまと？
With your grandfather?
要人との会食か何かかな？
I assumed it was some kind of executive dinner party.
年頃の娘が同席すれば場が華やかになるからって。
He brought me along
マスコッ
because
トにはちょうどいい立場だもの。
he said a young lady would brighten up the occasion. I was the perfect mascot, you know? Ichiya brought me a non-alcoholic mocktail for my before-dinner drink. As a reminder, I'm 16 and he's 27. I can't remember. I didn't want to end a date this nice by complaining about things, but a wave of awkwardness washed over me. I wished I'd picked some other topic to talk about.
今は違うよ。
What about now? Huh?
今ここにはおじいさまも春日くんもいない。
Tonight your
いる
grandfather
のは
isn't here.
王子様とお姫様
Kasuga
だ
isn't
け。
here. It's just a prince and his princess.
ここでの君は東条の娘じゃなく、ただの女の子。
You aren't the Tojo
そ
family
れじゃ
heir.
ダメかな。
You're simply the girl named Leah. That's not so bad, right?
ダメじゃないと思う。
It's not so bad, I suppose. Here, I was just me. Hearing that put a little smile on my lips. Ichiya looked at me and I thought I heard him say,
家柄なんてものに縛られたら、食事も何も楽しめないからね。
If you let yourself get bound up by your family name, you can't enjoy nice dinners or anything else, really.
一夜さん
Ichiya? Who was he saying that to? Me? A sad expression seemed to flit across his face for a moment, but it was there and gone so quickly I wasn't sure if I had just imagined it.
せっかくの料理だ。いただこう。ここのスペシャリテは絶品でね。
Eh, Anyways,
君にもぜひ食べて欲しかったんだ。
it'd be a pity to waste all this delicious food. The specialties here are amazing, and I've been wanting to bring you here so you could try them.
ええ、
Right. I picked up my utensils at his urging. Shion already tipped me off to this, but watching his table manners, he does seem like a person who didn't grow up in a household of standard income. Questions kept piling up in my head. If he was born into a well-to-do family, why would he attempt something as heinous as marriage fraud? Why do? Dinner proceeded apace, and eventually dessert was placed in front of us. Ichiya paused for a moment, seemingly hesitating about something. Then he asked me,
お嬢さん、今日のデートは楽しかった？
Leah, I sort of say Ichiya. Did you enjoy your date today? I could see a little spark of insecurity in his eyes as I said,
大丈夫。忘れないから。
hated it. I'm gonna save over this because this was just getting to this chapter. I enjoyed myself. What about you? Did you enjoy it? I was just
あ
curious.
なたの方は？
Huh? If someone asked me if that was fun, I could easily say yes. But what matters to me more
一
was,
夜さんは楽しかった？
was this a fun date for you too?
俺？
For me?
今日は全部私優先で楽しませてもらったとは思うけど、一夜さんの方はどうだったのかって。
With as much priority as I was given today, I did have a good time, but I have to wonder if it was as enjoyable for you. I just realized my Steam was on because it just said someone's playing a game. I'm like, I thought I closed
君の
everything.
思うままに。
Okay, we're gonna load this again. I felt like that answer gives more of like, I want to know how they're feeling, but whatever, it's fine. Just give him what he likes.
楽しかったわ。
Yes, I enjoyed myself.
その思っていたよりは一夜さんのことだから一日中おせおせで口説かれ続けるのかと。
Exit Steam. Hopefully it won't crash my entire computer in the process. I like to not have things on that I'm not using actively because I feel like it slows everything down, especially if it's something that runs in the background. I expected more than I expected. This is you after all. I thought I'd have to bear your corny flirting throughout the whole ordeal. I started feeling more and more awkward as I talk and ended up saying something I really didn't need to. Ichiya blinked in surprise.
いや、俺、そんなにいつもと違っていたかい？
Wow, was I really acting different compared to how I usually am?
いつもと同じようにしていた気でいたんだけど、参ったな。
I thought I was being my regular self the whole time. Wow.
思ってたより緊張していたのかもしれない。君との初デートだったから。
I guess I must have been a bit even more nervous than I realized. This is our very first date after all. Did his cheeks really have to turn so red? He is so unfair sometimes.
お嬢さん？
Yeah,
ど
are
うか。
you...
なんでもない。
It's nothing. I looked away and chugged the last of my water, desperately trying to drop my rising blood pressure temperature.
さて、それじゃあそろそろ。
It's probably about time we... Ichiya pulled his phone out of his pocket, looked at the screen, and promptly rolled his eyes.
どうかしたの？
What is it?
いや、一瞬でこの夢のような時間が現実にかき消されたような気分で。
Nothing. It's just this wonderful dreamlike day of ours suddenly got invaded by reality. He flipped his phone around so I could see. I'm hungry. I'm hungry.
また？
Again. Food.
あの人たち。
Those three. Actually, that's only two of them. They were all functional adults. Could they not figure out how to open a box and feed themselves for one night? Waiting for a tasty souvenir.
これは手ぶらで帰ったら大変なことになりそうだ。
Great. If we go back empty-handed, they'll riot like starving gremlins. Listen, if someone leaves me, I feel that though. Yeah, I was gonna say, if someone leaves me home alone and they come back with a snack, like today, like this stuff that's sitting here, this was a snack. This was given to me. Oh my gosh, exciting. It's a great time, right? Bring me snacky snacks. Right? If you leave the house without me, a treat is great. I like treats. If we go back empty-handed, they'll riot like starving gremlins.
そうね。
The best souvenirs are the ones you can eat. You know what? It's true. One, it's better than a keychain, right? Like, I like keychains. I don't know. But I don't need that many keychains. Plus, I already got the cutest keychain of them all. Actually, I totally forgot. My sister bought me something at Sabotan. So, that's how it's pronounced. She got me a keychain of my favorite Pokemon, which is Jirachi. Which is why I said Mimikyu is my second favorite. Jirachi's my favorite. I bought this in Japan because it had Jirachi on it. And it was the only thing at the Pokemon shop that had Jirachi on it. So she got me a keychain that had Jirachi on it. Which, by the way, I forgot these are my nails. I had these done for the convention. They're Tokyo Revengers themed, so it's supposed to be Mikey-esque because I dress up as Mikey. I wasn't very obvious. The outfits we got were like schoolgirl versions of Tokyo Revengers, so if you didn't know, you didn't know. But my sister's was better because she was Draken, and she even got the tattoo for the side of her head. The wrong button.
すまないね、お嬢さん。少し待っていてくれるかい？
Sorry,
テイクア
Leah.
ウトを頼めないか聞いてくるよ。
Can I ask you to wait a few minutes? I'm gonna ask if we can get something to take home.
それならスタッフを呼べば。
Oh, if we just ask one of the serving staff.
無理をお願いする立場だからね。支配人とは懇意にしているから直接事情を話してくるよ。
Nah, we're asking them to do something they usually don't. I'm on friendly terms with the manager here, so I'll go and talk it over with him. I'm gonna be real with you. You don't have to get them something from the posh restaurant. You could have gotten them chicken on the way home. I would have been so excited for a box of chicken.
まったくあいつらは。
God, those three. Ichiya sighed and shook his head as he walked out of our private room. He was right, though. It does feel like I was suddenly yanked back to reality. Which reminds me, I still have snacks I can eat. And yet, coming back to myself felt like a small relief. Why? An attentive escort letting me do whatever I wanted to do. This was the best date a girl could hope for. But it was so perfect, so ideal that I didn't really feel like it was real. A worry nibbled at my heart. Something felt off. Could my worries be born on my contrary nature? Could I just not want to admit to myself that I was happy? Or is that what a normal date is really like? I'm not sure. I pelted myself with questions even though I knew no answers were forthcoming. Messed up. I thought he had talked. So I feel like it should have been like, I'm pointing out a screen, you guys can't see my hand. Star, star, and then these two stars should have been one forward because these both talk about the date. And I started at the bottom because I wanted all the picture last. Speak normally. That's too much work. If you get food, you have to share it with me. That's my rules. That's the rules specifically. We're like, and did you eat anything while you were gone? The four men chosen as my suitors were all quirky, if I'm being kind. Problematic was more accurate. Even taking that into account, the one who made the worst for, oh my gosh, these are all words. These are all real words. They are in a line and they do make sense. I just don't know how to speak right now. Even taking that into account, the one who'd made the worst impression on me was Ichiya. The reason was simple. Almost everything that spilled from his mouth when he was around me was a terrible pickup line or an insincere compliment.
おっと、驚いたな。昨日より綺麗になってるじゃないか。思わず目を奪われてしまったよ。
Wow, you surprised me. You're even more beautiful than you were yesterday. Pardon me, but I just can't stop staring at your angelic beauty.
たった一晩でどんな魔法を使ったんだい？ああ、待って。当ててみようか。それはきっと。
Surely you cast a magic spell on yourself last night under the romantic glare of the full moon. Was it a spell to make yourself more ravishing? At first, every time he spoke, I felt shivers of dread run down my spine and had to fight the urge to turn and run out of the room. But I suppose I've grown accustomed to his schlock, as I could mostly let it bounce off of me now.
ならもう一つ魔法をかけようか。君の中に芽生えたその気持ちがはっきりと目を覚ましてくれるように。
She's like a fish. She's been sitting in the bag for a few hours. She's ready. She's ready for the water. Let me cast one more spell on you, one that helps that dormant seed of affection in your heart sprout as tall and as strong as a mighty oak.
おはよう、お嬢さん。君の運命の相手はここにいるよ。
I hate it. Good morning, my sweet princess. Your destined lover is here to fulfill your every desire.
一夜、今日も順調に滑ってんな。
Stuck your foot in your mouth right to your ankle again, Ichiya. Just another morning for you.
それより早くご飯。俺もうお腹空いちゃって。
I'm starving.
君たちはまたそうやって俺の邪魔をして。
Because it's terrible. Someone has to save her, and they know it's them. Why do you always have to interrupt us every single time? I swear.
もういい。席についてくれ。今日も彼女の分のついでに作った食事をありがたがって食べるがいいさ。
Whatever, just sit down. I made breakfast for her and just so happened to have enough leftovers for you lot, so be grateful. Having developed the skills to just let it all go, I let his words go in one ear and out the other. I just picture her just like stoic the whole time, just as this happens in front. She's like a robot now. She's not even a real girl. The others teased him over it and he got annoyed, and then they all sat and ate like nothing happened. That's the way it usually went, but...
お嬢さん、どうかしたのかな?
Leah, something wrong? I didn't take my seat, not right away. Instead, I looked at Ichiya. He looked back, tilting his head.
ねえ、Ichiyaさん。
Say Ichiya.
ん？
普通に喋ってみてくれる？
Could you try speaking to me like a normal person?
え？
私に対する話し方。いつも過剰に口説き文句を織り交ぜたり、無駄に気ざったらしかったりするでしょ？
When you talk to me, you always add cloying compliments and pitiful pickup lines in nearly every sentence. Isn't that right?
過剰、キザ。
Cloy? Pitiful? I'm not sure if I said it right either, Ichiya.
そうじゃなくて、他のみんなに話している時みたいに普通に喋ってほしいの。
Is he gonna be a real boy after this? Like, is this gonna be alright? Could you maybe stop doing that? I'd like it if you would talk to me like you talk to everyone else, you know, normally. Like a human being.
普通に?
Hang on, I might turn my cam off for a second. I have to scratch my face. I was all the sinuses when I first got on earlier. Normally?
ええ、普通に。 お願い。
Is he physically capable? I don't know. Normally, please. What did he suddenly freeze up?
すまないお嬢さん。俺はいつも自然体で君に接しているつもりだったんだけど。
I'm sorry, Leah. I thought I was already interacting with you normally.
どのあたりがお気に召さなかったんだろうか。
Could you maybe let me know exactly what displeases you about the way I talk? Well, imagine this, right? Because he went out shopping and he was all like, yes, it's for my beautiful, lovely princess Leah, like to every shopkeeper, apparently. So.
ごめんなさい。なんでもないわ。朝食をいただいてもいいかしら。
That breath in the middle of that was her like going, it can't be normal. Never mind. Forget I said anything. Might we have breakfast now?
ああ、すぐに用意するよ。
I started to cough right then. I was like, I might as well. Sure, I'll get it ready for you right away.
どうかしたの？
I still like that they have vodka on that table. That is
何か
vodka.
した？
I know that vodka. I've seen that vodka. What's this all about? Did Ichiya do something wrong, perhaps?
そういうわけじゃなくて。ただ、普通にしてほしいというか。
Not really. I just want him to act more normal around me.
一夜に口説くなっていうのは黙れ死ねって言ってるようなもんなら。
Telling Ichiya to not flirt with every single girl he sees is like telling him to hold his breath until he dies. The vodka seems appropriate. It's like, starts with an S. I can't think of the name of it. But the color, the way the colors transition, that's how they color transition.
お嬢さん、まさかそこまで一夜さんのことを邪魔に？
Really? Oh my gosh, Leah, do you really want Ichiya to smother and die?
違う。もういいの。いいから気にしないで。
No, that's not it at all. Forget it, okay? Pretend I didn't say anything. That failed spectacularly. I busied myself with my breakfast, hiding a disappointed sigh. It was too sudden, I suppose. I have to think of some gentler ways to bring up the topic again. Yes, I've grown almost completely accustomed to Ichiya's constant flirting, but sometimes something I looked at last night made me wonder about why he did it all the time. What'd you look at? It began after I finished my homework. I pulled out a certain sheet of paper and stared at it with more concentration than I'd given my schoolwork. Ichiya Mitsumori, age 26, born July 13th, Cancer, blood type A. Special note.
結婚詐欺未遂
Marriage fraud. It was the result of Ichiya's background report. I thought my initial glance had been sufficient for getting an idea of what Ichiya was like, but getting closer to him prompted me to take another look. For our character report, it was quite lacking. It was less of a background check and more of a simple bio. Grandfather's decision to hand me sparse information was probably related to what he said the other day. We're doing a flashback within a flashback. It's another flashback. I hate to admit it, but I could see what he meant. Even this little bit of information had been enough to fuel my bias and prevent me from looking at him for who he was. If I'd been given more information, it probably would have only fueled that bias, but I'm really, really curious now. After thinking hard about it, I pulled out my phone and opened up a search engine. Ichiya Mitsumori. I scrolled through the results, but none of them were a match for him. This was somewhat surprising. These days, it wasn't at all unusual for people's real names to make it onto the internet via school, work, or just social media. If I searched my name, there would be more than a few hits. I can't remember what Mitsumori's name ever mentioned in association with the Tojo family, either socially or in a business capacity. I even checked with Sumagi, who was far more versed in the who's who of influential social circles. I can speak. And she didn't recognize the name. Then who in the world is Ichiya? Shion is probably right. that he has to be from a family that is notably well-to-do. As I kicked the desk, my brow furrowed, and I entered new search terms. I was curious about Ichiya's family, yes, but there was something else at the fore of my mind. Mitsumori marriage fraud. No hits. Unsurprising, it was only attempted, and if it was a case that garnered enough gossip to wind up on the internet, grandfather never would have picked him. Besides, knowing Ichiya as much as I did now, he wouldn't do it. He's not the sort to deceive anyone. What if it was the reverse? Did she not think about that? Maybe the marriage fraud was against him? I never interacted with any criminals, but I had met more than a few influential business people. Polite facades were commonplace with them. Ichiya didn't have the impersonal chill necessary to put up a front and mask his true nature. He was too honest for better or worse. Not only that, I wasn't really interested in whether or not he'd attempted to do something fraudulent. Fraud or not, Ichiya was engaged and on the verge of marrying someone. What went wrong? Did something happen that could have been considered an act of fraud in some way? The more I thought about it, the more bothered I got. I was starting to feel irritated. Honestly, I have the feeling somebody else got the wrong idea and then falsely blamed Ichiya for it. That seemed far more likely with him. I could easily see him flailing in panic, desperately insisting that wasn't what he meant at all. I almost giggled out loud at the mental image, but then I sighed and got my mind back on track. Dear God. I wonder how many relationships Ichiya has had with other women. Probably a bunch, and probably some that he didn't even realize he was in, the way he acts. It was easy even for me to tell from how Ichiya spoke and acted both on our date and at home that he had plenty of experience with romantic relationships. Considering his age, it made sense. That's right, consider his age, girl. Consider it. Compare it to your own number. I don't mind age gaps, but the age gaps need to be appropriate, and yours is not appropriate. You need to be in your 20s for this age gap to be okay for me. It made sense that he would have had at least a few, but why do I feel so conflicted about that? We're in a middle of a flashback that has now had 2 flashbacks in the flashback. That's wild. We went from he's dumb to what's his body count, please. I don't care what his body count is. And I never care what anybody's body count is. Relationships happen. People have flings. There's things that go on in people's lives. What matters is the relationship you're in. And how you define it. And making sure those definitions are defined when you're in them. Sick. But like, who cares? But like, this is... Really, you do? Oh, thanks, Eros and Aphrodite. It's finally happened. You've been shot through the heart by the arrow of love. No. What about anything I just said makes you think that? Everything, every last word. Oh my gosh, you are so adorable. I chatted with Sumigi about last night and what happened this morning. The conversation broke her brain. Sumigi was my best friend, so I told her what I could about the plan for my temporary fiancé and Ichiya. This let me ask her for advice when I needed it, which was a blessing. The problem was every time I brought it up, she dissolved into fits like this. An older boyfriend. Of course he'll have exes. The specter of the old flame will always loom above my dear young friend, haunting her dreams. He is not my boyfriend, and I'm not being haunted by any specters.
だって三森さんに例の口説き文句を言わせたくないのって。
Oh, but you want him to stop using all those sweet little comments and pet names on you, right?
そうやって前の女も同じ言葉で口説いたんじゃないの？中古の口説き文句なんてお断りよ。
You're like, you used those same compliments to woo your ex, didn't you? I don't want any recycled pickup lines. I deserve better.
こういうことですわよね。
Right?
そこまでは別に。ただ、
No?
もっと普通に喋ってくれた方が一夜さんの人となりがわかるし。
Not really. I just don't like him. I'd just like him to sorry, my brain actually said what I was thinking. I'd just like him to talk to me the same way he does to anyone else. I'm sure it will let me learn more about him as a person.
わかります。わかりますわ。
It wasn't
量産
intentional.
品より一定もののオーダーメイド。
Oh, I know.
今までの女と一緒にされては。
Trust me, I know. What lady wants just any garbage line when she could have a special one tailored for her? You don't want to be like his other women. I don't want to be like other girls.
だからそういうことじゃなくて。
Not what I meant.
いいえ、そういうことですわ。
Ooh, I think it is. Sumigi answered bluntly as she looked straight at me. For some reason, I couldn't say anything
今ま
back.
では平気で流せていたことがいちいち引っかかるようになる。その理由はお分かりでしょ？
Words you used to ignore effortlessly before are starting to catch your attention. They matter to you now, and you know why, don't you?
それはまあ少なくとも今は一夜さんのことが気になってるわけだし。
I will say that I'm a tiny bit more curious about Ichiya as a person than I was before. Which was another way of saying that he was no longer someone I didn't care about. Little things now concern me. I asked why. I asked how because I cared about the answer.
そうなるとやはり三森さんの抱える事情が気になるところですわね。
Of course you are. Then it's no surprise that you want to know about whatever may be hiding in his past. It's only
そう
natural.
なの。でも私一人で調べるには限界があるし。
Exactly, but there's only so much that I can look into
な
myself.
ぜですの？
Why?
おじい様に止められてるみたいで、春日もこの件については協力してくれないのよ。
Because grandfather has put a stopper on anything related to him, I think. And Kasuga won't assist me with the search.
いえ、そうではなく、ご本人に聞けばよろしいのでは？
I meant, why don't you simply ask Mr. Mitsumori directly? I turned my eyes away from her.
他に情報の入手手段がない以上、それが一番確実ですわ。
If there's no other way of getting information, that's the most obvious way.
そうだけど。
Well, yeah.
.デリケートな問題ですし、踏み込むのをためらうのはわかりますわ。元カノとの破局理由だなんて、ねえ。
It's a delicate issue. I completely understand why you'd hesitate. I mean, asking a man why he broke up with his old flame. Ooh.
あら、同じことですわ。
The button too long. Hey, all I want to know is about that marriage fraud thing and whatever family issues you might have. That's precisely what I said. Is it?
あちらも言いにくいお話でしょうけど、だからこそ本人の口から聞くことで本気度も測れるのではありませんこと？
It's going to be a touchy subject, that's for sure. But that's exactly why asking him directly is the best idea. It'll give you an idea of how serious he is too.
気まずさから逃げるだけでは女が廃りますわよ。
Don't try to wiggle out of it just because you're embarrassed, Leah. Be bold, be a credit to your name. Alright, we're going back to our first flashback or to the main flashback? My goodness, we're going back to the room, aren't we? The room where it happened. Nope. Where are we? We were in the middle of a flashback brought on by a scene, and that flashback turned into a second flashback that then went back to the first flashback that went to another flashback, and that flashback ended the whole scene. We were in the living room having a chitty chat. After sitting in my room and stewing on it for a good long time, I finally made up my mind and walked down to Ichiya's room. Tonight, unusually, unusually, he had gone straight back to his room right after cleaning up the dinner dishes. Did she just disassociate? She disassociated so hard that it's nighttime now. That's oh gosh, there's a movie. I think it's called Drama World. I'll have to Google it if I'm right. It's a TV show. I lied. It's not a movie. And it is a K-drama world. So it's a girl who's obsessed with K-dramas, so much so that she ends up getting like sent into the K-drama she likes. And there's this one moment where everyone just starts staring straight ahead, like nothing's happening, and she's just like, "What's going on?" They're like, "It's a flashback." It's just like, "What?" I'm just gonna chat with him for a bit. There's nothing wrong with that. I glared at the doorknob, taking a few deep breaths to calm myself. Then I raised my hand to knock.
はいはい、そんなにノックしなくても今出るよ。
Yes, I hear you. You don't have to break down the door. I'll be there in a sec.
なんだいなゆた。
Oh,
おやつは冷蔵庫に作り置きが。
Narita, there's plenty of leftovers in the fridge if you want a late night snack.
お嬢さん
Leah? His eyes opened wide in shock. I gathered my courage and said,
話がしたいんだけど。
I'd like to talk. In his room? Wait, oh. I just don't like that Ichiya has bedroom music. Like this is his soundtrack. His soundtrack is A Girl. That's how it starts every time. This was the first time I'd ever stepped inside of Ichiya's room. Neatly decorated in mature black and white, it seemed very much like an adult man's room. That's right, you're in the room with an adult man. And his bed has a step up. Why? That looks terrible. I don't like it. But the mood music is, yeah. Besides the large bed, wink, there wasn't much else in it. It barely felt lived in. That made me wonder. This does seem like him, but it was almost as if I'd stepped into a model showroom in a furniture shop. I glanced around, curious.
お嬢さん
Leah?
ごめんなさい、ジロジロと。
Sorry, I didn't mean to gawk.
いや、それはいいんだけど、俺の部屋を訪ねてくれるなんて予想外というか、なんというか。
That's okay, I didn't mind, but I guess I never expected you to come visit me in my room.
嬉しいんだけど、ちょっと怖い気がして。俺何かしたかな？
I'm happy to see you, of course, but I'm a little worried too. Did I do something wrong? For some reason, Ichiya seemed hesitant, looking at me timidly. Worried. Why would he be scared?
何かした覚えでもあるの？
She recalled doing something wrong.
ないけど。
No.
じゃあ一体どうして？こんな夜に忍んでくるなんてうっかり勘違いしそうになるよ。
Why? To be honest, having you show up at my room at this hour of night is going to give me ideas that are probably way off the mark. With this music playing, yeah, why did you put on the soundtrack?
しなくていいです。
Trust me, they are. Now that was more like him. My shoulders loosened and a little tension drained out. I'd be fine. I'm sure I can talk to him.
ちょっと話がしたかっただけ。ね、イチヤさん、私。
Anyways, I just wanted to chat for a bit. See, Ichiya, I was wondering.
わかってる。俺も聞きたかったんだ。
You don't have to say it. I was going to ask too. Huh?
今朝のこと。どうして突然あんなことを言い出したのかって、今日一日ずっと考えていたんだよ。
Ichiya, shut up. This is about this morning, right? I spent all day thinking over why you'd suddenly ask me something like that.
俺が何かしたわけじゃないと言ったね。なら君の中で何かあったってこと。
You said it wasn't that I had done anything wrong, right? Then does that mean something in you has changed?
いえ、そのことはもういいの。今はちょっと別の話を。
No, never mind. It's fine. I wanted to ask you something
ご
else.
まかさないでほしい。
You don't have to hide it. I'd rather you didn't. Oh, this was bad. The whole conversation had suddenly changed directions. And seeing that intense look on Ichiya's face made me think that trying to steer the topic back on course might not be the best idea.
君は普通にと言ったけど、今朝も言ったように、俺にとってはあれが普通のつもりだった。
You mentioned talking normally, but like I told you this morning, I thought I'd been speaking normally with you. At least that was my intention.
タイガたちにも聞いてみたよ。そうしたら、要は口説くような言葉を言わなきゃいいんじゃないかって。
I asked Taiga and the others about it, and they said that maybe I should stop using so many words that be construed as flirtatious.
それはまあはい。
No, yes, basically, please.
やっぱりそうなのかい？それじゃまさか。
I knew it. You don't like it when I'm flirty. Then that
君
means
は、つまり、花婿候補としての俺にもう見切りをつけたってこと。
don't take me seriously as your suitor anymore. I came here to talk to you about something. This wasn't it, my guy.
はあ？どうしてそうなるの？
Why wouldn't I?
え？いや、だって君は俺に口説かれるのが迷惑だからあんなこと言ったんじゃ。
But telling me to be normal is your gentle way of telling me that my flirting annoys you and you want me to knock it off, right? Wow, he was way off base. I hurriedly shook my head.
そういうことじゃないの。私はただ。
No, it's not that. I really mean that. It's just I.
しっかり覚えとけよ。テストに出るぜ。
There's gonna be a test later. I stopped fumbling for the right words. What should I say to him? I want to know the real you.
素顔が知りたくて。
え？
正直、最初は一夜さんのことすごく苦手だったわ。軽薄で信用ならない人だって。
To be blunt, when I first met you, I didn't think very much of you. You seemed too flaky, untrustworthy. You fed me food that you'd give to a tiny bird and not a person. You came on to me every chance you got, which gave me like, I felt like I was covered in slime after listening to you talk a few times. What else? You ignored me when I would tell you to stop stuff, and thus slowly, if this was a ladder, we're gonna die in the fire. There was nothing left to grab onto.
だけど、少しずついろんな面が見えてきて、見方が変わってきたというか。
Like if he was a psychopath, like doesn't this look about right? Like this expression, like the eyes, the pupils are so small. As we've spent time together, I've gotten to know you a little better, and well, I look at you a bit differently now, I
でも、
suppose.
もっと知りたいと思っても、いつもの口説き文句ばかりじゃ何も見えてこないでしょ？
I do want to learn more about you, but with you constantly flirting and flattering me, I can't really catch a glimpse of who you really
それ
are.
であんなことを？
And that's why you said what you did?
口説かれるより普通に話したいって思うのは、一夜さんにとっては。
It is disappointing to you that I'd rather talk to you normally than have you flirting all the time.
そんなはずないよ。むしろすごく嬉しい。
No, not at all. In fact, if that's why, then I'm ecstatic.
お嬢さんが俺のことをもっと知りたいと思ってくれるなんて感激だよ。
I'm touched, incredibly touched that you want to get to know me on a more personal level.
そう。
Really? By the way, this is not why I came up here to talk to you. Uh-oh, I think I overdid it. That would probably be an issue later, but right now I was simply glad that he was taking things well.
お嬢さんの気持ちは分かったよ。俺もなるべく努力してみようと思う。
I think I understand where you're coming from better now, Leah. I promise I'll do my best to
た
oblige.
だ、自分にとっての普通を急に変えるのは難しいとも思う。
But, well, what you saw is my normal. It won't be easy to change things overnight.
そうよね。
I suppose that's true. That can't be real. Right? Like, he can't. Like, no wonder girls are getting his phone number. He's calling them always princess. He's like, I can't believe you're alive. Oh, the sun and moon shine only for you. Like, what?
だからこういうのはどうだろう。もっと俺のことを知ってもらうために単純に接する時間を増やすんだ。
He was a different person when he thought she was not a yeah, he was all like, I'm coming, gosh. Yeah. I don't understand. Like, he's giving con artist. He's still giving con artist to this day. How about we try this then? To help you get to know who I am, how about we just spend more time together?
つまり
In other words,
デートしよ
we could go on another date. No question about where he was going with this, but that may not be a bad idea. The way this conversation had gone, I wasn't going to get a chance to ask what I originally hoped for. Because you let him get derailed and you derailed right with him. Would probably be better if I tried again some other time.
わかったわ。デート。
Alright, another date then.
う。ありがとう。
Great, thanks. Ichiya's face lit up and he nodded. It wasn't that bad a look. It was almost cute.
デートの場所はどこがいいかな。
Is there anywhere you'd like to go?
テーマパークもいいね。
Want to enjoy the night skyline again, or maybe an amusement park?
一夜さんが行きたい場所は
Is there anywhere you want to go?
はあ、もちろん。君が行きたい場所に合わせるよ。
I'd love to go wherever you want to go. You can pick. Ichiya's answer was the same as it was on our first date. He said it so naturally I felt my brows furrow together in concern.
私を優先してくれるのは嬉しいけど、一夜さん自身はそれで楽しめるの
I think it's time. I think it's time to be like, I'll go on a date when you pick everything out. I'm flattered that you want me to choose again. But are you sure that you'll have fun? My dude?
もちろん。君の喜びが俺の喜び。君が笑ってくれるなら、それが俺の幸せだからね。
A little more cheerier when they get colder. It's my bad. Of course, when you're having fun, I'm having fun. Nothing makes me happier than seeing a smile on your face. That same nagging feeling from our date came back. This is where you're gonna go. You tell us where we're going, or we're not going on a date. It was nice to be deferred in decision making, but on the flip side of the coin, it was kind of tiring.
それって何か違う
It's
気
kind of
が
like
する
dating a greeting card. Oh no. I don't think that's quite right.
何かって
Not right.
違うなら教えてほしい。君が気に入るように努力するよ。
He's giving, I'll do whatever you want in a bad way. Like, in a bad way. Like, I don't like it. He's like, what about my personality does not meet your standards, and I'll change it. If there's anything I'm doing wrong, you're enough, Ichiya. If there's anything I'm doing wrong, just let me know what. I'll do whatever it is that you like best.
そういうことじゃなくて
That's not what I meant. Should I simply say it's not fair for me to decide all the time, or is my perspective just off? I date the wall. You know, that's a pretty nice wall, actually. I opened my mouth and closed it again, trying to find the words, but nothing came out because I'm a fish now.
お嬢さん、もし遠慮してるなら、
You don't have to hold back on my I can't really say
今
anything.
まで付き合ってた女の人にもそうしてたの
All the other girls you dated, did you let them make all the decisions too?
Eh?
Huh?
なんでもない。
It's nothing, forget it.
とりあえずデートについては一夜さんに任せます。それじゃお邪魔しました。
I'll leave the planning for our date to you. I'll be getting... I'd best get going. Good night.
ちょっと
Wait. And she sprinted. I really didn't need to say that. Was Sumiki right when she said what she did? I wasn't sure. An odd feeling I couldn't put a name to had bubbled up, and then the worst words poured out of me. Still, something does feel off about all of this. Ichiya had told me before.
皆さん、お疲れ様でした。
He said loving a woman and having her love him back was his happiness. His happiness is weird. But then, did all of his other girlfriends simply accept all his pampering without question and love him back? To be loved just as much as you love. To love someone back because they loved you. It sounds nice on the surface. But thinking about it, it seems transactional. Ooh, we said that! Hey, that was the word today. Wow. There it is. Boom, transactional. Is that really what normal love is? I didn't have near enough experience with romance to come up with an answer to that question. Whoa. We manifested that destiny. Alright. We're gonna go with the top one this time, because this is proven to be in some order, even though it acts like I have choices. What is normal love? That's a good one. What's a good one? What is normal? Aha, I think I see.
今のところ君に言い寄る4人の中ではスパダリ君が一歩リードしてるんだね。
Are you Ichiya? Are you like Ichiya's older brother and or younger brother? I have no clue what direction this would go. Take your sunglasses off. So the 4 people courting you, Mr. Perfect Boyfriend has the lead by a hair,
そう
eh?
いうことになると思います。あくまで4人の中ではですけど。
She was also told not to go on a date with this guy again. Wait a second. My handsome and possibly yandere-ish butler, not boyfriend, butler, sorry, said I should not be seen with strange men anymore because I'm now in a quote-unquote relationship, and that would seem sketchy and beneath the Toho family standards. I don't remember their actual last names just now. I suppose so, all told, but that's only out of the 4 of them. I emphasized the last part as I spoke to Kazu, who was sitting directly across from him. At some point I hadn't noticed the milk tea he had ordered for me turned chill enough to stop steaming. I thought about it long and hard, but yeah, there's something about talking with him that's soothing. Last night I had gotten a WHIS message from him out of the blue. It's been a while, how are things going? Getting along well with them? It had surprised me, and out of habit I went to reply right away, but then a moment later my fingers froze. Should I actually answer this? Yes, you should not. Yeah, I remember what my butler told me. God, we had a flashback with a flashback inside a flashback again. Why are we doing layers of flashbacking? I started to reply on reflex, marking his message as read. He would have known I'd seen it. No doubt he'd be waiting for a reply. Now what? It's been a while since I heard from you. I'm worried you're under a lot of stress by yourself, so I thought I'd get in touch. I'd really appreciate a reply, even just a quick hi is fine. It's rude to suddenly stop communicating with someone. I could at least say one thing. I'm sorry, I think this might be the last message I can send you. This seems highly it's so sus. And then here we are.
あのウィスを受け取った時は驚いたよ。本当に何かあったんじゃないかと思った。
And somehow I ended up sneaking out of my house and going to a cafe to meet this guy after being told to quit it. I have to admit, I was surprised when I got your reply. I was starting to worry that something had happened to you.
ごめんなさい。ちょっとこちらで揉めてしまって。
Sorry, things were a little busy here for a while. I couldn't go to my suitors for advice, not when I had been talking about each of them. Not when I'd be talking about each other to them. I couldn't ask Kazuga either. Sumigi was the only one I could go to. But with Sumigi being the way she is, Kazu was probably the only person I could turn to for serious discussions about the weird, conflicted feelings I had for Ichiya. I know I'm supposed to be avoiding him, but this is not an excuse. That's not an excuse. Girl, if you don't have enough friends that you can't find someone to talk to about how you're really feeling, then you don't have friends. Some stranger who bumped into you on the street is not a friend. Especially when they look like one of the guys you're trying to date, wearing a hat and sunglasses. Like, girl, I know I have face blindness, but like, some strange older man even. Yeah! How old is he? Girl, you're in high school. What do you mean you couldn't think of anybody else to talk to? I'm supposed to be avoiding him, but he sounded so worried for me when I finally did reply, asking what had happened and if I was okay. I asked Aramura to be my alibi again and came here to meet with him. Oh, sorry. Reflex. You're dealing with 4 of them at once. I can see how that would be taxing. That made me laugh. But you're here now. You can relax around me. Thank you.
お礼なんて言わないで。なんだかんだ理由をつけたところで、結局は僕が君と話したかっただけだし。
You don't have to thank me. Whatever the reason, I really just want an excuse to come and talk with you again. He sounded honestly concerned. I nodded
それ
slowly.
じゃ、話を戻そうか。スパダリ君をいいなぁと思っても、彼の恋愛遍歴が気になってると。
Shall we get back on topic? Let's see if I have this right. You think Mr. Perfect Boyfriend may not be too bad, but you're worried about his past lovers. Basically.
20代半ばだったよね、スパダリ君は。話を聞く限り、確かにモテそうなタイプだ。
He's in his mid-20s. From everything you've told me, he seems like the experienced type. Let's be so real. Let's be so real for a second. Like, let's pretend Perry the platypus, right? Right here. This is Perry the platypus. Like, even Perry the platypus. Like, oh my god. Okay. Okay, hang on. I'm having such a moment right now. Right. Okay. I'm not okay. I'm not okay. I'm so not okay. She's living with this man, and this man can't stop flirting with her. He can't stop a sentence without telling her how her eyes are the sun or how her skin is like snow. Like, he can't stop that. He's like, it's so natural. He doesn't do it with any of the guys. He does it with other girls, and she's forgiving him for that. Don't compare Perry to this trash. I'm not done. I'm not done. But all Perry does is put on a fedora. And suddenly you can't recognize Perry. This looks just like Ichiya in a fucking hat and sunglasses. And she's over here spilling her guts to a stranger. She is the head of a family that is trying to get her married. And she is just openly confessing all of these fucking secrets to a stranger that she met in the middle of this all, and he happens to text her, hey, I'm really worried about you. You know, if you would just tell me you're all right, that's all I need to hear. And she still goes out and has lunch with him after being told by her butler, who's hot, by the way, to not do that. Like, what the hell? I think she's why rich people have kidnapping insurance. Honestly, it's gotta be, right? Like, No. Like, you're just trusting this guy who you have no idea anything about other than his fake name. And you're telling him all of your secrets, that you're the head of a family, that you have 4 suitors, like all their details. Like, did you give them the social security numbers of all the people you're hanging out with? Like, what has he provided for you? Nothing. Nothing. This is so useless. This could just be her friend. They didn't have to make this weird plot point, but you're gonna tell me that at the end of this, they're gonna get together and he acts like this. He can act like a normal person, but he chooses not to. Like, what side of the coin is he? Like, what kind of bipolar does he have? Like, what is going on? Like, there's too many personalities in this guy. I can't handle this. I can't handle it because he's acting like such a different person right here, and we're gonna have to convince ourselves that she's gonna fall in love with this person. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like that he's acting like this when he's acting like he can't stop flirting with her. This is weird. This is weird. So unless this is a twin brother that I have never played this game before. Unless this is a twin brother pretending to be like a stranger to this, that's just trying to see what's going on with his brother. This makes no sense. Pull through? I can't. I don't know if I can. I can't understand how I'm supposed to... There are things, right? And I've said this in many games I've played. I don't like when the MC gets beaten up or like hit or punched or shoved and then she forgives that person for it. Accidents do happen, you know, like there's a scuttle and then she gets shoved, that's different. But like, this is manipulative. This is mind gaming. He's acting like a different person right now. If it is him, now I'm not sure. He's got me convinced he might be a different person. He is in his mid-20s. From everything you've told me, he seems like an experienced type.
So tired of him.
What is this man? All his acquaintances are girls too. When they chat, he flirts with them constantly. I Oh god. When they chat, he flirts with them constantly, standing much too close to them and smiles at them. It's clear he's had so many other girlfriends before now. I know there's no point in worrying about it, but every time he flirts with me, I can't help it.
前の彼女とはどんな恋愛をしていたのか、自分の時とはどう違うのか。
I've gotta go, but I'll be back to watch the rest of the VOD. Thank you for keeping me company at work. Well, I'm glad I was able to keep you company at work. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Bye. Now you wonder what he was like with his other girlfriends, how he's different from you, if he is at all. Do I have that right? Oh, God. I don't know, man. Pretty much. I know it's meaningless to compare myself to those other women, but I pulled my shoulders further and further. What? Pulled? 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 What do you mean pulled? What are we doing? Pulled my shoulders further and further in. Oh, as I talked. Okay. Caused like this? Like why? That seems uncomfortable. Kazu looked at me and smiled gently. We're in September and we're still on this game. We can't switch games, Prim. It's too late. It's understandable. Anyone in your situation would do the same. Most of the time, this would just be a tyrant instance of jealousy towards his exes, but your situation is a bit different, I'd say. Oh.
大抵の場合、女の子のやきもちってどこか攻撃的な側面があるんだけど、君はそうじゃないだろう?
Generally, when girls get jealous, there's an undercut current of hostility towards the earlier girlfriends, but it isn't like that with you, right?
恋愛経験豊富なスパダリ君に対して 怒るわけでもなければ
You aren't angry
元カノたちにそこまで強い感情も向けていない。
at all the romantic experience Mr. Perfect has, and you don't feel all that strongly about any of his past girlfriends.
君がしているのは現在と過去の比較だよね。
Why can't this girl go to a professional, not some stranger? Girl, she needed therapy for a while now. She needed therapy like when she was a kid and she had all the trauma, and then she got her butler, her hot butler that no one seems to like but me. What you're doing is simply making a comparison between the present and the past.
気を悪くしたらごめん。お嬢さんは恋愛経験がないって前に言ってたよね。
I'm sorry if this offends you, but you said once that you effectively have zero romantic experience, right?
はい。
Basically.
だから普通の恋愛がどういうものかわからないっていう劣等感を持ってる。わからないから正解を探そうとしてる。
Excuse me, I'm right here. I'm sorry if that was so traumatic for you. And since you don't understand what normal romance is, you feel inferior to his exes, and that is spurring you to try and find out what it means.
スパダリ君が気になっていても素直に彼の胸に飛び込めないのは彼の過去のせいもあるだろうけど。
All I'm trying to get done today is the top half of this puzzle board, by the way. So just the top half, the bottom half, I'll save for tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to play this tomorrow. I might play something else tomorrow, but I will play for a little bit tomorrow. You may be feeling a little something for Mr. Perfect, but you can't act on those feelings. Part of it is probably because of his past.
それ以前に
I'd planned on
これ
playing
が正しい
yesterday,
恋愛なのかって自信を持てないお嬢さん自身の問題もあるんじゃないかな。
but I woke up in so much pain from my entire events over the weekend, from dancing on Sunday, from walking around so much just Friday through Monday, like I was dying. I suspect the bigger issue is likely a problem coming from inside you. You just aren't comfortable that this is you just aren't confident that this is a real honest love. Kazu's words stunned me. Now that he said it out loud, it was so clear. I didn't know whether or not this was truly a normal romantic relationship. That's why I doubted Ichiya's motives for always deferring to me. That's why I kept asking myself, is this what normal couples
で
do?
もだとしたら私はどうすればいいんでしょう。
If that's the case, what do I
彼
do?
はデートでも普段の生活でもとにかく私のことを優先して私に尽くすことばかり考えてる。
Whether I'm on a date with him or just hanging out at home, he acts the same. He defers to me in every issue, thinking only about what makes me
だったら
happy.
私もその思いに応えてあげるのが筋なんでしょうか。他の女性のように。
So I just did that Dede type thing, and like Ichiya is under the same Dede type as Gil, and honestly, it reminds me of the ending in Cupid Parasite where she just is fed daily and just lives in home all the time because like he's just pampering her and she's just going okay. Is the correct answer to accept what he's offering, to give him what he wants, let him pamper me constantly like he did with all his other
それは
girlfriends?
違うんじゃないかな。
No, I don't think that's it. Kazu shook his head, taking a sip of his by now lukewarm coffee.
愛された分だけ愛を返さないと。なんて考え方はナンセンスだと僕は思う。そもそも愛の量なんて主観でしかないしね。
Firstly, I think the idea that you're obligated to love someone back only exactly as much as they love you is bunk. I mean, how do you measure love?
スパダリ君のことを直接知ってるわけじゃないから何とも言えないけど。
Mind, it isn't like I've actually met Mr. Perfect Boyfriend, so I don't know if this is all accurate. Keep in mind, not mind.
もしかすると彼は女性依存というか恋愛依存なところがあるのかもしれないね。
I have to wonder if he has dependency issues when it comes to women or with love in general.
依存です。
Dependency issues? We should not be analyzing people.
誰かに愛されないと生きられない。
I bet he has major
だから
anxiety
過剰なほど
problems.
に
If
愛
he
そうと
thinks
する。
someone doesn't love him, that's why he tries to overcompensate by pouring it on with
愛
others.
した分だけ愛されると信じて、相手に一方的に愛を押し付ける。
He's convinced if he loves someone hard enough, they will grow to love him in turn. So he pushes and pushes.
ただ、厳しい言い方になるけど、それはいわゆる賠償要求。見返りを得ること前提の下心でしかないよ。
Now, this is gonna sound harsh, but that isn't love. It's a transaction. An exchange where he only gives because he expects he'll get something in return. I blinked, surprised at the venom in Kazu's usually kind voice. He must have noticed because he grimaced and knocked back the dregs of his cold coffee.
結局のところ、一番大事なのは彼の本心だ。
Anyways, at the end of the day, what's most important is what he really feels.
彼は本当に君のことが好きなのか、それとも同じ愛を返してくれる相手なら誰でもいいのか。
Is it? Oh man, there's inflections, you know what I mean? My brain read that in a weird inflection. Like I read, is it truly you he cares for? But I didn't read it right, so it sounded so wrong. Is it truly you he cares for? Or would he be happy with anyone so long as they fed him the love he's desperate
そ
for?
こをよく考えるべきだと僕は思うよ。
I think that deserves some careful consideration on your part.
そうですね。
You're probably right.
カズさんに相談してよかった。自分のコンプレックスも含めて、なんだかいろいろ腑に落ちました。
I'm so glad I got to discuss this with you, Kazu. You helped straighten out so many things in my mind, including some of my own foibles. Foibles? That sounds like a
そう言ってもらえると
Star
嬉しい
Trek
な。
monster.
僕も結構ズケズケ言っちゃったから。
I'm happy to hear I could help. I hope I wasn't too blunt. Did you steal clothes from Taiga? Is this Taiga's clothes you're wearing?
そんなことないです。少なくとも私にはす
No,
ごくありが
not
たく
at
て。
all. I really appreciate your candor.
君は真面目だからね。真面目すぎるくらいに。
You're an earnest girl, Leah. Sometimes a little too earnest.
もっと自分に都合よく考えても罰は当たらないと思うんだけど。
Personally, I think you could focus on yourself a little more and no one would be upset.
それ逆に難しいです。
That's harder than it seems.
そうなんだろうね。大人になると損得で物を考えることが増えるから、お兄さんには眩しいよ。
Yeah, it probably is. As an adult, you have to look out for your own interests so much more often. Your selfishness is like a shining beacon.
損得ってカズさんが？
Kazu, you think you're self-interested?
そうだよ。こう見えても僕は結構損得感情が激しい方だから。
Definitely. I may not look it, but I'm actually pretty menacing. If you are, I don't even know, man. He's got me. I'm not sure if this is Ichiya in costume. Kazu smiled shyly at me. He definitely doesn't look to me, but
疑ってる。
you're doubting me.
疑ってるっていうか、だってカズさんは最初に会った時から私に親切にしてくれる
Not
し、
really. I mean, ever since we met, you've been nothing but kind to
損
me.
得で言うなら何も得しないのに、こうして相談にも乗ってくれるし。
I can't see how that counts as self-interested. You're giving me advice without getting anything in return.
そう？僕はちゃんと得してるよ。君と話すのは楽しいからね。
Oh, I think I'm getting plenty in return for my advice. Actually, chatting with you is fun for one.
それに若くて綺麗で可愛い女の子とお茶できるなんて十分得してるって普通の男なら思うよ。
Not only that, I get to have coffee together with a young woman. Young, beautiful. Sorry, gotta add beautiful. Young, beautiful woman. I think any man would consider that a fair exchange, and then some.
Oh.
I wasn't sure how serious he was being. I wasn't sure I minded it so much either. He was extremely good at handling people, to be honest. I envied his ease.
それは置いといて。スパダリ君のことで何かあったら、その時は連絡をくれる。
Oh well, that aside, if anything happened between if anything happens between you and Mr. Perfect Boyfriend again, will you let me know?
はい、別にいいですけど。
I suppose I could.
うまくいきますようにってこっそりお祈りしておくからさ。
Great, I'll keep my fingers crossed that everything turns out for you.
わかりました。近々デートする予定があるので、その時は連絡しますね。
Alright, thanks. We have a scheduled date coming up soon. I'll send you a WHIS message after and let you know how it went. Somehow knowing Kazu was keeping his fingers crossed for me made it seem like something would turn out okay. Everything. Feeling a little better, I hung out with him in the coffee shop for a while longer, sitting and chatting, enjoying every minute. Date Kazu! Wink wink. Just date that guy. Wink wink wink. Yeah. Well, I could maybe get... I don't know. I don't know. My goal is to get to here, but... I don't know, maybe here. Maybe I can just finish this. I'm not giving myself that much hope. A convenient companion? Wait, what? What? I spelled all those words wrong just now. Was not looking. Shibuya, one of Tokyo's biggest downtown districts. Always bustling no matter what time of day, its streets were as crowded as ever this evening. Anyone to get carried away by the big city's dazzling night lights, but... I heaved a heavy sigh as I blobbed my way down the sidewalk, pushing against the flow of the crowd. Not to crow over my achievements too loudly, but I think my last date with Leah went well. We watched a movie, we had a great conversation, we walked the streets, then had a lovely dinner. Leah looked like she thoroughly enjoyed the time we spent together too. I know she had fun. That's the way she was acting. It was clear she was having a good time, but...
私を優先してくれるのは嬉しいけど、
もちろん。
それって
何か違うなら。
そう。
お嬢さん？
今まで付き合
え？
なんでもない。
TLDR, flashback. Just, do you always let the girls you go on dates pick? What did I do wrong? I sighed again and looked out across the flashing neon of nighttime Shibuya. Is your identical twin brother going to show up now and give you an answer to that? I'd come here to look around and check some things out in preparation for our Sunday date, but for some reason I just couldn't shake the uneasy look Leah had given me earlier. It was practically burned onto the back of my eyelids. All the other girls I've dated. To be honest, that was a sore point. From her point of view, did someone with as much dating experience as me some unfaithful maybe? Well, think of it this way. If you have so much experience, you should understand how she's feeling. Even if that was a point against me, it was still possibly a convenience. It was still possible to convenience her to convince convenience. Wow, I'm adding letters. Even if that was a point against me, it was still possible to convince her to trust me. I believe that wholeheartedly. All I needed to do was get her to fall for me. That's the hard part. Even though it does feel like we're closer than we were before, turning my charm way up doesn't seem to faze her no matter how thick I lay it on. It's so bad I've almost started to doubt that I have any charm at all. I knew from experience that I sometimes get a bit on the big head about my ability to attract women. To think one look could wipe out my self-confidence. My shoulders slumped as I let out my upteenth sigh of the evening just then.
お兄さんすっごいかっこいい。一人連れなし？ねえ、一緒にご飯行きません？
Oh my god, mister, you're smoking hot. Why are you by yourself? That's like totally gotta be a sin. Why don't we get some dinner? A prettily dressed young lady dashed up to me, her eyes sparkling in the neon lights.
ああ、いや、その。
Huh? Oh, sorry, but
嫌なことでもあったんですか？なんか暗いオーラ出ちゃってるけど。
was the day some kind of downer for you? You look like your dog
そ
died.
んなに暗い顔してたかな。
Do I really look that gloomy?
してましたよ。今にも死んじゃいそうで。私見てられなくって。
Oh, for sure. You were like just looking super depressed. I just couldn't take it, so I came over here to say hi and cheer you up.
ちょっと人間関係で悩んじゃってたから、それが顔に出ていたのかもね。
I was just thinking over some personal issues, that's all. I guess I must have let more of it show on my face than I thought.
辛いですよね。そういう時は愚痴るのが一番。私話聞きますから。
Oh gosh, that sounds so rough. Personal drama sucks, the big one for sure. But it's healthy to get it all out. You can totally unload on me.
ありがとう。見ず知らずの俺を心配してくれるなんて、君は優しいね。
Thanks, it's sweet of you to worry. It's about a random
で
stranger like
しょ？
me.
だからほら、ご飯。
Right? I'm like a saint. That's why we should go get dinner together. She was nice, but that was a side. I had already pledged myself to someone, so getting involved with her was a bad idea. We chatted for a little longer. Eventually, I convinced her to reluctantly walk away. I waved as she left, then let out a sigh of relief. I'm smoking hot, huh? I let her words bounce around in my head for a bit, looking up at the night sky. She's right. I'm not hideous by a long shot. No, I'm not the least bit unattractive. I'm definitely a sweet catch. Oh my god.
大丈夫。
He loyal though? Blue,
自信
you
を
were
持て。
just
俺。
here, weren't you? Didn't you hear him flirting with girls on the street? It'll be okay, me. I have to have confidence. Oh my god. Imagine being like, I'm smoking hot, like being and meaning it. I don't know what that's like. I mumbled my pep talk to myself as I ran my fingers through my hair.
ねえねえ、そこのお兄さん。
Hey, mister. Yeah, I'm hot. If anybody needs proof, here I am getting propositioned by all the cutie ladies in Shibuya. Oh no, I was waiting for my package all day. Was stressed. What package? What's coming?
やっぱり一夜さんじゃん。こんな街中で何してんの？ひょっとして浮気？
Yeah, it is you. What are you doing out of the town like this? Gonna visit your side piece or something?
君は。
You. My memory was right. This was one of Leah's friends. What was her name again? Right. No, like imagine having that kind of memory. You just remembered her full name. Noah
花婿
Harumura.
に選ばれるかどうかって時にナンパ待ちとかよくやるわ。
You've sure got some guts hanging out waiting for girls to hit on you when you're someone else's suitor.
いや、待ってくれ。君は何か誤解している。
Wait, no, you got the wrong
あ
idea.
別に言い訳いらないから。
Bath
一夜
and
さんが
Body
浮
Works
気しようが
goodies.
二股しようが私には関係ない話だし。
We pretty much got everything I planned to get from Bath and Body Works, I think. We got a candle holder. Did we get the candle holder? I might have just lied to you. We got a candle with a lid that has a snake on it. We got the fragrance holder that like matches the one that holds thing. It looks like a hand. And then we got so much vampire blood. I only get vampire blood. I get enough vampire blood to last me a year from Bath and Body Works every Halloween. And that's the only, not hand sanitizer, that's the only hand wash we use. That's what we use in our bathrooms. Oh, we love snakies. I bought a bunch of stuff from Target also very recently, like Sunday, because I went to Target to get water before my concert, and we were going to where the water was. It was by happenstance, really. And as we turned around, there were like little plates that had snakies on them. There was, what else was there? There was a table runner that had snakies on it. I think we got a serving tray. Serving tray. It's a giant serving tray. It's gold. It has a skull on it. We got a cake stand, which I think had the same snake on it. Might have a skull on it. I don't know. We just buy anything with snakes on it. Snakes and gold. Like, those are the two colors. I was wanting the Woodwick Vanilla 3 wick. Has a golden snake, but it's expensive. I don't know if it's a Woodwick. The one we got, it was like $30. We didn't pay $30. We waited for them to do 60% off. And then I had a coupon for additional like 20% off. Our total went from like $350 to like $100. We did magic. It was magical. We bought a bunch of stuff. We got so much stuff from them. You don't gotta make excuses. I don't care if you're out here for a quick fling or if you're two-timing her or whatever, not my
まあ
problem.
でも一つ忠告しとくと、防塵ジャケットは用意しとくといいよ。当女、あれで結構過激だから。
But, word of warning, I'd suggest investing in like a bulletproof jacket or something. The Tojo family can be a wee bit dramatic sometimes.
だから話を聞いてくれ。
Would you just listen to me, please?
で、今度は私をナンパ？顔に似合わず結構やばいね。
What? So you're gonna flirt with me now? You're even more of a playboy than I
か
thought.
らかうのはやめてくれ。事情は今説明したじゃないか。
Can you stop teasing me now, really? I just explained everything. Weren't you listening? I know Noah is friends with Leah, but I just couldn't see myself ever getting along with her. It was like she knew instinctively where all my weak spots were and she needled them mercilessly. You needed it.
まあお茶をおごってくれたし、話ぐらいは聞いてあげるけど。
Oh well, you did treat me to some drinks, so I guess I could listen for a bit.
で、なんだっけ？
So
お嬢様の気持ちがわからないだっけ？
what was this all about again? I don't get what she's feeling or some
あ
crap.
あ、前回デートに行った時は彼女もすごく楽しんでくれてたんだ。
Basically, we went on a date once before and it looked like she was enjoying
だけど
herself.
次のデートに誘ってみたらどうしてか浮かない顔をしていて。
But when I asked her out on a second one, she didn't seem too keen on the idea for some
デート
reason.
ね。どこに行ったわけ？
A date, huh? Where'd you go?
映画館とかレストランとか彼女が望んだことについてはデート中に全て叶えたつもりだ
To a
よ。
movie and dinner after, some other things in between. I'm pretty sure I managed to do everything she wanted me to. I went over our date step by step, giving Noah a summary of what happened from beginning to end. After I finished, Noah gave me a look of utter boredom and
な
said,
んていうか、一夜さんってさ、つくづく都合のいい男だよね。
God, Ichiya, you're a total simp. You try so hard to be at a girl's beck and call, and it's so dull.
都合のいい？
A simp?
わがままを何でも聞いてくれる彼氏。って言ったらそりゃ聞こえはいいし、最初は浮かれるだろうけどさ。
Yeah, having a boyfriend who'll do whatever you want sounds great on the surface. At first, it can be pretty awesome.
かっこいいのにはそのうち慣れる。尽くしてもらうのにも慣れる。
But after a while, you just get used to it, you know? You get used to being pampered, and it gets old.
結果、刺激が欲しくなったら退屈になる。何でも叶えてくれる彼氏なんて、私は願い下げ。つまんないもん。
Eventually, a girl's gonna want some excitement, you know? I know I don't even want a guy who'll do everything I tell him. It'd be massively boring.
そういうもの
Boring?
かな。
Is that what I'm like?
心当たり、ない？
What? That rings some bells? I couldn't deny it. Noah used some different words, yeah. She was definitely more blunt about it, but what she said was almost exactly what all my ex-girlfriends said when they broke up with me.
あなたは悪くないの。こんな素敵な人と付き合えて幸せだった。ただ、幸せすぎたっていうか。
It's not you honest. I feel so lucky that I got to spend time with someone amazing like you, but well, I was too happy.
私、あなたから卒業するね。次はもっとふさわしい人を見つけて。
I have to move on from you and go back to real life and find someone who's more on my level, someone that's mediocre.
あなたと一緒にいると自分がまるでお姫様になったような気がしたけど現実は違うのよね。
When I was with you, I felt like I was a princess. That was incredible for a time, but it wasn't real. I'm not a princess, not in real life.
恋をするには最高なんだけど、そろそろ結婚も考えなきゃいけないし、いい加減夢から覚めなきゃ。
I had the time of my life dating you, but it's time I started thinking about getting married, building a life, being with you is a dream, but I want to wake up.
ごめんなさい。私、あなたといるとダメになっちゃう気がするの。甘やかされるの怖くなっちゃった。
I'm sorry, when I'm with you, I feel like I'm turning into a terrible person. I'm kind of scared you'll spoil me too much, you know. Imagine having everybody say you're doing too much for me as of the reason they broke up with you and you do nothing to fix it.
優しいだけじゃ物足りないなんて自分でも贅沢だと思うけど。さよなら。今までありがとう。
I know it must sound super selfish of me to say this, but a guy who's just plain nice isn't enough, but it isn't. I'm sorry. Goodbye. Thanks for everything. Toodles.
今回のお嬢様の件もそんな感じじゃないの？愛を押し付けすぎて戸惑われたとか。
Tell me if I hit the mark here. You're shoving so much love at her and she's confused and unsettled.
でも相手を幸せにすればこちらにも幸せが返ってくるというのは間違った考え方じゃないだろう？
But if you do everything you can to make a person happy, is it wrong to think that they'd want to make you happy in return?
まあね。でもさ。
Not really, I guess, but you know.
これだけ幸せにしたんだからそっちも幸せを返してくれって遠回しに脅迫されてるみたいじゃん。
Flip that around and say it like you're and it's like you're being all I made you happy, so now you have to make me happy. Does that sound kind of like a threat? A threat? My head spun. I felt like someone had just punched me out of nowhere.
もしかしてお嬢さんにもそんな風に思われているんだろうか？
Does Leah think I'm threatening her with my affection?
さあ、それは本人に聞きなよ。
I don't know. Ask her, not me.
でも、私が見た感じ、東條ってイエスマンは好みじゃないと思う。周りにそういうのばっかりだから。
I can at least say that from what I've seen, Tojo's probably not into yes men. She's already surrounded by toadies on a daily basis.
それは、そうか。
Oh.
そういう見方もあるのか。
Now that you mention it, that does make a lot of sense. You could tell they'd been classmates for a while. Noah's observances were observances. That's the word of the day. We're sharp and on point.
尽くしすぎも考えものってこと。レディーファーストって言えば学校はつくかもしれないけど。
I guess basically what I'm saying is there is such a thing as being too nice. Yeah, being all ladies first all the time sounds
何
cool.
でも相手を優先するって。つまり自分の意見に自信がないって言ってるようなものでしょ？
I want to get Minecraft. What's stopping you from becoming a miner in craft? But deferring to her in every little thing is an obvious sign you don't have any confidence in your own opinion and ideas and stuff like
だっ
that.
て女の言うこと聞いてれば絶対に外れはないわけだし。
I mean, when you ask her to give you the answer every time, you're guaranteed not to screw
厳
up.
しいね。
That's harsh. Noah just smiled at me shyly.
言いなりなのは嫌だけど、わがまま聞いてくれないのも嫌。女の子は矛盾した生き物だからさ。
We don't want a guy who's like a total pushover, but we also don't want one who doesn't make us feel special. We girls can be a little contrary sometimes.
君も
We, huh? So you too?
私はそういうの、その時の気分で使い分ける方だから。
Me, I pick and choose which one I want depending on the mood I'm in. Spoken like someone who expected she'd never want to choose. Spoken like someone who expected she'd never want for choice. Geez, modern high school girls were frightening. It's like 30. Well, if you're running the one for Switch, it's like $29.99. It's a pretty cheap game. It's just, you can buy more inside. She does have a point. That could be why Leah kept asking me if I had fun on our date. I gave her everything that she wanted, but that only seemed to make her look conflicted. I thought she was just trying to be courteous, but I guess that was off the mark.
まあ、あの鉄壁お嬢様相手なら誘い受けなんてしてないで強引に言ってもいいんじゃないの？
Well, Tojo kinda has a stick up her butt, so maybe being passive isn't the way to go. Try being more aggressive, maybe.
強引に
Aggressive.
私が思うに東條ってしっかりしてるようでそうでもないとこあるからさ。
The way I see it, she may look like she's got it all together, but that's only in some cases. In others, she's so not.
ああいうタイプって案外強めにリードされるのに弱いんじゃないかな。
People like her are a bit more susceptible than you'd think to a man who's a bit more assertive. I'm going to say that sentence again because I read that so weird. People like her are more susceptible than you'd think to a man who's a bit assertive.
強めに
Assertive,
リード
huh?
そうそう、年上なんだし大人の男の魅力でとかさ、せっかくの武器は使わないと。
Yeah, you're the older one, right? You got that attractive, mature guy aura all over you. Don't be afraid to use it.
いっそ強引に押し倒すとか。なんてね。
Maybe you could, like, literally sweep her off her feet, carry her to the bedroom. I kid. Carry her to the bedroom?
言っとくけど冗談だよ。聞いてる？ねえ。もしもーし。
In case you missed it, that was a joke, you know, not serious. Were you listening? After Noah and I went our separate ways, I sat in my car. I ruminated over everything she had told me for a long time. Be assertive. Maturity is attractive. Now that she mentioned it, it did feel like my maturity and experience were my strongest points. I was the oldest of her suitors, and I was confident I was mature enough to treat women like an adult should. But the assertive stuff? If I tried being assertive and Leah wound up hating me for it.
大事なのはお前の事情が何であれ、それはお嬢には一切関係ねえし、お嬢にはお嬢のペースがあるって。焦ってバカやらかすよりは今みたいに試行錯誤しながら攻めた方がな。
Just making sure I've read this before. I understand what Taiga was getting at now too. Listening to Leah's opinion on things is definitely the most important thing I can do. But now, how does that change things? We had been growing closer, but I just couldn't seem to make that last big step.
私が思うに東條ってしっかりしてるようでそうでもないとこあるからさ。
Flashback. I started to read it and then I stopped myself. I could see where Noah was coming from on that one too. Behind Leah's strong gaze, I sometimes catch a glimpse of uneasiness, of young uncertainty. Leah could be strong and she was always put up a brave front, but she was insecure on the inside. If what she really wants is an assertive man who steps up and takes control, then doesn't that mean everything I've done so far has been exactly the opposite? If she gives up on me, it'll be the end. There was no telling how long my life together with her would continue. None of us suitors knew. But while I was sitting here twiddling my thumbs, it was more than possible that one of the others would manage to capture her heart. And if that happened...
中身なんてどうでもいいの。劣化版は劣化版らしく、私の言う通りにしていればいいのよ。
I don't care what you really like or what he's like for that matter. Shut up and do what I tell you, you counterfeit loser. Or else, that was new. Apparently the light had changed and I didn't notice. Annoyed honks from the cars behind me snapped me back to reality. I stepped on the gas. Oh hell no. I have to remember why I'm still here. God, if I can't get Leah to choose me, then The darkness I had locked in the deepest corner of my heart wilted, creeping past its bond and into my mind. I cleared my throat and shoved it back into its tiny box where it
今の
belonged.
ままじゃダメならやり方を変えるしかない。
If what I'm doing isn't working, then I just have to change things up and find something that
虎
does.
穴にいらずんば孤児を得ず
Nothing ventured,
そういうことだろ
nothing gained. If I want something, I'm gonna have to do what I need to get it. There was nothing for it. I simply had to do it. That was the only choice I had if I wanted to run away from the shadows seething in my heart. Well. A new WHIS message. Okay.
内緒話は
Take it
ほど
easy,
ほどになさって
okay?
くださいね。
Hey, Tojo. How about you try being a little nicer to Ichiya? Huh, where'd this come from? Bumped into him earlier. He looked down in the dumps. What am I supposed to do about that? The guy puts up a front, yeah, but underneath he's kinda sensitive. When you act all sassy at him, it makes him super depressed. I don't know. Well, that was my impression. You can do whatever. Though, do give him some thought. Just some. I'm not sure I understand your point, but I guess. Dun 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 dun. Oh god. Precious things, Stolad. Stolad. Can I go back to the common board? Common board's gone. Confused. I'm so confused. I want to know how many boards there are.
ご機嫌はいかがかな
Sounds like I have 2 more choices. I'm so confused. I'm staring at this and I'm still confused. The day of our date arrived. Ichiya decided that this time he would take me out for a drive.
ちょっと道が混んでいるみたいだね
Looks like
もう少し
traffic's a
か
little
かる
worse
か
than
な
I expected. It'll take a bit before we're out of it. I leaned back in the passenger seat, quietly watching Ichiya as he drove. I fidgeted. It felt a little odd to be sitting in a car that wasn't simply picking me up from a place.
どうかした車に疲れたなら一回止めようか
What's wrong? If you're tired of being in the car, we can stop somewhere for a quick rest.
そうじゃなくて、ただ運転する一夜さんがなんとなく新鮮で。
I'm not tired. I was just thinking how different it was to watch you drive a car.
なるほど大人っぽくて惚れ直した
Oh, cool. Do I look so mature that you couldn't help but fall for me a second time?
そもそも惚れてません。
I haven't even fallen for you the first time.
でもその様子じゃ少しは意識してもらえてるみたいだね
But you know, that answer tells me you're at least thinking about it.
いいから前を見て運転して。私のことは見なくていいから。
Pay attention to the road, not me. You're still driving.
ああうんもちろん安全運転で行くよ
Huh? Oh, right. This is gonna be a perfectly safe trip, of course. The safest. Ichiya quickly turned to look forward again. He watched the road for a while, but I could feel him steal quick glances over my direction every few minutes. Something feels off. No. Something always felt off around Ichiya, but why do things feel especially awkward?
ああ今日のデートなんだけど
About today's date, okay?
俺に全て任せてくれないかな君を絶対に満足させるから
Could you let me handle everything this time? I promise you'll have a great time. His question startled me. He sounded so serious, though. I almost felt my heart skip a beat. Almost. Unsure what to do, I managed to mumble a disgruntled reply.
もともと任せるって言ってたんだから、好きにしてくれていい。
I said I'd leave it to you from the start. Do whatever you want.
ありがとうあの後よく考えたんだけどやっぱり大人の男としては適度なリードも必要かと思ってね
After our talk, I gave things a lot of serious thought, and I decided, as the older and more mature one, I need to step up and take the lead.
今日はいつもとは違う俺を感じて。きっと君の見る目を変えてみせるから。
Did you notice the difference in me today? I promise I'll make you look at me in a whole new way. Different or not, Ichiya finished that with his customary wink. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine, and I quickly turned to look out the window. Ichiya's strange behavior aside, I have to find the right opportunity to bring that up. I'm gonna ask him about his past today. This is my best opportunity. I was curious about the possible dependency issues that Kazu had mentioned too. Did Ichiya really care for me, or would he be happy with anyone as long as they lavished him with all of the love he needed? I needed to stay focused and stay attentive so I could figure out which it was. When we arrived at our destination, the two of us got out of Ichiya's car and started making our way along the crowded sidewalk. I quickly felt my face go beet red.
ちょっとIchiya-san?
Ichiya?
ん？何かな？
What?
何かなじゃなくて、いくらなんでも近すぎると思うんだけど。
How do you want me? You're standing inappropriately close to me. Ichiya smiled, wrapped his arm around me, and drew me even closer.
君が人混みに流されないようにね。ちゃんと捕まえておかないと。
I don't want you getting swept away by the crowd, you know? I have to keep a firm grip on you.
だからって。
Still.
でもこれが恋人の距離だよ。
This is how lovers walk.
私たちまだ恋人じゃ。
Aren't lovers?
デートしてるカップルは他の人から見ればみんな恋人同士さ。俺たちもそう見られてる。
To other people, any couple out on a date look like lovers. The people around us now, that's the label they gave us when they look at us.
ぎこちなくしてる方が目立つよ。大丈夫。ちゃんとエスコートするから安心して俺のそばにいて。
Acting awkward will only make us stand out. Don't worry. I promise I'll escort you as is, only fitting of a gentleman, so relax and follow my lead.
Ichiya-san!
Ichiya!
照れる君も可愛いね、お嬢さん。ほら、信号が変わったよ。行こう。
Have I ever told you you look cute when you blush, Leah? The walk sign's on. Let's go. Would you listen to me, please? What on earth has gotten into him? On our last date, he had been scrumptiously certain to maintain scrupulously I know the word scrupulous. I can't, my brain's not doing it. Maintain a proper distance between the two of us. He had been such a gentleman, I even changed my opinion of him a little bit. So what was with the sudden assertiveness? He's not acting like himself. Mortified, I shot a glare at him at his much too smug face. Really, what confused me more was my inability, my reluctance to shake off his grip. Do it. If you don't like it, do it. Ichiya brought me to a shopping mall located inside a large commercial skyscraper.
見て。このフロアは特にジュエリー関係のショップが集まっているんだ。
This floor has a lot of jewelry stores on
お
it.
嬢さん、ジュエリーは好き？
Do you like jewelry, Leah?
綺麗なものは人並みに好きよ。でも、お店で見たことはあまりないの。
I like pretty things as much as anyone else, I suppose, but I haven't been in many jewelry stores.
うん。春日くんがそう言っていたよ。外傷を呼んでとっておきのものばかりを並べてみるのも悪くないけど。
I know, Kasuga told me as much. I'm sure it's nice to have a sales rep make a business trip to your home in order to hawk their finest
宝
wares.
石はタイミングが重要だから。
Imagine always
そういう
asking
偶然の
somebody
出会いを
else
楽し
and
むの
not
も
her.
悪くないんじゃないかと思って。
The true allure of jewelry comes from proper timing. There's a certain pleasure in browsing a store and finding a piece that speaks for you.
そうね。
I suppose. He wasn't wrong. Just looking at beautiful jewelry and gemstones could be fun. I nodded at his suggestion, walking over to the window of the nearest shop and looking inside. That pearl necklace is lovely. Maybe it's a little too mature for me, though. And here's a selection of birthstone jewelry. Ichiya's birthday is in July. Mine's is...
よろしければ手に取ってご覧ください。ケースからお出ししますので。
Please let me know if you'd like to take a look at Let me know if you want to take a closer look at anything. I'll open the case for you. I try to combine the words.
本日は大切な方へのプレゼントをお探しでしょうか。とてもお似合いで羨ましいですわ。
Are you looking for a gift for the special someone you're with today? The two of you make a lovely couple.
実はそうなんです。婚約指輪の下見を兼ねていて。
Indeed we do. We're also interested in looking over some of your engagement rings. He can't be subtle. He can't do one step. He went 3 steps ahead.
まあ素敵。それでしたらこちらにちょうどおすすめのものが。
How wonderful. Congratulations. Over here I have some rings that are simply
ああ、
gorgeous.
すみません。とてもありがたい申し出ですが、あくまで下見なので。
Just to be clear, we're only looking today. I'm grateful for your recommendations, but we aren't ready to purchase just yet.
まずはこのフロアを一通り見て、気になれば改めてお願いします。では失礼。
We'll be browsing everything on offer of this floor. On offer. We'll be browsing everything on offer. That's what it says. That doesn't sound right. If something catches our eye, we'll definitely be back. Thank you. Ichiya smiled at the clerk and then we took our leave. He held me by the hand and the entire way. Once the clerk was out of sight, I turned to him and fixed him with a cool glare.
婚約指輪って。
Excuse me, Ichiya, engagement rings?
ああ、男女2人で指輪を見るなら、そういうのが一番自然だからね。
Of course, when a man and woman are looking at rings, it's natural to say you're shopping for engagement rings.
だからって。
Maybe,
じ
but
ゃあ、なんて言えばよかった？
is there something else you'd rather I had said? I opened my mouth and closed it again with nothing to say. Ichiya leaned in, a teasing glint in his
お嬢
eye.
さん、俺たちの関係は何だい？
Say, Leah, what are we to each other?
それはあなたは私の花婿。
You know that. You're my suitor, Anne.
そうだね。確かに俺はあくまで候補。他の連中ともども、君の気持ち一つで振り落とされる曖昧な立場でしかない。
Right. At the end of the day, I'm just one suitor of 4. It's a tenuous position that could be yanked away at any time.
だけどね。
But Ichiya took my left hand and gently stroked my ring finger. The look on his face was solemn, mature all of a sudden. I was reminded that he was older, an adult man. This is an adult man. I swallowed
よ
hard.
く考えてみて。その4人の中から選ばれた1人が、将来君の夫になるんだ。
Think about it hard. One of the 4 of us, the one you choose, will be your future
そ
husband.
れを君は、ちゃんと意識しているのかな？
Has that really sunk in for you yet?
一夜さん。
この薬指に指輪を飾るのは俺かもしれない。そういう想像はできてる？
It may be me who eventually slips that ring on your finger. Can you visualize that?
大丈夫。忘れないから。
His gaze held mine firmly. I knew I couldn't squirm away. Confused, I said, "Can you visualize it?"
そういう一夜さんはどうなの？
What about you? Can you visualize it?
聞くだけ野暮じゃないのかな？それとも言わせたい？
Oh man, this guy, he tires me out. I'm exhausted already. That seems like a silly question to me, but did you ask because you want to hear me say it?
いつだって考えてるよ。お嬢さんが俺の隣にいる日のこと。
I'm always thinking about it. I can easily picture the day we finally stand side by side, clear as a bell. My throat went dry as Ichiya's eyes locked onto mine. An unidentifiable light shone within their depths.
君が思うよりもずっとリアルに想像してるし、
I picture it
そうなりたいと願ってる。
far more clearly than I suspect you do. And I hope and pray every day that vision will someday blossom into reality.
できれば君にも同じように考えてみてほしいところだけど。
I hope that maybe you would consider giving me a little more thought than you have been, please. My question to him had been a little more than an escape attempt, but that look on his deftly cornered me. That look of his deftly cornered me again. He's right, though. Looking back, I had done everything I could to avoid thinking about that reality as much as possible. But things weren't going to stay like this forever. Something would eventually have to change. Someday I'd have to make a decision. After talking to grandfather the other day and now here with Ichiya, that truth was starting to loom larger and larger. I'm gonna marry someday. Be it Taiga, Shion, Narita, or Ichiya.
そろそろお腹が空いてきたかな?
Are you starting to feel a little peckish, maybe? I am. Let's move along. Sure.
落ち着いたいい店を知ってるんだ。きっと君も気に入ると思うよ。
I know a nice, relaxed place. I'm sure you'll love it. Come on, I'll take you there. Ichiya's gaze finally left me as he turned to start walking, and I felt like I could breathe again. There's something unsettling about him today. It felt like he was charged with a strange magnetism that would bind me if I relaxed for even an instant. My right hand slid over to cover my left. It could have been my imagination, but I thought I felt a little heat where he had touched my ring finger. Girls, daydreaming. Ichiya took me to a little hole-in-the-wall bistro where we enjoyed some casual French cuisine. Afterwards, we briefly window shopped at an interior furnishing show floor for foreign brands. Our chat earlier had left me feeling wound up. My nerves were thoroughly on edge, but he had completely returned to his usual casual self. His gentle demeanor helped calm me, and by the end, I was relaxed and enjoying our date. As the sun was sinking towards the horizon, we got back into Ichiya's car and we took off driving towards the coast.
だいぶ暗くなってきたね。夕焼けを楽しむにはちょっと遅かったかな。
It's getting pretty dark fast. I guess we're a bit too late to enjoy the sunset.
そうね。でも風が気持ちいい。
Yeah, though the breeze does feel nice.
少し歩こうか。船の方に着く頃には夕焼けが夜景に変わってるよ。
Why don't we take a little stroll? By the time we reach the boat, the sun will have set and it'll be a lovely starry night. Ichiya held out his hand like it was the most natural thing in the world, and I took it without question. I spent this like $70 on soap and the soap dispenser and candle holder the other week. Oh, nice. From Bath and Body Works. If I found my receipt, we saved over $200 when we went because it was during the 60% off deal. In just half a day together on this date, the distance between us had closed by a startling amount.
時間的にあとはもう帰るだけだけど、
Technically,
今
all
日の
that's
デートの
left.
感想を聞きたいね。どうだったかな、お姫様。
They had a big deal on their soap. I know they had their soap on sale for like $2.75 at one point. But we bought a bunch of Halloween stuff when it was 60% off because weakness. The weakness is me. Technically, all that's left is for us to go home from here. But first, I'm curious about what you thought of our date today. Did you have fun, princess?
すごく落ち着かなかった。前のデートとは違う意味で。
I felt uneasy the entire time, like our first date, but in a different way.
違う意味？
Different how?
前回は全部私優先で。
On
そ
our
れであなたは
first
楽しい
date,
のかなって気になって落ち着かなかったけど。
it was because you kept deferring to me in everything. I kept worrying about whether or not you were really having fun.
でも今日はちょっと強引というか、なんかその引っ張られてたというか。
This time you were more forceful, I suppose. I felt like you were, I don't know, pulling me along everywhere you went.
嫌だった？
Did you not like it?
嫌とかじゃないけど。
I didn't hate it.
それならよかった。少しはドキドキしてくれたってことでいいのかな？
That's good at least. Can I assume that I made your heart skip a beat a time or two?
知らない。
I don't know. Like I was really about to admit out loud that my heart had indeed skipped several beats.
俺はずっとドキドキしてた。
Mine was racing the entire time.
君が隣にいてくれることにどうしようもなくドキドキした。
Having you by my side all day made it bounce around all over my chest. His words nailed me to the spot. I couldn't move. I could barely breathe.
花婿候補として君と会って、途中失敗して愛想もつかされて。
I'm your suitor, but I'm one of 4. I'm worried that I messed it up. That you'd never feel anything for me.
もう手が届かないかも。なんて思っていた君が、今日は少しだけ俺の手の届くところに来てく
I
れ
was
た。
terrified that I would never manage to reach you, but today, it seems like you moved just a little bit closer.
そう思ったのは勘違いじゃないよね。
お疲れ様でした。
皆さん。 I didn't imagine that, did I? He looked at me and I reflectively looked away. I thought I felt him chuckle, but I refused to look back at him. Instead, I started walking away. This ridiculous man. It's a Ferris wheel and it's lit up. Eventually, the sun sank below the horizon and the park was wrapped in gentle evening twilight. The soft glow of the street lamps on the boat's bright lights pushed back the darkness. We strolled for a bit until Ichiya suddenly stopped.
予想通りだ。いい具合に夜景が楽しめそうだよ。
It's just as good as I hoped. This will be a wonderful view. It's beautifully illustrated. Let me be very clear. This is lovely. I feel nothing. Like, I don't... Like, this... There was no build-up to this. There was no warrant for it, you know what I mean? I don't know. I like the music. I like this music way better than the bedroom music he keeps getting. It's beautiful.
夜空には輝く星の数々。海には船が掲げる灯火。
The star... art, yeah. Like, again, the art's beautiful. There was not like a... And then he tucked a piece of hair behind my ear. Like, they're not even, like, facing each other right now. Like, he's gorgeous, sure, but, like... This looks like it would taste like rubber. Oh, the stars glittering in the night sky, the lights from the boats gleaming off the waves. I don't see any of that in this picture. You could have made a very pretty scene for them to be looking at.
一緒に見た宝石に負けないくらい綺麗な景色だと思わない？
Don't you think the view is as lovely as the gemstones we looked at earlier today?
もちろん一番綺麗
As
な
a
のは
reminder, we have a
夜景
CG
でも宝石でもなく
of Shion with his shirt off, like... Though of course, jewelry and starlight are nothing compared to the most beautiful sight I saw today. You. I reflectively wanted to roll my eyes, but that didn't feel like a suitable reaction this time. I stayed silent and gazed at the glittering light spread across before us like a mat of jewels. Something about this feels so strange. Is this what people mean when they talk about getting lost in the mood? This was very much a date atmosphere, no question. And Ichiya seemed much more like an older, more mature man than he had during our last date. Our last date felt lighthearted and joyful, but this time a warm feeling was lodged deep in my chest.
今日は天気にも恵まれたね。最高の夜景を君にも見せてあげられた。
We got lucky with the weather today. I'm glad you also got to see the best view this place has to offer. Ichiya's words were offhanded, but they chilled me like a bucket of ice water. Also, It was a little word I usually just ignore. But this time it stabbed me in my heart like a thorn. All of a sudden I finally remembered the whole point of agreeing to go on this date with him.
前は誰と一緒に見たの？
So you've seen this scenery with someone else?
誰とここに来たの？その人と結婚するつもりだったの？
Who did you come to here together with? Did you want to marry them too?
それは
Well, what a tone change.
教えて。あなたがどんな人とここに来たのか。
Please, tell me who you came here with before.
その時も今みたいな私に言ったようなことを言ったの？
Did you tell her the same thing that you told me, how the city lights and stars pale in comparison?
お嬢さん
Yeah.
質問に答えて。
Answer me. Ichiya looked away for a minute, thinking that this is so... The music now doesn't match the vibe. Ichiya looked away for a minute, thinking, then he turned back to me with a determined eyes.
初恋は君だよって言えたらよかったんだけどね。
I wish I could say that you are my first love, but I can't.
確かに君と出会う前には他の女性と付き合っていたよ。でも今は違う。
Yes, I dated other girls before you, but that's in the past. Now it's different.
君を前にしてるのに他の相手なんか目に入るわけがない。思い出すこともない。
With you here with me, no one else matters. I don't think about them. There's no way I would. My thoughts are consumed by you.
今本当に君だけなんだ。
I'm serious right now. You are my one and only. One and only? You're one of four to me, okay? You're 25% of my thought process. Ichiya looked at me with pleading eyes. I felt my cheeks flush hot. I can't let myself get swept
そ
away.
れは私の質問の答えじゃない。
That doesn't answer my question.
お嬢さん
Leah.
お願い。私は一夜さんのことをもっとちゃんと知りたいの。
I want to know you better, the real you. I stared back at him firmly. I refused to back down. Something wavered deep in the back of Ichiya's eyes.
教えて。
Tell me. I swear to you, at that moment, I meant exactly what I said. Period. The one thing I forgot to take into account was that the two of us had grown quite a bit closer today, and we weren't exactly in our right minds. The scenery was too romantic. My words left enough wiggle room for interpretation, and I accidentally allowed a bit of emotions to seep into my voice and give it a mournful tone.
いいよ。教えてあげる。
Alright, I'll show you? What? What? The starlit scenery, the change of emotions, it all spurred Ichiya to do what he did next. Oh no. My mind went completely blank. Oh no. This was not romantic. All of a sudden, a force pulled me forward. Yeah, this is not. A tall, dark shadow loomed above me. And lips latched onto mine. Consent? Yeah, consent is sexy. We've said that a few times. No way. She's not getting the answers she's been yearning for. The shock of the warmth where he touched, the lights gleaming in my wide open eyes, my brain went from a blank slate to a whirl of confusion in an instant. Oh my gosh, is he really? Ichiya was kissing me. He's kissing a child. By the time it sunk in, he was already pulling away from me reluctantly.
過去の俺なんてどうでもいい。今君の目の前にいる俺を見てほしい。
Oh no. Who cares about the old me? The past is in the past. I want you to see me for who I am now. Okay, I've said this earlier and I will say this again. I don't care about body count. But knowing things is great, right? Saying this makes you sound more suspicious. More suspicious, if you ask me.
何度だってこうして伝えるから。俺の愛しいお嬢さん。
I'll do whatever it takes to let you know how I feel my beloved Leah as many times as I have to. Yeah, slap. A sharp crack rang out across the waterfront as my open palm connected with Ichiya's cheek. You jerk! I snarled at Ichiya, who stood in stunned silence as I turned on my heels and ran away as fast as my shaking legs would carry me. Okay. No WHIS messages? Alright. Inappropriate Reactions? I don't know if that's the right title for this one. Hear me out. This can't be real, right? How many boards are there? Like, this does not feel like it's coming to its conclusion soon. Like, I don't know. Oh, I'm awake. No matter what momentous events occur in life, the morning still dawns as it does. I slowly sat up in bed, staying still for a moment before letting out a heavy sigh. I wish I didn't have to get out of bed. You don't have to. Girl, don't get up. Girl, stay in bed. Sleep longer. Sigh. Maybe I could just stay in my room all day. You could. Last night that happened. Right after I slapped Ichiya silly, I turned and ran out of the park. When I reached the street, I called Kasuga to come and get me, then went straight home. Apparently, Kasuga contacted Ichiya later, and he eventually returned home well after midnight. The two of us had, of course, not seen each other since. This is going to be so awkward. I'd have to see him again. But when I did, should I be mad? Should I cry? Should I turn and run away? Time ticked by. The clock hurried me along without giving me a chance to make up my mind. Reluctantly, I went downstairs to the kitchen. Breakfast plus kitchen equals Ichiya's immediate location. It's a simple equation. I was proud of myself for not running on the spot. Ichiya's eyes darted nervously around the room, dodging mine. I made no attempt to even glance in his direction. The atmosphere in the dining room was, predictably, extremely awkward. Not that anyone but the two of us noticed.
Ichiya-san, おかわりお願いします。ポタージュにはコーンの粒多めで。
Can I have extra corn in my potage? What is this? Potage? Porridge? Two?
僕はもう十分かな。食後のお茶、お願い。
I think I'm finished. May I have a cup of tea?
俺はいつもの青汁ね。つかなゆた、朝から食いすぎだろう。
I'm good with just my juice. God, Narita, how can you shove it in this early? Makes me nauseous to watch you. Shovel.
ああ、少し待っててくれ。それで。
Sure, just give me a minute.
お嬢さんはパンにブルーベリージャムでいいんだよね。
Leah, you want a blueberry jam for your toast, right? Yeah.
飲み物は紅茶でいいのかな？
A cup of tea instead of coffee? Right. Ichiya's questions were timid, hesitant. I answered him in a quivering voice. The other three finally noticed something was off and turned to look at each other.
なんだ、この変な空気は。
What's up? Something seems seriously messed.
また何かやったの？Ichiya.
Ichiya, what did you do this time?
いや、俺が。
I didn't.
というか、小鳥ちゃん、ちょっと顔赤いよね。
And Leah, do I see a faint rose tint in your cheeks? Are you perhaps feverish?
緊急事態です。病院を呼びましょう。
A fever? Oh my gosh, that's terrible. This is an emergency. Someone call an ambulance.
落ち着け、アホ。病院は呼べねえよ。
Calm down, you idiot. Quit freaking out over a little fever. Nobody's calling a damn ambulance.
なら、俺が救急車になります。 ほら、乗ってください。
Then I'll be the ambulance. Here, I'll carry you to the hospital. I'll even make the siren
ナ
sound.
ユタはほっといて。辛いなら学校休んだ方がいいよ。僕が看病してあげる。
Ignore him, would you? Anyways, if you aren't feeling well, you ought to take the day off from school. I'll tend to you, don't worry.
いい、大丈夫。全然体の調子は万全だから。
It's okay. I'm perfectly fine. I'm not sick in the least. Take the day off. Not on your life. I'm not staying in this house. You can cut the awkward tension in here with a pair of dull scissors. And I am definitely not going within 100 yards of Ichiya for a second longer than necessary. I thought school would be a welcome refuge, but instead it turned out to be a nightmare. I couldn't concentrate on a single thing. The quiet classroom let unwanted thoughts run wild too, and I felt myself revisiting the kiss over and over. I did everything I could to fend off the memory. By the time the bell rang after last period, I was utterly exhausted. Don't ask, Tsumugi. Just don't ask.
わかりましたわ。私たち
All
親
right,
友です
Mia.
ものね。
I won't. We are best friends after all.
ありがとう。
Thanks. The motherly look she gave me made me curious about what she'd say, but if she wasn't going to ask, that was best.
お帰りなさいませ、王女様。
Welcome home, Miss Lee.
足元
Please
に気をつけてお降りください。
watch your step.
ありがとう。
Thank you. The door to the car opened. I glanced at Kasuga and thanked him before turning away. My temporary haven was behind me. I was home. Getting out of the car, I stopped and stared at the front door for a long minute.
お嬢様、どうかされましたか？目が泳いでおられますが。
Miss Leah, you seem hesitant to go inside. Is something the matter?
なんでもないわ。大丈夫。私はいつも通りよ。
It's nothing. I'm fine. I simply need a moment. That's all.
さようですか。その割には今日一日授業に集中できなかったようですが。
Is that so? Forgive me for bringing it up, but it also seems you had difficulty focusing on school today.
教師に当てられても気づかず、憂いを帯びた目で窓の外ばかり見つめ。
Not noticing when the teacher calls on you, staring listlessly out the classroom
その
window.
横顔はまるで恋にうつつを抜かす乙女のようであったと。
You were reportedly the perfect picture of a young lady lost in love. How did you?
カノ様が教えてくださいました。丁寧に動画付きで。
Miss Kana was kind enough to inform me. She even was thoughtful enough to include a video. Tsumugi, I didn't ask, but I never said I wouldn't tell. I could practically hear her conspiratorial giggle.
昨日お迎えに上がった時から様子がおかしく見えましたので、カノ様に私がお願いしたのです。
You haven't seemed yourself since I picked you up last night. I took the liberty of asking Miss Kano to keep a close eye on you.
そう。
Did you?
何か私でご相談に乗れることはありますか？
Is there anything I might
お嬢様。
offer you some advice on, miss? Though he tried to hide it, I could see concern buried deep in his eyes.
大丈夫。
Thanks, but
ありが
no.
とう、カスカ。
I'm fine, Kasuga.
はい。
Of course, miss. Kasuga bowed, clearly dissatisfied. I turned from him and walked to the door, feeling guilty.
ただいま。
Tadaima, I'm home. I peeked into the living room. As I announced my return, 3 bright voices returned my greeting.
お帰りなさい。
Welcome home.
お疲れ様。何か温かいものでも飲む？
Welcome back. Would you like
ナ
something
ユタが
warm
入
to
れて
drink?
くれるよ。
I'm sure Narita would be happy to get it for you.
そこは自分でやっとけよ。
Bro, at least offer to get off your ass and grab it. Exactly. Plus one voice that was as gloomy as a rain cloud.
そうだ。俺部屋の掃除をしようと思っていたんだ。
Oh yeah, I was gonna go ahead and clean up in my room today.
ああ、そんなの後でいいじゃねえか。 それよりお嬢と一緒に茶を。
Huh, dude, save the boring crap for later. At least hang out with us and have some tea.
いや、思い立ったが吉日というし、ちょっと片付けてくるよ。
Nah, sooner it's started, sooner it's done, and all that. I'm gonna go tidy up. See ya.
なんだあいつ。悪いもんでも食ったのか？
What's with him? Did he eat something weird?
どっちかというと、ご主人様に叱られて尻尾丸めてる犬みたいに見えたけど。
Personally, I say he's acting more like a puppy who was scolded by his master and slunk off to go sulk in the corner. I can't leave things like this, can I? With Ichiya plainly acting so weird, it was only a matter of time before even the terminally dense Naruto would realize that something was off. And in my current state of mind, I just arouse more suspicion if I tried to brush everything off. This is mostly your fault, Ichiya. Why are you so bad at holding yourself together? You haven't even apologized to me yet. I'm the one who wants to run away from you. What gives you the right to run away from me? Now that this initial shock was subsiding, I could feel anger start to well up inside me.
もう最低。本当に最低。
This sucks. What an absolute jerk. She was so riveted. I finally let out the scream that had been lodged in my throat, a lot of my strength left with it. So stupid. I flopped down on my couch, biting my lip. I know what it is, though. To be honest, I thought back to the moment 100 times. The words I'd say, the atmosphere of the location, Ichiya's eyes on me, it was obvious he had misread the mood and moment. It was a misunderstanding. He hadn't intended to do something malicious. He kissed you without consent. That is... doesn't matter. I'm done. I can't. And yet, I had one good reason for wanting to make everything all his fault. At least try to understand God. He didn't have to try to avoid me. He didn't have to be all awkward around me. If he just apologized to me, then everything would be fine. If he could just look me in the eye and make it clear he respects my feelings on the matter, then we could find some kind of middle ground, I think. I hope. Now, how best to do that?
腹は立つけど、だらだら待ってるくらいなら自分から言った方がマシよね。
It's irritating, but sitting around and waiting isn't going to accomplish much beyond making me feel even more irritated. I have to go to him myself. I didn't have the patience to wait on him. I stalked over to his door and rapped on it briskly. No point in dragging my feet. Best to get it over and done with. It was taking up all of my mental real estate. I knew he was in his room. I could hear him moving around.
私よ。開けて。
It's me. Open the door.
お嬢さん？
Leah?
開けて。
Yes.
話があるの。
Let me in. We need to talk.
ちょっと待ってくれるかな。まだ部屋が片付いてなくて。
Could I ask you to wait a little bit? I haven't finished cleaning.
開けて。
Open the door. I could feel daggers leaping from my eyes. I had heard a sigh from the other side of the room. He must have realized I was not going to go anywhere.
どうぞ。
Yeah, come on in.
お邪魔します。
Thank you. The room looks the same. His room, which looked as unlived in as always, was perfectly spotless. He must have felt just as awkward as I did. I noticed him glancing my way and then promptly look away. But there was no running away now for either of us.
一夜さん。
Ichiya?
はい。
Yes, miss. Ichiya snapped to attention. Not unlike a green soldier, I gave him a blade-thin smile.
何か私に
Do you have something
ない？
to say to me? Silence. I looked at him. He looked at me. Hurry up and say it. I mentally urged him on, and after a moment he slowly looked away.
そうだね。ここまで来たらもう逃げるわけにもいかない。俺も覚悟を決めることにするよ。
Yeah, it's lingered long enough. There's no avoiding the plain truth, is there? It's time for me to face up to the inevitable. His eyes zipped back to
お
mine.
嬢さん。
Leah? I swallowed hard. Ichiya opened his mouth and
引
said,
導を渡すなら今言ってほしい。 すぐに荷物をまとめるから。
You know? If there's a choice, I'll take it. If you're gonna end this, I'd rather you tell me right now. I'll pack up immediately.
Huh?
What? I blinked. That wasn't what I expected to hear. He looked at me and smiled sadly.
いいんだ。
It's alright.
もう分かってる。
I understand. Understand
俺は
what?
昨日自分で見えかけていた希望の糸を断ち切ってしまった。
Last night, the slim thread of hope woven between us snapped in two. What is he talking about?
見限られる理由には十分だろう。さあ、
That's
人思いに切り捨ててくれ。
more than enough of a reason to cut me loose, right? Go on. Tell me you hit the road. Tell me hit the road. Oh my god, I can't believe him.
俺にはもう望みはないんだって。
Tell me with your
君の
own
口
sweet
から言っ
voice
てやってくれ。
that you no longer have any use for me. I felt my insides turn to ice. He thinks he's the victim here. My fingers started to quiver. That's it.
え、今なんて。
Sound like someone was screaming, but I don't hear it now. What was that?
そうじゃ。
That isn't it. Suddenly I knew what it meant to want to curse someone. My voice was a low, ugly, angry rumble. If I had said, "Tell me last night," with this new cement mixer tone, things would have turned out differently.
先に言うべきことが。
There's something else you should be saying.
私。ただ。
And that something is all I wanted to hear.
お嬢さん?
Leah? The look on his face was utterly clueless. That was the final straw. Why? You?
このファーストキス泥棒！もう知らない！
You kiss-stealing clown! Get out of my life! That's all you wanted to say. Last night's open palm slap evolved into a punch. I'm sick of this. Forget him. I obviously never meant a thing to him. I mean, no doubt he'd kiss hundreds, no thousands, of other girls by now. But
初めてだったの。
that kiss, that was my first. Yeah, that's the reminder. You're a child. The stoppers holding back my tears finally failed and water began welling up in my eyes. I felt humiliated that I'd cried over something so asinine, which just caused me to lose further control. All he had to do was say he was sorry he took away my first kiss so casually. As long as he apologizes, I don't really care about everything else that happened. Apparently, I'd romanticized the idea of my first kiss to the point that it had to be special to me. I couldn't brush it off as a mere kiss. I don't know. How many boards are there? The next chapter is called A Grown Man. Aww. Does this seem like a good spot? I don't know. I mean, we're real close to whatever the heck this is, but there's still this. I can never gauge with this game. We're gonna keep going. I was gonna stop here, but I don't feel satisfied. Grown man.
またピザかよ、タク。
What? Pizza again? I'm gonna barf mozzarella.
やっぱりお寿司の方がいいですか？でもピザが一番届くの早いんです。俺お腹空いちゃって。
Did you want sushi then? Sushi's fine, but pizza deliveries get here so much faster and I'm super hungry.
そうじゃねえよ。出前に飽きたっつってんだよ。
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm trying to say that I'm sick of takeout, period. The house's mealtime situation had grown considerably poorer the last few days, and Taiga was sick of it. That was a clear reason takeout was on the menu. The king of the kitchen, Ichiya, was absent. He's completely shut himself in his room and he's not coming out. Ichiya hadn't shown his face since the night I'd planted my fist in him.
手料理が恋しいんだったら、執事君に頼むなどう?
If you're craving home-cooked food, why don't you ask Jeeves to whip something up for you?
バスがなら本家よ。夜まで用事で戻らないって。
Kasuga's at the main estate today. He has business there and won't be back until evening.
お嬢が作ってくれてもいいんだぜ。できんだろ?
Then how about you make us something to eat, babe? You know how to cook, right?
ここのキッチンは使い慣れてないし、なんとなく気が乗らないから。
I'm not accustomed to this kitchen, and I'm not in the mood. Ichiya had left his scent and fingerprints all over the kitchen. I couldn't bring myself to claim the area.
残念。手料理食べてみたかったのに。
It's a pity. I'd love to try your cooking sometime.
まあ、キッチンは一夜の城だしな。ちょっと調味料の場所間違えただけですげえ怒るんだぜ。めんどくせえ。
Ah, well, this kitchen is Ichiya's castle. To be sure, he gets super pissed if you did so much as misplace a salt shaker.
そろそろ引きこもりに飽きて出てきてくれればいいんですけど。
I hope he gets bored of hiding in his room and comes back out soon.
いなくなるとよくわかるよね。一夜が料理だけは得意だったって。すごく惜しい人を亡くしたよ。
Now that he's gone, it's so painfully clear that it was nice to have Ichiya around for cooking. If nothing else, we've lost someone truly important.
一夜さん亡くなったんですか?
Lost? Did Ichiya die?
まだ亡くなってねえだろう。
God, he's not dead, you ding dong.
で、問題はあのバカがなんで引きこもり始めたかだが。
Our big problem right now is that the numbskull decided to shut himself away. The question is why? Yeah, why'd that happen? Weird, crazy. Weird how that happened.
なんで私を見るのよ。
Why are you all looking at me?
それはその。
Well,
だって、あの一夜があれだけ落ち込むような状況。君のこと以外考えられないよ。
Why wouldn't we? You're the only one of us capable of doing something that would deflate his ego so drastically for so long.
知らない。お腹でも痛いんじゃないの?
I haven't the faintest idea what's going on with him. Perhaps he ate something that gave him a stomachache.
いった!
Ow!
ははは。よしお嬢。吐くなら俺がまだ笑ってるうちにしとけよ。
Okay, babe. If you're gonna spill your guts, do it now while I'm still smiling, okay?
何よ。あなたたちには関係ない話でしょ?
I'm gonna put the BRB screen on for just a second because I need to grab an ice pack because my knee's hurting. And I'll be... Hopefully there's still one in this room, so it shouldn't be too long. Seconds.
でしょでしょ?
I realize I've done this wrong. I put the ice pack on top of my knee, on top of my blanket instead of under my blanket. I'm awake, and I'm also like rolling on the blanket by accident. This is my life in a nutshell. Please get off the blanket. I don't know how to move. All right. I'm not gonna spill anything. This is none of your business.
あるに決まってんだろう。主に食生活の面で。
Nah, it's totally our stomach's business. Maybe, but still. My lower back hurts. I'm so sorry. My knee hurts, but it does this when I walk too much, and I was walking all weekend. I looked away from him pouting, then Shion stole up a gentle pat on my shoulder.
大丈夫だよ、小鳥ちゃん。
There, it's all right, Leah.
何があったか知らないけど、悪いのは一夜だったことはみんな分かってるから。
I can't quite say I know entirely what happened. God, I can't say I know what happened, but I'm quite sure it's entirely Ichiya's fault. All of us understand that. But, well...
わかるよ。どうせ変なことを言って君を怒らせたんでしょ。
I have a long skirt on. This is not going the way I planned it to. He said something completely inappropriate, I assume. That's his specialty. What did he... And what he said made you mad. I hope she tells them. This has like a little strap on it. I'm just like kicking my desk and trying to get it on my leg right now. Listen, I have on a skirt. And I always keep a blanket on my legs because I'm an old woman. And I had to pull up the skirt. Listen, it made sense. He said something completely inappropriate, I assume. That's his specialty. And what he said made you mad.
だからほら、話してくれる？一体何があったのか。
Why don't you tell us about it? That might help you feel better and sort things out. Now, what happened? How long are you planning on streaming? I was planning on streaming till the end of this chapter, but I think I'm going to try and finish this board before I quit, only because I don't know how much I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. Tomorrow's my sister's birthday, so we're going to be going to eat, and we're going to go watch a movie for her birthday. And I don't know what time we're planning to do that, so I don't think my stream's going to be too long tomorrow, which is why I'm not sure I'm going to play this, or if I might just play Zelda tomorrow. What? Dude? What?
俺こういうの知ってます。無知役と悪役に分かれて尋問ですよね。刑事ドラマでやってました。
Are you a Virgo? What do you mean? My mom's birthday is tomorrow. Oh, nice. Oh, I know this. It's a good cop, bad cop routine. I've seen it all the time in the police procedural TV shows.
なあ言った。静かに。お口チャック。
Not to hush. Zip your lips, please. Well, cool. I hope you have a lovely time with your mom tomorrow. We're going to our favorite restaurant. We were going to watch Beetlejuice, but the friend we're going to watch Beetlejuice is actually out of town right now. So we're going to watch it when they get back, because we were going to go watch with them. Zip your lip, please. I decided I could tell them about how I yelled at Ichiya, if not that it was over a kiss. Once I finished giving them a general summary of what happened, the reaction was immediate.
イチヤが悪いね。
That's entirely Ichiya's fault.
イチヤさんが悪いですね。
Yeah, it's all his fault. I hope you two have a fun day tomorrow. I hope so. I just don't know what time's starting because I don't know if she's going to be going to work in the morning and then we'll go in the afternoon. So once I have all that detail, I'll know how long my stream's going to be. So if I have a long-ish stream, then I'll probably play this because I'm trying to make progress. Progress, please. And if it's not a long stream, then I'll just play Zelda because then it can just be a shorter game. All his fault.
そりゃ一夜が悪いとはいえ、俺らの飯のためにはこのまま放っておくわけにはいかねえよな。
Dude, of course it's all his fault, but we can't let things keep going like this unless we want to kill our taste buds by constantly eating crab.
ですよね。俺もいい加減。一夜さんのご飯が恋しいです。
Yeah, my taste buds already miss Ichiya's cooking a whole lot.
ご飯はともかくさ。君はどうしたいの？
The matter of our meals aside, what is it you want to do, Leah? Shion looked me in the eyes. ignoring Taiga and Narita as they mourn the loss of Ichiya's home-cooked food. His gaze was as gentle as always, but there was a hint of firmness in it. I knew he wouldn't let me squirm away from the question. I don't want to leave things like this either. I just don't know how to fix it. I visited him to try and do something, and it only made a bad situation worse. The thought of trying again, I shuddered to even consider it. He made me mad. He hurt me. I don't want to dismiss him like he expected me to. If Ichiya decides to come out of his room, I suppose I might talk with him. A little.
おお、で、いつまで待つんだ?
Uh-huh, and how long do you plan to wait for him?
そんなことを私に聞かれても。
Don't ask me, whenever he feels like coming out.
でも、このまま放っておいても何も変わらない気がするよ。
If we don't take initiative, I have a feeling that he'll stay in there until the world ends.
よくわかんないんですけど、つまりお嬢さんは一夜さんと仲直りする気はあるんですよね。
I'm not sure I get all this, but you do want to make up with Ichiya, right, Leah?
で、そのためには一夜さんが部屋から出てくれればいい。
To do that, you need Ichiya to come out of his room. Marita nodded sagely to himself and then suddenly stood up.
たくしゃあねえな。
Jeez, I guess I better help with this.
ああ、やっぱりそうなるんだ。
That stands to reason. Taiga and Shion followed him. There was something a little unsettling in their smile as well. I hesitated, then asked.
何をするつもりなの?
Happy birthday to you and best sister. Yeah, I'm super happy. Us getting old and stuff. It's why I took an extra day off. I actually was originally going to go back to work sooner. But then I was like, well, I have the PTO. I might as well just use it. So that I could be home. And we could do birthday shenanigans. What are you going to do?
あ? そんなん決まってんだろ。
Can't you guess? The corners of his lips worked up in an evil smirk. He smacked his fist into palms of his hand, and he smacked his fist into the palm of his hand a few times, looking entertained.
突撃で引きこもりを引きずり出すぜ。
We'll bust in, of course. If he's gonna insist on being a shut-in, we are going to drag him back out. Nice. When we arrived on the second floor, the air felt heavier, drearier. Ichiya's door was closed, an imposing barrier that forbade all entry.
あれ? 鍵開いてますね。せっかくハンマー持ってきたのに。
Weird, it's unlocked. Shoot, I brought a hammer to bust it in. Oh well.
んな物騒なものの前に準備するものがあるだろう。合鍵とかよ。
Bro, why'd you bring a freaking hammer? You could have just brought a spare keys like a normal human. Now, I'm starting to wonder if it was a smart idea to leave this to them. I watched them nervously, though I had to admit, considering I couldn't muster the courage to do anything, a not inconsiderable part of me was banking on their craziness to pay off.
まあ、空いてるなら手間が省けたね。
Oh well.
どうする?
If it's
一斉
open,
突入?
that's one less bother for us. What's next? Shall we all go in at once?
待て。とりあえず俺が行ってくる。
Nah, let me handle things first.
タイガさんが一人で?
You're gonna go in alone, Taiga?
なんだかんだでデリケートだからな、一夜のやつ。
Well,
一応様子見っつうか。
for all his posturing, he's pretty fragile guy. I just want to check up on him first, okay?
わかったわ。お願い。
Alright, please do. I nodded. Taiga turned and pushed the door open. I stepped inside Ichiya's room as I took my ice pack off my knee because it's cold now. And now I'm gonna put it on my back. Why not? Listen, I'm a broken girl, alright?
一夜邪魔すんぞ。
Yo, Ichiya, I'm coming in. I wonder if Ichiya's alright.
Eh?
Taiga walked out of the room in record time. His face was pale. Bro, wow.
何がですか
Bro, what's
一夜さん
wrong?
いるんですよね
Ichiya's in there, right?
いる。
Yeah, but
ありゃ
wow.
何があったの？
What happened?
とにかくやべえ。
It's, let's just say it's, wow. Wow, what? Taiga slumped against the wall and put his face in his hands. The rest of us looked at each other confused. After a moment, Shion shrugged and reached out for the doorknob.
じゃあ次は僕が行ってくるよ。タイガより説得は慣れてるしね。
I suppose I'll go next. I'm more accustomed to cajoling people than Taiga anyways.
一夜失礼するよ。
Ichiya, pardon the intrusion. What in the world is going on?
シオンさんも早くない？
Shion, that was fast.
どうでした
How is he?
あ、ごめんね。
Sorry.
そ
How
うだな。
how to put it?
一言で言うと笑うしかない。
If I had to say, all I can do is laugh.
笑うしかない？
All you can do is laugh.
そう。とにかく僕じゃ役に立てないのは確実かな。
If one thing is for certain, it's that I won't be any help with this.
となるとついに俺の出番
Then
ですね
it's my turn finally.
俺に任せてくださいいざとなったら引きずってでも連れてきますから
Leave it to me, everyone. I will get him to come out even if I have to physically drag him.
待て。
Hold it.
なゆた、お座り。
Not to test it.
じゃなくてなんでですか順番的に次は俺でしょ
They kill me sometimes with him being a dog. Alright, wait, why did I say that? Anyways, why can't I go? You all got a turn, it's my turn.
明らかにお前向きじゃねえんだよ。
Totally something you can handle. That's totally not something you can handle.
なゆたはちょっ
Did
と向いて。
yes. Yes, he did. I think he'd be a little too rambunctious for... Anyway, this isn't something you can do. Behave.
俺だってやればできますよ
I can do anything I put my mind to.
いいから。お嬢、頼んだ。
Yeah, just sit one out. You're up, babe.
私？
Me? I felt my eyebrow twitch. Hadn't they insisted that they would do something about this? I'm not mentally prepared for this.
まあまあ、多分見ればわかるよ。あれはもう僕たちじゃ無理。
Don't worry. I'm sure you'll understand as soon as you see him. It isn't something we can
お
manage.
嬢ならやれる。
You can handle it, babe. Trust me.
俺らの飯のためにもな。
Get on in there. Our stomachs depend on you.
結局そこ？
Is that the important part to you?
いいからとにかく
Let's
行けっ
get
ての。
going already. Quit stalling.
ちょっと。
Hey! You're going to pay for this. I mentally vowed revenge on Taiga as he unceremoniously shoved me into Ichiya's room. The door slammed shut behind me. I sighed, then looked away around. But
一夜さん？
Ichiya? I glanced all around the room, but he was nowhere to be seen. I frowned. It was a simple, sparsely adorned room. There was nowhere else he could be. How on earth could I miss spotting a grown man of Ichiya's size? Don't tell me he's hiding in the closet. We weren't playing hide and seek, of course. I didn't seriously expect to find him there, but I couldn't think of anywhere else he could be. I suppose I could look inside. I took a few hesitant steps towards his closet. That was when I heard it. The sudden noise made me jump. What was that? It sounded like a breathy squeak, like the noise a sad mouse might make. Ichiya. I looked around the room again, this time spotting a suspiciously large white lump by the bedside. What's that? Couldn't be, could it? I cautiously approached the lump, so nervous I felt almost jittery. I reached out, my lips twisting in a grin that was half trepidation, half amusement. I tugged at the lump of cloth and stared agog, for more than one reason. This idiot. The large white lump turned out to be Ichiya, huddled in a corner, his bed sheets pulled over his head. There he was. I was too struck dumb to say anything sensical. What? I stood there staring at him, huddled on the floor. He lay there staring up at me, with big wet tears dripping down his cheeks. Are these fake tears? Is this the tears of a faker? He's crying? I'll be honest, it's weirded me out. No way, why is he crying? I mean, he's an adult. Oh, don't say that. Adults aren't supposed to cry. Don't say that. Ichiya Mitsumori, age 26, sat on the floor of his room, his eyes red and puffy from sobbing. Barely. Those aren't even puffy. He looks like he's posing for a model shoot. I understood why Taiga had came out with looking so pale and why Shion had said all he could do was laugh. What am I supposed to do about this? I felt a tickle of cold sweat drip down my spine as I desperately searched for words.
Ichiya-san?
This got you? Really? Ichiya, are you alright? He obviously was not alright, but I was at a loss for anything else to say. He didn't say anything back. He just looked up at me like a forlorn fawn choking back sobs. Your weakness? Your weakness is adult guys crying with bed sheets over their heads? That's a weird kink. I had no idea how to console someone who was crying. I never expected to see a grown man who was years older than me huddled on the floor bawling. Yes. It's okay. You don't have to cry. I couldn't think of anything better to say. I was too busy trying to keep myself from turning and leaving. It would be wrong of me to run. Wrong of me to laugh. After all, I was probably the whole reason he was sobbing like a baby. The artist ate bra. They could have made his eyes so much puffier though. Like, I look like a different person when I cry. My eyes get so puffy. Like, they already don't open wide. These are not big eyes, right? By any means. So like when they, oh God. When I cry, and I'm an adult by the way, I'm older than Ichiya. These get so big. I have a weakness for crying boys. That sounds like a terrible kink. Oh my gosh. Little Jay's a little dominatrix over here. I can never hide it if I was crying. Yeah, I have a bat. I can't. I cannot. It's very obvious. My face looks different. It gets really puffy. He looks the same but with tears. I got you. Oh God, I cry every night. Oh, Prim, that's not good. I'm sorry. Oh, is he blushing? Wait, what just happened? What's different? Get ready for that jarring sound of the music stopping. What just happened? Nothing? These eyes look ever so slightly to the side. Did we need another CG for that? That's it. That's all that changed. The tears are in the same. The ever so slightly change in his eyes. She has squeezed out an apology around his sobs, looking away from me guiltily. Tears still slid down his cheeks, but he clearly started making an effort to calm himself down. Eel, my ultimate crying baby boy. Eel had a reason to cry. Eel's life is sad. Oh man. Kissing tears away is cute. Now licking tears away is cute. Aww. Where's my ego-ness when I need him? Have you been crying this whole time? Doubtful. Doubtful. You can't make yourself cry that long. I was starting to recover from the shock enough to attempt to talk to him at least. He shook his head. He hadn't then. Did I punch you somewhere sensitive? I highly doubt that, but I had to ask. He shook his
ごめ
head.
ん。そうじゃないんだ。
I'm sorry, that's not it. I miss the baby still calling for Iganus. Iganus! Iganus! Eat! His voice was raspy from crying. It seemed like talking in his current state took a lot of effort.
俺は情けなくて。
I feel so pathetic.
君をあんなに怒らせて、せっかくのデートが大失敗で。
I made you that mad. I completely screwed up the date I planned for you too.
君を傷つけて。でもうまくフォローもできなくて。
I even hurt you and I couldn't do anything to make you feel better.
それはでも私だって殴っちゃったし。
Yeah, I guess I probably shouldn't have punched you. That was a bit much. Ichiya shook his head.
こんなはずじゃなかったんだ。
Did not need to be reminded of eel or the seal. Which one? There's so many things in that game. It wasn't supposed to be like this.
うまくできるって思ってた。その自信も。
I thought I could do so much better. I was so confident I could, but
君の前だと全部裏目に出る。何一つうまくいかない。俺が。
Oh, the baby still that
俺じゃ
eagleness.
ダメなのかって。
Eagleness. Eat. All my attempts to charm you backfired. Nothing worked out the way it's supposed to. I started thinking I wasn't good enough.
やっぱり俺はダメなんだって。
And then you came and I realized I definitely wasn't.
待って、落ち着いて。
Calm down. I cut him off before his self-flagellation. What are these words? Had a chance to really pick up steam.
確かにデートのことはその
Yeah.
いろいろあったけど。
Our date turned out awkward.
でもそんな泣くほどのこと？
Was it really bad enough to cry over? I was completely confused by his outburst. Part of me was wondering if this was really the same Ichiya that I knew.
そんなの一夜さんらしくないじゃない。
This isn't like you at all, my guy.
俺。
What?
だっていつもの一夜さんなら私が何を言っても無駄に自信たっぷりで。
I mean, the real you is always so full of self-confidence, no matter what I say or do.
初めて会った時だって自分が最有力だって堂々としてたし、この間のデートも大人の男性らしく。
Sorry, I took that long drink because my throat was like, eh. When we first met, you proclaimed that you were already one step ahead of the others, and on our dates, you always act mature and confident.
違う
No!
違うんだよ。俺は大人じゃない。かっこよくもない。
Is this doing it for you, Blue? Look, he's scream crying now. His face actually looks more redder now. That isn't the real me. I'm not mature. I'm not cool or confident.
情けなくてみっともなくて。どうしようもなく弱くて。
Just me laughing while he's in tears. What a day. Alright, I'm pathetic, I'm stupid and dense, and not worth a single damn thing. Oh god.
嫌われて泣きわめいてる。これが本当の俺だよ。
This is the real me. This is the me. The right here. The boy who's bawling in a corner because you made you hate me. His voice trailed off in a well, and the new rivulets of tears started gushing down his cheeks. Who, like, right-click changed the word to something that made so big? So that's a big word. This wasn't a mature, suave Ichiya I knew. It was almost like he had reverted into an oversized child. I couldn't look away from him. Instead, I quietly crouched beside him, waiting for his next words.
ずっと昔からそうだった。少しは大人になったと思ったのに。俺はあの頃の情けない自分のままだ。
I've always been this way. Even when I was a boy, I thought I'd finally grown up a little. But under it all, I'm still the same old pathetic kid.
必死に頑張っても誰も俺を愛してくれなくて、だから誰かに愛されたくて。
So you got your answer. It could be anyone. It doesn't have to be you. He just wants to be loved by anyone. No matter how hard I try, nobody loves me. I just want to be loved by anyone.
愛してもらうために相手を喜ばせる方法を覚えて。
I tried to work for it, to learn how to make people happy if they loved me. I wanted to hear about his past. Was he finally ready to let it slip out?
大切に優しく何でも望みを叶えて自慢できる男であるために努力して。
I worked hard to be the kind of boyfriend anyone would be proud to have. I tried to be kind, considerate, a man who'd give you anything.
でも君にはそれが通じない。どんなに頑張って愛そうとしても届かなくて逆効果になるばかりで。
So my grandpapa says these guys had things I don't have. Is that it? The ability to create an entire mask persona? Is that what I don't have? I can't mask my entire personality all day, air day. I can't do that. None of it worked out on you. No matter how hard I tried to love you, my feelings never reached your heart. They all
ど
backfired.
んどん不安になった。でもまだいけるって。無理に自分をごまかして。
I kept getting more and more anxious about all of this. But I talked myself up. I fooled myself into thinking I still had a chance.
その結果があれだ。無様すぎて笑えない。情けなくて、みっともなくて。
And where did I end up after all that work? Here, on the floor. I'm so stupid and pathetic.
一夜さん
Ichiya, can you calm down just like a tiny smidge?
怖いんだ。
That's terrifying, you know?
どれだけ頑張っても報われないのは怖い。
The idea that no matter how much work I put into something, I'll never be rewarded, it scares
ど
me.
んなに頑張っても認められない。あの頃に戻ったような気持ちになってしまうんだよ。
It makes me feel like I've gone back to the bad old days, the days when no matter what I did, I never got any respect. I can't tell if that's a new eyes. I don't know. I mean, his mouth is open. That doesn't sound right. He wasn't loved, so he wanted to make someone love him. You member berries with your little cute body. Ichiya's tearful words took me back to the past that I thought I'd buried deep in my heart. No, it's different. I never thought that I wanted to be loved. I didn't want to make others love me. I knew I wasn't loved, so I decided I was going to build up the strength to thrive on my own. My blood pounded in my ears. That's not good. Looking at Ichiya huddled on the floor with tears running down his face made my heart ache, but I got closer and looked him in the eyes.
メモりました。字汚いけ
I'm
ど
gonna be so real with you. Both these answers sound terrible. I said, are you gonna give up, buddy? Are you gonna run away? Well, we're not gonna do that one. See, they both sounded bad. I just picked
逃
one.
げるの
いいぜ。何度でもかかってこい。
Both sounded bad. Equally bad.
じゃあ諦めるの
Are you gonna give up then? Ichiya gasped in surprise. I said nothing for a moment and he simply reached my hand out. Oh, and simply, oh god, I read that so wrong. And simply reached my hand out to him. Oh, wow. Wait, does that mean there could be a different seizure? No,
ねえいい加減泣き止んで
Will you stop crying now? I wasn't sure if it was the proper thing to do to a man who was so much older than myself, but slowly, hesitantly, I ruffled Ichiya's hair. He looked at me in shock.
お嬢さん。
Yeah.
仕方ないでしょこうでもしないと泣き止みそうにないんだもの
What else am I supposed to do? I don't know how I'm otherwise supposed to get you to stop crying.
私だってわからないわ。こんな一夜さん初めて見たし。正直すごく困ってる。
I don't know the answer either. I mean, I've never seen you like this. I haven't the first clue what to say. To be blunt, I'm at a complete loss right now.
でも怖いからって泣いてても何も変わらないし。
But crying about things that frighten us doesn't change anything. I knew that all too well.
諦めてばかりいたら最後には何もなくなってしまうわ。
If you keep giving up, you'll keep losing things that are important to you until you have nothing left.
何も
Nothing. That's right, nada.
そうよ。だから
She said what I said, so
お疲れ
fine.
様でした。
I smiled at him even though I knew my face probably looked awkward.
情けなくても頑張るの。諦めずに立ち向かうしかないの。
That's why even if it seems pathetic,
そうしてきたわ。
even if it seems uncool, we still have to get up and keep trying. That's what I've always done. Ichiya swallowed hard, but the tears had stopped running from his eyes. I stood up and turned away from him. I might have come off as a cold gesture, but I thought he'd like some time to compose himself. I doubt he wants anyone staring at him while he does, not that I haven't already seen worse. It's already too much. I've seen all the tears. Perhaps I ought to leave his room entirely and give him some proper privacy. I was considering that idea
お嬢
when...
さんもう平気だからこっちを見て
Yeah, it's alright. I'm fine now. Could you look at me? Ichiya spoke up behind me. Since he asked, I turned back to face him.
いろんな意味で頭が冷えたよごめんそしてありがとう
I've come to my senses now, in more ways than one. Then one way, I'm sorry about my breakdown and things. His eyes were still red and puffy, of course, but the bashful expression on his face indicated the old Ichiya was back. Inwardly, I breathed a sigh of relief. On the outside, though, I rolled my eyes
いい
at
わ
him.
よ、もう。私だってパニックになって取り乱すこともあるし。
It's fine, really. Even I sometimes give in to panic and lose my self-control.
一夜さんにそういう意味でのかっこよさはあんまり求めてないから。
Besides, you didn't exactly come to mind when I think of stoic coolness.
そっか
Really, you don't.
そう
でも四六時中口説いてきたり微妙にイラッとくる決め顔よりはさっきの泣き顔の方がずっと
But you know what? I think I like it better when you're sulking and crying than when you're flirting and tipping that aggravating wink of yours at me.
え
Huh?
一夜さん、今までも女の子の前で泣いたことある？
Have you ever cried like that around a girl before?
あるわけないだろこんなこと俺だって初めてだよ
What? Hell no, never. That's the first time I've ever broken down like that.
そう。
Oh, how odd. For some reason, I really wanted to smile. I could feel the corners of my lips twitching. I've seen what no one else has. Ichiya crying in a corner like a baby because I broke his feelings. Is that so interesting? So I'm the first one who's ever seen you like that, eh?
もしかして俺のこと笑ってる
Are you laughing at me right now?
気のせいよ。
You're imagining things.
でも今
But I just saw
気のせいよ。それとも笑われたいの？
you're seeing things. Do you want me to laugh at you?
いや違うなら別にただその
No, if you weren't, that's fine. Really, it's just... Ichiya hurriedly shook his head. He began to ask me something, but...
ちょっと押さないでよ二人とも
Would you two brutes stop pushing?
俺じゃねえなユタゲ
Bro, I'm not pushing, Narita is.
タイガさんやめて今の押しかかってこられたらうわ
Taika, stop. If you lean on me any harder, I'm going to... Guys?
いや
Hey!
あ、一夜泣き止んだんだよかった
Ichiya, you stopped bawling. Lovely.
一夜さん泣いてたんですか？俺見てない。
Was crying? I didn't get to see that part.
バカ泣いた。黙れって。
Narita, you dip, shut up. The three intruders looked at each other, fidgeting awkwardly. Ichiya's brows started twitching wildly. Yeah, there was no way I could defend them here.
悪かったって。でも俺らも心配だったからさ。
Sorry, but we were just like worried about you.
どうにか丸く収まったみたいでよかったよ。
Yeah, quite worried. It's nice to see that everything seems to have wrapped up neatly, though.
言いたいことはそれだけかい？
Is that all you wanted to say? Ichiya took one step towards the others, then another, and another. But then...
すいません、俺です。お腹空いちゃって。
Sorry, that was me. I'm a little hungry. A loud grumble broke the tension in the room. Everyone slumped in relief as one...
だって仕方ないじゃないですか。
I can't help it.
お腹空くのダメなんですってば。
I get hungry really easily. Narita desperately tried to defend his talkative tummy, while the rest of us just looked at each other and chuckled dryly.
一夜さん、おいしいご飯よろしくね。
Ichiya, I'm looking forward to eating more of your delicious bills.
喜んで。
Gladly. Ichiya laid on the weary tone so thick that this time I couldn't help but laugh out loud. A grown man. A new door? What does that mean? I'm not reading the thing because that'll ruin it for me. Can hardly believe that actually happened.
まさか大人の男性に本気で泣かれるなんて思わなくて、ものすごく驚いたわ。
I never expected to have a grown man bawl in my presence like a little child. That's for sure. It took me entirely by surprise. Morning classes were finished and it was lunchtime. I sat with Sumigi in the sunlit corner of the cafeteria, telling her all about what happened.
でも結果的には良かったのかも。泣き顔見られて開き直ったのか、一夜さんが普通に話してくれるようになって。
But I think that might have been the best. I suppose my god, my brain. Me seeing him cry must have been the last push he needed because he talked to me normally now.
まだ微妙にカッコつけてはいるけど、今となってはそれも微笑ましくて。
Yeah, he still tries to posture and flirt sometimes, but now I find that somehow endearing.
Sumigi? 聞いてる?
Sumigi, are you listening? I looked curiously at Sumigi, who had been sitting in complete silence this entire time. I had just realized she was trembling when she let out a long, passionate sigh.
ですわ!
Oh, so adorable. Adorable? Oh, yes.
大人だと思っていた紳士的なイケメンがふと垣間見せた弱さ。
Yes, the mature and composed older man breaking down and giving you a glimpse of his tender vulnerability.
自分だけに見せてくれた幼い子供のような泣き顔。
A childish side of him that only you're allowed to see. Ah, I can hardly stand it.
年上受け、ヘタレ攻め、いろんなジャンルの可能性がある展開になってきましたわね。
The older bottom, the ditzy top, there are so many genres this story could fit in, so many different directions for the plot to go. Bottom and top, what exactly? And why is she talking about genres and plot? She ignored my confused look and giggled to herself rather creepily, I don't mind adding. I got the feeling that it was probably best not to ask too many questions. Besides, if I told her about the kiss, she'd probably get so excited she'd ignite. I told her most of what had happened, but I couldn't bring myself to mention that part. I knew she would go berserk, and the thought frankly terrified me.
とにかくそういうことだから。一夜さんとも無事仲直りできたし、いつも通りに戻ってよかったわ。
That's what happened. Ichiya and I have reconciled, and we've gone back to the way we were before.
本当に先日までのあなたと来たら見ていられませんでしたもの。
Lovely, lovely. That's so good to hear, Leah. I mean, it was so painful to watch you the other day.
悪かったってば。
I'm sorry,
もう言
she's...
わないでよ、恥ずかしいから。
Can we drop this now, please? It's embarrassing.
はいはい、わかってますわ。私たち
Of
親友ですものね。
course. I completely understand. We're best friends after all. That's what you said right before you betrayed me. I grunted at Tsumigi, taking a sip of my after-lunch coffee. After a minute, she looked up and raised a finger as if she just remembered something.
萌えはともかくとして、結局三森さんの過去についてはどうなさいますの？
Oh yeah, the adorableness of it all aside, what are you gonna do with Mr. Mitsumori past?
Oh.
Right?
必死に頑張っても誰も愛してもらう。
We don't need a flashback.
聞きたいし、知りたいと思うのは今も同じよ。だけど、あの一夜さんの様子を見てると。
I still want to ask him about it, I think, but given how he broke down when he brought up even just a little bit of his past.
思った以上に根深い事情がありそうですものね。
Yes, it does seem like there may be some rather deep-seated issues involved here.
もう少し時期を待つべきかしら。あまり追い詰めるのも。
Yeah, do you think I ought to wait to see before asking again? I don't want to pressure him too much if it's a sensitive topic.
でも取り乱した弾みの言葉とはいえ、三森さんも自分が何を口にしたのかは分かっているはずですわ。
He may have been distraught at the time, but I think Mr. Mitsumori knew exactly what he was telling
あち
you.
らも覚悟していると思います。なら変に引き伸ばさない方が。
I take that to mean he's prepared to talk about it, in which case waiting may just drag things out.
それはまあそうだけど。
That's true, I suppose. If I hadn't seen Ichiya so distraught, I doubt I would have hesitated to push him to tell me more about his past. But
な
now,
んていうか、
I feel a little bad for him.
泣き顔を見たせいでちょっと変なスイッチが入ってますわよ。
Leah, I think seeing him cry has done some strange things to you, right? Right, everybody?
そんなこと。
No, it hasn't.
過去を問い詰めたらまた泣かれるんじゃないかとでも思っておられるのでは？
Are you sure you weren't thinking about how if you pressure him for more of his past, you might get to see him break down again?
三森さんはいい大人ですわ。先日のはあくまで例外。ちょっとつついた程度で泣きませんわよ。
I assure you, madame, Mr. Mitsumori is an adult. What happened the other day is undoubtedly an exception, not the rule. Poking him a little won't make him cry.
そう？
Do you think so?
なぜ少し残念そうな顔してますの？
You seem awfully disappointed to hear me say that.
してないわ
I
よ、
am
そんな顔。
not.
いいえ、してましたわ。その目が言ってましたもの。
You very much
彼を
are.
泣かせられるのは
I
私だ
can
け。
see it in your eyes. They speak to me. They tell me I'm the only one who can make this grown, mature man cry.
そんなバカな。
They did no such thing.
いえ、よくあることですわ。
Oh, they do.
秘められた性癖に気づいてしまったが最後。
Don't worry, it's
求めずにはい
hardly
られなくな
uncommon.
る。
Once you discover your hidden inclinations, it's so hard to resist pursuing them.
あのね、紬。
Tsumigi, listen.
正直にお答えくださいませ。三森さんの泣き顔。もう一度見たいとは思いませんか
Oh
と？
no. Answer me truthfully, madame. Don't you want to see Mr. Mitsumori weeping at your feet one more time? I ignored her, calmly taking a sip of my now ice-cold coffee.
正直に
That's the only way I drink coffee. Be honest.
言いたくない。
I'm not saying. Sumigi sighed heavily and looked at me with motherly warmth.
目覚めた直後はこれだから。早く認めてしまえば楽になれますのに。
It'll happen when you come to terms with your taste. Things will go more smoothly if you just accept it. Come to terms with what? I had the sinking feeling Sumigi was terribly mistaken, but I had to admit a little corner of my mind wouldn't mind seeing it again. That's not an inclination, though. It's only because he said I'm the only one who's seen him cry like that. That's it. It's not That isn't because I want to see him cry. It was special because he hadn't shown it to anyone before. That's all it was. Really.
まあこれ以上は野暮ですから追求しないでおきますけれど。
Oh well, if you continue to pursue this thread, I might push things too far. I'll leave it be for now.
ただあなたが三森さんとの距離を縮めれば縮めるほど
Do
過去
keep
の
this
問
in
題は
mind,
無視で
Leah.
きないものになりますわ。
The closer you grow to Mr. Mitsumori, the less and less you'll be able to ignore the buried secrets of his past.
それは分かってる。
I'm aware of that. I nodded. Tsumugi looked me. I'm not saying it wrong. I thought I was. I'm like, I'm missing a word. Tsumugi looked at me, her brows furrowing slightly. It was a habit she had when there was something difficult or sensitive that she wanted to bring up.
できればこれ以上深入りしすぎる前に確かめておくべきかと。
If possible, I think it may be wise to ascertain what exactly is going on before you grow a little too close to him.
紬、お話を聞く限り三森さんが悪人だとは私も思いませんわ。
From all that I've heard, Mr. Mitsumori is by no means an evil person, I'm sure of that.
でも万が一にもあなたが傷つくのは嫌ですから。
But if there is even a small chance something is amiss with him, I don't want to see you get hurt. There was no teasing look in Tsumugi's eyes. She was stone serious. She was honestly concerned for my
あり
well-being.
がとう紬。なるべく早く話ができるように頑張ってみるわね。
Thanks, Tsumugi. I'll do my best to bring it up as quickly as I can without being too insensitive. Oh, that's considerate. Eventually, the school day ended. I thought it was my actual phone for just a quick second there. I was walking towards the front gate when I felt my phone buzz in my pocket. A WHIS message had arrived. Apparently, the caller ID on my lock screen showed me only a name. It's from Ichiya. I unlocked my phone and brought up my WHIS message screen. I know this is sudden, but do you have free time this weekend? I want to take another crack at this date with you.
リベンジ？
A redo? It doesn't say redo. A redo of what? It doesn't say redo up here. I wondered. I took a minute to ponder what exactly it could be before I realized what I was doing. Could it be what I think it is? I started to feel a little excited as I considered the message's meaning. Then I heard a ping. Another message had popped up on my screen. I want to apologize for what happened last time, and I want to talk. Maybe what Tsumugi suggested was correct. I was almost certain that that's what he wanted to talk about involved his past. If so, I had even less reason to say no. My schedule is open. I'll be home soon, though. Why not ask in person? I accepted the invitation. Perhaps that was a little more snark than strictly necessary. I hoped he had passed it off as simply me trying to hide my embarrassment. A moment later, another message arrived. Sorry, I didn't think I could take the shock if you said no to my face. Still, I'm glad you can go. Thanks. Wait, what? Oh my gosh, that's so cute. Oh my gosh. An unintentional but honest reaction. What on earth? What's gotten into him? Did a new honest personality suddenly awake inside him? There was no flirting, no pickup lines, no posturing, just this raw, exposed vulnerability. Hot. My fingers typed a response. My mind was blank. If you say so, I'm looking forward to it. I hit the send button, feeling like I've made a great accomplishment. I sighed and my fingers moved to close the app. Oh, right. I should send a message to Kazu about this later, too. Stop talking to Kazu.
ま、それは置いといてうまくい
I hadn't filled him in on anything since my second date with Ichiya. Besides, if Kazu is wishing me well, it really does feel like everything will turn out for the best. I was sure this date wouldn't be a light-hearted outing, but since he had built it as a redo, I wanted it to go smoothly. I made my way to the car, waiting for me anxiously, anxiety and excitement fluttering in my chest in equal measures. A new door? I have a WHIS message.
愛のメッセージ受け取ってくれたかな？
Thanks for getting in touch. Good luck on your date with Mr. Tryhard Boyfriend. I hope you do get to hear about his past. I do too. But I can't say that I'm all that sure I will. Have a little faith in him. LOL. If it does work out well, I'll have a little celebration for you. Thank you. I'll keep my hopes up. Good. I will too, for you and for Mr. Tryhard. Him? Hopes for what? Good question. That he'll make you as happy as you deserve to be? Oh, that's a good question. I guess it depends on how well the date goes. I'll be cheering for you. Thanks. If it goes well, I'll be sure to let you know. Listen. 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 Does he never message me? Wait, where? There he is. She hasn't messaged me in a while. Weird. Man. A request via WHIS. If he is Kazu, he is trying way too hard. At this point, I don't know. I was convinced he was, but now I'm like, maybe he just looks like Kazu. Maybe this just looks like the same person. Aqua. No, I keep hitting all the wrong buttons and not typing what I want to type. When Leo left for school, I cleaned up the leftovers from breakfast. Once the last plate was washed, I put it away and let a heavy sigh escape me. Usually the four of us handled lunch on our own, getting whatever we wanted. However, today I was stuck cooking for all of us. It was basically an apology for hiding in my room all day yesterday and worrying everyone. Was it all day? It said couple days.
ハンバーグ、カレー、グラタンか。見事にバラバラなリクエストだな。
Hamburgers, curry, gratin. Could they have possibly picked meals more different from each other?
これはもうあれだ。ハンバーグカレードリアにしよう。それで文句は言わせない。
With it, I can put them all together in hamburger curry doria. That'll work, and they'd better not complain. Shion would probably have a snide comment or two, but it was pretty sure I could coax him into eating it. I washed my hands and started putting out the ingredients I needed. Grabbing an onion out of the fridge, I peeled it and peeled off its skin and started slicing into it. A few seconds later, my eyes started to prickle and burn. It's murder. I grimaced, wiping a trickle of tear away.
昨日あれだけ泣いたのにまだ出てくるなんて。
Surprised there's anything left to wring out after yesterday. If you don't know the context that this was an onion, just thinking of it was mortifying. Me breaking down in front of a high school girl and bawling like a baby. That kind of pathetic behavior could ruin a love steeped across centuries. Never mind my own meager attempt to court Leah. I wish I could erase everyone's memories. That breakdown let me set a lot of things straight in my head. I guess I could say that it was entirely... I guess I can't say it was entirely useless. I can't say that it was entirely a useless, embarrassing experience. I keep missing one word, and my brain is just... We're not doing flashbacks, even if it's from a different perspective.
何?
そうよ。情け
It isn't like she had any clue about my circumstances, but she still managed to tell me the exact words I needed to hear. I dumped some diced vegetables in the saucepan and began sauteing them, my mouth turning into a smile. Leah is really amazing.
お嬢がなんだって?
The babe what now? Did I accidentally say that out loud? Startled by the sudden interruption, my hand twitched, and I dropped the hamburger I was trying to flip. I hurriedly slipped the spatula under the patty and flipped it properly. Turning, I saw Taiga standing next to me smirking.
急に声をかけないでくれ。火を使ってるんだから危ないだろう。
Don't startle me like that. I'm working on a hot stove. Things or people could get burned.
腹減っちまったんだから仕方ねえだろ。まだか？
Hey, I'm hungry, Kay. When I'm hungry, I inevitably find my way into the kitchen. Is the food ready yet?
見ての通りだよ。おとなしく向こうで待っててくれ。
Does it look ready? How about you go sit at the table and wait like a human being with actual manners?
ナエタもそわそわしてたぞ。次に突撃してくるのはあいつで。
Narita was getting antsy too. If anyone's gonna barge into the kitchen next, it'll probably be him.
冷蔵庫に今朝の余りのハムとチーズがあるからそれでもつまんでてくれないか。
What? There's still breakfast left over in the fridge. Ham and cheese casserole? Hell yeah. Eat that if you're really worried you'll waste away.
Hey, hey.
Yeah, yeah. These guys have no manners. None whatsoever. And he distracted me too. I sighed and tried to find my veggie chopping mojo again.
なあ、一夜。
Hey, Ichiya.
なんだ。足りないって言われても今はそれしかないぞ。
What? Don't tell me you want more. That's all there is right now.
そうじゃねえよ。お前、お嬢にちゃんと謝ったか？
I'm not gonna complain. God, I just wanted to know if you apologized to her yet.
Eh?
Huh? Taiga's smirk from before was gone. Instead, his tone had turned a touch hesitant.
お前と出かけた日あったじゃん。あの日、一人で帰ってきたお嬢、泣いてたんだよな。
I mean, you and her went out that one night, right? When she came back back alone and she was crying. That night, my perfectly planned date went directly to hell and I screwed everything up with her.
すぐ部屋に戻ってったからはっきり見たわけじゃねえけどさ。ありゃ多分泣いてたと思う。
You're like, clue number 1, she was crying. Clue number 2, she was very upset appearing-wise. Didn't get a good look at her. She went straight to her room, and you also had a breakdown, so... She went back to her room, so it's not like I got a good look or anything, but she sure seemed
そ
upset.
の後もしばらくギスギスしてたし、しまいにはお前も引きこもるし、どうしたもんかと思ってたぜ。
You two were real awkward around each other for a while after that, and when the whole incident with you hiding in your room, I had to wonder what was up.
すまない。
Sorry.
いや、俺らはいいんだって。こうやって飯で返してもらうし。
You don't have to apologize to me, or the other guys, really. You're paying us back by cooking,
なん
right?
となく丸く収まったっぽいから、あえて突っ込まなかったけどよ。けじめはつけといた方がいいぜ。
Ah, well, it seems like you two worked everything out between you, so I didn't say anything, but are you sure you've done everything that needs doing?
わかったわ。
Good point. Thanks,
ありが
Taiga.
とう、タイガ
うん。じゃ、飯よろしくね。
No problem, bro. Now get lunch ready for us, Kay. Okay, thanks, bye. He got up and promptly left, making me wonder if he had only wandered in here looking for food as an excuse. Had he intended to just talk to me? I couldn't tell. Taiga was always like that. He could never really tell if he was helping out or if he was or if it was a coincidence. But that's right, I forgot something that's really important. I've been pretty badly stressed in more ways than one. My own problems loomed large in my head, squeezing out the reason why it happened in the first place, the reason that Leah got so mad, the reason she had been so stunned she'd cried. Yeah, I can't even claim that I understand women's emotions ever again, can I? Not after that. My happy mood cooled
けじ
instantly.
めをつけないと。
I still owe her, don't I? I stood there, stirring the curry with my face as pale as milk until Narita barged in and startled me so badly I nearly set myself on fire. But never mind that. That's a story for a different day. Leah should be getting out of school anytime now. If I'm going to apologize to her properly sooner, it's better than later. But this issue was too big to apologize over WHIS or even in the house, which was populated by a bunch of rumor-loving monkeys who love to get in the way. It's gonna have to be somewhere else. Now, how do I even bring up the matter to her? I thought for a while, then pulled out my
一
phone.
か八か。
I guess it's gonna be all or nothing. Wait, this is... Oh, sorry. I'm reading his text message. My heart was pounding, my ears and my fingers were starting to shake, but I held it together enough to type out the next message. I've already read this. I don't need this. Depending on her reply, I might have to come up with a completely different idea. I stared at my phone, barely blinking, waiting for her reply. A message. Boom. She said yes. The tension left my body. Leah's answer was so typical of her that I grimaced as I typed out my reply. I wasn't in the right mindset to gussy up my words. I wound up being completely entirely raw with her, but I figured it was probably for the best. Heck, no point in worrying about my image now. She's seen me bawl like a baby. On the depressing thought, I heard my ping from a phone, another message.
楽しみにか。まだそう言ってもらえるんだな。
Look forward to it. I'm shocked she still say something like that to me. I read and reread her reply, feeling a little tickle of joy in my heart.
でも、そうか。リベンジか。
A redo. Did you use that word? Not in the text message I read. This had started just as an excuse to find a good place to apologize to her, but the term redo was starting to sound more and more perfect for it. I was feeling like this time I might even be able to manage what Leah had always asked for too, a date we could both enjoy.
もしかしたら、
Stretching.
次のデートはちょっとした転機になるかもしれないな。
You know, this date might end up being the turning point I need. Oof. Oof. Stretching is stretching. Mumbling that to myself, I flopped back on my bed and started thinking. Goodness. What were you thinking about? The shocking truth. Oh my gosh. At last, the moment we've all been waiting for. How many boards do they have? Tell me now. Because, like, I can't imagine there being that many, right? Right? But, goodness, this map makes my head hurt. But how many maps are there? It ought to be about time. I fidgeted, glancing at my watch as I waited for my companion to arrive. It was the same location where we had our first date. Ichiya had suggested it.
少し考えたんだけど、初めてのデートをやり直しさせてもらえないかな。
I gave it some thought, and it hit me that maybe we could retry our first date. How's that sound?
やり直し?
To try it?
ああ、映画を見てカフェでお茶して、あちこちお店を見て回って、最後は夜景の見えるレストラン。
Go to a movie, stop at a cafe, do some window shopping, and then go to dinner at a restaurant with a beautiful view.
同じコースを巡ることで、俺の中で何が変わったのか君に感じてもらえたらと思うんだ。
I think that by going through the same steps as we did before, it will be a little easier to see what about me has changed.
わかった。私もそれでいい。
Alright, that sounds nice. Back to the spider house. Apparently Ichiya had put far more effort into this redo date than I thought he would. Maybe that's why standing around and waiting for him was making me much more nervous than I thought it would. Last time he said something about how meeting up somewhere was part of the date. think I'm starting to see why. Watching the seconds tick by while waiting for someone you want to see made butterflies dance in your stomach. I should probably calm down. I need to calm down so that I can maintain my composure even if he ambushes me like he did before.
お待たせ、お嬢さん。
Hey Leah, sorry for making you wait. What did I say? I forget my
だい
name.
ぶ待たせちゃったかな。
I hope you
今日
weren't
はありがとう。
waiting long.
来て
I'm
くれて。
glad you could make it.
No,
It wasn't
そ
long.
んなに待ってないから大丈夫。
I didn't mind.
そう
Really?
ならよかった。
Great. He's acting really normal? There was no strange tension. He wasn't acting overly attentive. And he wasn't carelessly flattering me. Instead, he smiled at me, a natural, relaxed smile. I blinked, reminding myself that this was indeed still Ichiya. What a refreshing
今日
change.
はリベンジに付き合ってくれて本当にありがとう。
Thanks for going along with my redo idea, by the way. I really appreciate it.
別に
Whatever.
予定もなかったし、
I didn't have any other plans for the day.
私もちゃんと一夜さんと話す時間が欲しかったから。
Besides, I wanted a chance to speak with you properly too. Ichiya nodded, holding his hand out to me, but it wasn't to take mine, it was a handshake. I hesitated for a second and then hesitantly reached out to take
改め
it.
てよろしく。きっと素敵なデートにしてみせるよ。いや、
So yeah, again, thanks for coming. I promise I'll make this a date to remember. Wait, no, I take that back.
素敵なデートにしよう。俺と君の二人で。
Let's make it a date to remember, both of us, together. Wink. Look, teamwork, making the dream work. We started to walk leisurely, strolling along almost exactly the same path we had taken the first time. We stopped by the movie theater. We picked a nice movie and enjoyed it while once again sitting in a couple's seat. We moved on to the cafe where we relaxed and chatted about our impressions on what we watched.
いや、いい映画だったね。まさか最後は怪人が仲間になるなんて夢にも思わなかったよ。
Man, that was an amazing movie. The whole thing about the monster becoming an ally there at the end took me totally by surprise.
私は一夜さんとのデートで特撮ヒーロー映画を見ることになるなんて夢
What
に
took
も思
me
わな
by
かったわ。
surprise was that we could go and actually watch a superhero ranger movie together.
あゆたが面白いって言ってたからね。実は少し気になってたんだ。
Naruto recommended it highly. That made me curious to check it out.
確かに悔しいぐらい面白かったけど、私は隣のスクリーンのファンタジー超大作が気になってたのに。
I hate to admit it, but it was definitely more fun than I had expected. Personally, I wanted to see the big budget fantasy film that's playing too.
じゃんけんで負けた君が悪い。
Well,
ファンタジーものは次のデートでね。
that's your fault for losing rock, paper, scissors. We'll go see that movie next time.
その言葉忘れないわよ。
I'll hold you to that just so you know. I wrinkled my nose at him, then took a sip of my cafe latte. Yes. On our date together, Ichiya has taken me to see a superhero ranger flick. That was not the kind of movie I expected him to like. It seems more not into sort of thing, but maybe the impression he'd given before was all just posturing, and he genuinely liked action movies aimed at younger people.
でもごめんね。俺の希望を通しちゃって。両方見られればよかったんだけど。
Sorry for pushing my choice on you like that. Wink, I'm proving that I can change. I wish we could have watched both of
別
them.
にいいわ。公平なじゃんけんの結果だし。
Nothing at all. You won rock, paper, scissors, fair and square. Besides, I enjoyed the movie we wound up seeing.
それに変に私を優先して自分の意見を抑えられるよりこの方がずっと嬉しい。
Anyway, I prefer not getting my way on occasion. Instead of you ignoring your own wants and deferring to me on every little thing. What?
何？
いや、改めて思っただけだよ。
Nothing, I
俺
was
た
just
ちは
thinking.
デートしてるんだなって。
We really are on a date.
俺はずっとデートって言ったらひたすら女の子の願いを叶えるものだと思ってた。
I'd always thought dates were supposed to be events where the guy makes a girl feel special by giving her anything she
だけ
wants.
どお互いに意見を言い合って、もしそれが食い違うことがあっても、こうして笑って二人
I
で
have
楽しめて。
so many concerns for him that he made it this far in life feeling this way and he never got this issue resolved. I mean, we all have the trauma, right? Lol, but like, I'm surprised he had so, like, I feel, I don't know. I don't know how I feel. I don't actually know if I have feelings anymore. You know, there's something nice about exchanging opinions, about discussing things and being able to laugh over small
こんな
disagreements.
デートもあるんだなって今改めて実感した気が
It's
する
way
よ。
different than I thought. I think I could get used to dates like this.
そんなデートって変化しなくても。
You really have to say date over and over.
じゃあデートじゃない？
What, is this not a date to you?
デートだけど。
It is. He must have been satisfied that he dragged those words out of me because he chuckled and looked down at the flyers he grabbed back at the movie theater. One of them was for the movie that we had watched the last time we came here on a date. He looked at it fondly and then
君はさ
said,
前にこの映画見たとき俺が主人公そっくりって言ってたけど 残念ながら違うね。
Do you remember when we watched this movie, you said the main character resembled me almost perfectly. Unfortunately, that's not true.
だってあの主人公よりもずっと君と一緒にいられる俺の方が幸せ者だ。
I'll get to be with you a lot more from now on. I'm way luckier than this guy.
So-
Oh, before he would have delivered his patent cheesy wink alongside his compliment. It's not a compliment. That's a flirt. That's a flirt. His words almost sounded shy, and he dropped his eyes away from mine. Is this really Ichiya? He said he wanted this date to show me how much different he was now. I was definitely noticing. And I was also not entirely unaffected either. All fakers, fakey fakers. They say time flies when you're having fun, and I can't argue that fact. Before we knew it, night had fallen. The final stop we had chosen for our date was, of course, the restaurant we had gone to before. I'm gonna bring up the question on my mind. It's going to happen here. We enjoyed a pleasant dinner, a corner of my mind working over how best to approach the situation. I had quite a lot of fun together, but now I had to get to the real point of this date. We finished the main dish and chatted happily, waiting for dessert to arrive. Ichiya finished his sentence, then paused. He took a breath and straightened up, a nervous look in his eyes. I felt a prickle of nerves too. It was time.
今日は一日ありがとう。
Thank you for today.
こちらこそ
Oh, no, thank you.
リベンジと言いつつ完全に俺の方が楽しんじゃったみたいで、
He called us a redo,
こんなの
but
で大丈夫かって心配だったんだけど。
I have to admit, I was worried. That's what it says. It seems like I was having way more fun this time, and I wasn't sure if that's okay.
確かに今までの一夜さんからは想像もできない振る舞いだったかも。
I suppose you've been noticeably different today compared to the way you used to be.
やっぱり弱いところも情けないところも全部見られちゃったせいかな。
Probably because you've already seen all the worst, pathetic parts of me. Watch this, right? Hear me out. I know I'm like almost to the point where I'm like, I'm not even sure if Kazu is him anymore. But what if it is? What if Kazu and this is like the same person and he's like, oh, she wants to see me be more vulnerable. She wants to feel like she's learned something about me. And so he's all like, I got the best idea in the world. And he came up with this. Is he a yandere in disguise? Is he just hiding a mask and underneath he's just a yandere? What's happening? Oh, probably because you've already seen all the most pathetic parts of me. See, you've seen the true me.
なんかこう素というか普通は見せないところまで出
That's
てい
well,
た気が
the
するよ。
real me, I guess. I guess the real me is just a person that cries all the time. The real you doesn't cry all the time, okay? That's me. I'm the person with depression. You don't get to claim that. I think you've seen parts of me I haven't shown anyone else ever. Look at you. You're so unique and special. You're not like other girls.
だけどそれはそういう俺をお嬢さんが許してくれたからだ。
You saw all these flaws that I have, Leah. This tender side where I cry like a cute boy and you forgave them.
許すってそんな大げさな。
I don't think there's anything to
それ
forgive.
くらい大きなことだったんだよ。俺にとってはね。
It was a big thing for me, a critical
で
thing.
もそんな君に俺は甘えすぎてた。今頃になってと思われるかもしれないけど、どうしても謝りたくて。
Looking back, I think I was taking advantage of your kindness. You're probably thinking, what? You only just realized? But I did, and I want to apologize.
謝
Or
る
what?
勝手にのぼせ上がってムードで押し流すようにして君の初めてのキスを奪ったこと。
For getting a big head and deliberately trying to set a mood that would let me manipulate you? What? I'm sorry for stealing your first kiss. My eyes popped open in shock. I hadn't expected him to touch on that.
あの時は君の気持ちを読み違えて怒らせてしまったショックが大きくて思い当たらなかったけど、
I was so stunned by how badly I misread your signals and upset you that I could barely think. The idea that I might be stealing that kiss didn't even register. Did you ask for it?
ファーストキスが女の子にとってどんなに大切なものかくらい今の俺ならわかるつもりだから。
I like to think I understand girls well enough to know how important a first kiss can be to them.
謝って許されるようなことじゃないけど、どうしてもちゃんと謝りたくて。本当にごめん、お嬢さん。
I know any apology now is too little too late, but I still want to offer it. I'm sorry, Leah. Ichiya bowed deeply. I stared at him, feeling conflicted. The apology was appreciated, but I had a bad feeling about what was coming next. I really hope it isn't true, but is he going to... I gulped, then spoke, my voice was
顔を
up.
上げて、一夜さん。そのことなら、もういいから。
Please, Ichiya, sit up. If you're still worried about that, don't worry, it's okay.
そんな簡単に許さないでくれ。いくら君が優しくても。
No, don't, like, this feels like, I don't know, it feels too dramatic. Don't forgive me so easily, no matter how hard, kind you are, that...
違うの。
That's not it.
正直に言うと、一夜さんに泣かれたインパクトが強すぎて、そのことは完全に頭から消えてたわ。
If I'm being honest, the sight of you crying like you did was such a shock that what happened during our last date had stopped mattering to me.
Eh?
What? Yeah, it did sound weird to say that something which upset me so badly that I hit him twice could vanish simply because I witnessed his emotional outburst. But it was true.
だから、
So...
それについては蒸し返される方が恥ずかしいから、お互い忘れることにしましょう。
Taking it up again is kind of embarrassing. Could we both agree to drop it and never bring it up again?
でも。
いいから、あれはノーカット。何かの間違いだった。以上。
It didn't count. It was all some big mistake, and we can forget about it, period. I leaned over the table, resisting the urge to smack my palm against it. Ichiya looked at me, oblivious. Obviously confused, but eventually he nodded.
君がそれでいいなら、わかったよ。忘れる。
If you're okay with it, I guess I can forget it. Good, do so. I was starting to notice that whenever I talked about Ichiya, things tended to not go the way I expected. I suppose that meant we weren't all that compatible. I sighed, feeling silly about how nervous I'd been about this. Unconsciously, I mumbled.
一夜さんが言ってた話ってこのことだったのね。
Is
私
this
完全に勘違いしてたわ。
all that you wanted to talk about? Now I feel silly. I totally had the wrong idea.
そうだけど。じゃあ、お嬢さんは俺が何を話すと思って。
It was, but what did you think this was going to be about?
それは
Well... I paused for a second, searching for the words redo, like re-kiss? Re-kiss.
あなたの
Nah,
過去のこと。
I didn't know that was... I thought it was about your past.
だって泣きながらとはいえ、一夜さん昔のことを話してたから。
I mean, you were crying at the time, but you did bring it up a bit in between sobs.
必死に愛してもらう大切に。
Yeah, I remember.
前に面接した時もそうだったけど、一夜さんは自分の過去について話すのを避けていたでしょ。
Even back during our first interview, you deliberately avoided talking about your past,
で
remember?
もあの時は違ったから、もう話す覚悟ができたのかと思ったのよ。
But when I found you in your room, it was different. I thought you were okay with talking about it now. I peeked over at Ichiya to check his reaction and blinked. His face was as pale as milk.
せっかくの機会だし、その話も聞きたいって言ったら話してくれるつもりはある。
Doesn't look as pale as milk. I'm gonna be real. His shirt is paler, though. This does seem like a good time to ask and all. If I said I wanted to know, would you be willing to talk about it? I tried to phrase it gently, but one look at his haunted expression told me that his answer was going to be...
ごめん。
I'm sorry.
違う、俺は。ただ、待ってほしいんだ。今日はそんなつもりじゃなかったから、急なことで混乱していて。
I don't know why. I just want you to wait for now. I didn't plan to bring it up at all today. Kind of knocked me for a loop by just mentioning it.
千代さん
Ichiya?
いつかは話さなきゃいけないってちゃんと分かってる。だけど俺にとっ
I
て
know.
すごく勇気のいることで。
I know I'll have to tell you someday. Oof, someday should be before our wedding though, right? Like, if I find out and I don't like it, then there won't be a wedding. Do you get me? But that day isn't today. To be honest, I'll have to gather up a lot of courage before I can talk about it.
怖いんだ。
I'm
Mother.
still scared. I could tell that he wasn't faking his anxiety simply to get out of telling me. His admission that he was scared was a big step for him.
話してくれる気はあるの
Do you really intend to tell me?
あるよ。君に選んでもらう上で避けられないことだとも思ってる。
I do, honest. If I have any hope of you choosing me, it's going to have to come out of
私
eventually.
はいつまで待てばいいの
How long are you going to make me wait?
それはなるべく早くとは思ってる。
I do hope I can bring it up sooner rather than later. I have my
記憶
doubts,
力はいい方なの
but I hit the wrong button. But if I choose that option, it's just not gonna. I believe you. I don't.
分かった
I don't.
その言葉信じる
I'll
わ
believe you.
たとえ自分のことでも向き合うのが嫌になるくらい苦い記憶は私にもあるから
I too have memories that hurt too much to think about. Memories of things I've done.
Eh?
You do.
何その顔苦労知らずのお嬢様には苦い過去なんてあるはずないって思ってる
What's with that look? Do you take me for some sheltered princess who can't possibly have any bitter memories?
そういうわけじゃ
No,
ないけど。
but
別にいいわよそうは見えないならそれはそれで見せないようにしてるんだから
I don't mind really. If I don't look that way to you, that's alright. I don't go out of my way to make it look like I have those memories after all.
隠せるものなら隠しておきたい
Some things we just want to hide. If we can, everyone has memories like that.
お嬢さん。
Leah?
でも私は知らなきゃいけないから言わなくていいとは言えない
In my case, I have to know. I can't say that you don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Just like Ichiya had said before, if our relationship continued to grow, there was only one place it could wind up. Marriage. Marriage! And if it did turn out that I chose him to be my groom, I would need to know about that past. In fact, I think I'd need to know about it before I could choose him.
だからいつか必ず話すと約束して私がしびれを切らして他の人を選んでしまう前にね
Oh, interesting. Are we gonna do all of the boards? Oh no, I don't understand. Promise me that you'll tell me about it sometime, okay? And soon I may lose patience and decide to choose one of the others over you instead.
その時は俺もお嬢さんの辛かった思い出を聞かせてもらえるのかな。
When I do, will you tell me about some of your bitter memories too?
気が向いたらね
Maybe, if I remember.
わかったよ。
Okay, I promise. I giggled a little at my words' double meaning. What? Our talk was productive, but it kind of killed the evening's light mood. An awkward silence fell over us as we ate our dessert. We said our goodbyes to the lovely skyline view and put the restaurant behind us. You know, I don't want this night to end on this note. I had honestly enjoyed our date. It seemed like a waste to let it end in awkward silence.
ねえ一夜さん
Say, Ichiya. I reached out and tugged on his sleeve. Surprised, he turned and looked at me.
どうかした？あ、もしかしてパウダールームに行きたかったのかな？
What is it? Do you need to visit the powder room, perhaps?
そうじゃなくて。
That's not it. I hadn't thought of what I was going to say next, but now he implied that I need to touch up my makeup.
あのね。
See, Oh gosh, what do I do? I don't know what to say. Ichiya looked at me in confusion as I stuttered, desperately searching for words, but right then...
女の子からのアプローチを無にするなんて、いい男のすることじゃないな。
Is it Kazu? Wait, is it not Ichiya? Does Ichiya literally have an evil twin? You're ignoring a lovely young lady's invitation. That's hardly something a worthwhile man would do. I nearly jumped out of my skin as I spun to see who had spoken up beside us.
カズさん？
Kazu? His name popped out of my mouth before I could stop it. I snapped my jaw shut before anything else came out. The friendship between Kazu. Can't stand him. Dude, I thought he was Ichiya this entire time wearing a hat. I'm shook. Oh my god. What a telenovela twist for me. The friendship between Kazu and I was supposed to be our secret. Why is he here? I glanced over at Ichiya to see his reaction and nearly gasped. He wasn't looking at me at all. He was standing still, completely frozen in shock. He was staring right at Kazu. His eyes, wide as dinner plates, bullets of cold sweat ran down his face. This isn't the reaction I expected.
ごめんね、お嬢さん。こんな野暮な真似は避けたかったんだけど、いいタイミングだと思ったから。
Man, imagine having two people look exactly alike and, like, not suspect a thing. I'm sorry, Lee. I'd hoped to avoid doing something this uncouth, but the timing was just too perfect.
あ、
Huh?
ああ、大丈夫。Ichiyaからもう聞いてるんだろ？
It's okay. You've already heard from Ichiya, right?
え？
Huh? Kazu said Ichiya's name. It rolled off his lips like he was well accustomed to saying it. He didn't call him Mr. Perfect Boyfriend.
イチヤさんから？え、何？どういうこと？
Heard what from Ichiya? I don't know what you're talking about.
あれ？ウィスでは今日のデートで過去の話を聞くって言ってたから当然話したと。
You said that you would ask him about his past during tonight's date, so I was sure he must have told you.
なるほど。その反応を見るとどうやら悪い予想の方が当たったか。
Just whip off the glasses so we all know that you're twins. Like, what's happening? Given that reaction, I assume he didn't. I had a feeling he wasn't going to spill anything. Oh well.
カズさん？ねえ、どういうことなのか
Kazu,
説
I'm
明して。
confused. Please tell me what this is all about.
もちろん。僕もそのつもりで来たからね。
Of course, that's why I came tonight after all. With that, Kazu took off his hat and sunglasses that he had always worn around me. For the first time, I got a good look at his face, and for some reason, I had been trusting this guy, even though I had no idea what his face looked like. My eyes flew open. I desperately smothered a shriek of surprise. He was handsome, but that's not.
この顔を見てもらうのが一番手っ取り早いかと思って。
I thought letting you see me like this would be the quickest way to get everything in the open. Oh, to be a teenager. He's hot as fuck, though. Yeah, no, he's hot. Like, but I thought it was just Ichiya, just wearing a disguise. His eyes, which used to be hidden by sunglasses, sparkled with a mischievous glint. But his face, no way. Not certain I could believe what I saw. I turned to look at the man standing next to him.
そっくり。
You look just like Ichiya. In fact, to the point that I'm surprised. Ah, snap. Whoa, how crazy. You just have shorter hair, which I thought you were using the hat to hide. My eyes bounced between the two men. Their hairstyle and their clothes were the only differences I saw.
改めて自己紹介させてもらうよ。
Allow me to introduce myself. Properly this time.
僕の名前は 新崎和也。
Kazuya, get it, get it, get it.
双子のお兄さんだよ。
My name is Kazuya, not yeah. Shinzaki. I'm Ichiya's older twin brother.
双子
Twin? Whoa! I could never guess that by the fact that you have the exact same face, and I thought you were the same person until now.
っていうか一夜、こういう時はお前が率先して紹介してくれないと。
Brother looks like a snake. Though really, Ichiya, come on. At times like this, you're supposed to step up and be the one to introduce me.
今は違うとはいえ、社会人としての常識だろ。
You're not good at that whole adult thing, but it's just proper manners for a grown-up. Kazuya. Get it? Ichiya said Kazuya's name. His voice sounded thin and strangled. That was not the tone you'd expect someone to use on their own twin brother.
どうしてお嬢さんをお嬢さんとはどういう関係で
How do you know Leah? What are you to her? I mean, she almost wanted to, like, date him.
ちょっとした巡り合わせがあってね。それより
Just some lucky serendipity, that's all. But never mind that.
僕に突っかかるよりも先に彼女に説明した方がいいと思うけど。
I really think you ought to start explaining before I do it for you. Oh my gosh, look! They look so similar. Ichiya looked at Lise as confused as I was feeling. What should I say? What should I do? I stood there, frozen, unable to decide.
一夜さん
Girl,
双子のお兄さん
you're pausing to ask the wrong question. Ichiya, is he really your bro? I mean, you looked exactly the same.
お嬢さん
Leah. He winced and slowly nodded. He moved like it was painful to acknowledge the fact.
本当だよ
It's true.
和也と俺は双子の兄弟だ
Kazuya and I are twins.
事情があって名字も違うし、しばらく会ってもいなかったけどね。
Though due to circumstances, he has a different name now. We actually haven't seen each other in a while. He didn't tell me.
その事情についても、一夜は君に話さなかった。
He didn't tell you about any of it, did he?
ええ
No.
和也黙っててくれないか
Kazuya, seriously, could you not please? Could you just like not? Could you like maybe not?
そういうわけにはいかないよ。僕がここに来た理由がな
I'm
くなる。
afraid I have to. Otherwise, I wasted my time by coming all the way here.
理由
What?
お前が自分の素性や過去について彼女に洗いざらい話せたのなら、それだけ本気なんだと思うこともできた。
If you were able to tell her everything about who you really are and what happened in your past, I would have acknowledged that you're truly serious about her.
その時は兄として遅ればせながら祝福の言葉くらい送ろうと思ってた。
As your brother, I thought I'd even offer you my belated blessings.
祝福だって
Blessing? Did he kill my family?
だけど
Like, what's happening?
そうじゃなかった。
Yes, but you didn't take the plunge. Kazu lifted his shoulders in a shrug.
僕は最近お嬢さんからお前のことについて相談を受けていてね。
Celia has been coming to me for advice about you a lot lately.
相談
Advice?
カズさん
Kazu!
ごめん勝手に。でももう隠す意味がないからさ。
Sorry, I know I said to keep it a secret, but that's meaningless now.
彼女はとても真面目な子だ。話せば話すほどそれはよくわかった。だからこそ僕は気になった。
She's a serious, honest girl. The more I talked to her, the more clear that became, and that's why I started to become concerned.
一夜、お前、本当は何が目的でお嬢さんの花婿候補になったんだ？
Ichiya, why did you become one of Leah's suitors? What's your core reason for doing it?
もしかして僕を見返してやるつもりで彼女に近づいたんじゃないのか？
Are you trying to get with her simply because you want to show me up?
え
What?
和也
Kazuya!
だってそうだろう。一夜。
That's it,
お
right?
前は僕が彼女と
You know that I was.
やめろ
Shut up.
僕が東条のお嬢さんとの結婚を望んでいたと知っていたんだから。
I won't. You know that I was planning on getting married to her.
どういうこと
What? Oh my goodness.
ごめんね。
The handsome man?
見ての通り、僕と一夜はあまり友好的な兄弟とは言えなくて。
Sorry, Leah. As you probably guessed by now, the two of us may be twins, but we don't get along very well. I don't think I've played an Otome game with identical twins before as like two dateable options. Maybe it feels like a waste, right? Like you give us two twins with the same face, different voice actors, maybe a couple different expressions, but ultimately they look very similar, right? I don't think I've had that before.
君が何者かに気づいていて黙っていたことは謝るよ。でも僕は君が心配だったんだ。
He was concerned for me. I knew who you were when we met, and I apologize for not letting you in on that. But I'm being honest when I say I was concerned for you.
もし一夜が僕への対抗心から君に手を出そうとしていたのなら止めるつもりでいた。
If Ichiya really was only trying to seduce you to score points off me, I wanted to know so I could step in and stop him.
対抗心
Just to score points off you.
待ってくれそれは違う
No, that's not it.
和也のことは関係ない俺はそんなつもりでお嬢さんに結婚を申し込んだわけじゃない
Kazuya has nothing to do with it. I wasn't trying to score points off him or anything when I decided to become one of your suitors. I swear.
へえ。
Really?
もし本当にそうならなぜ自分の素性を打ち明けなかったんだい？
If that's so, how come you never told her who you really are?
それは
Well, I...
都合の悪いことは隠したままなんてとても誠意ある対応とは思えないな。
Uh-huh, doesn't seem very sincere of you to court the lady while hiding inconvenient truths from her. Kazuya, you got me. I'm Googling who you are. Did I freeze the whole computer at the same time? Maybe. Oh god, how does one spell this? Very up there it goes. Perfect. Google knows. Google knows me. Oh, that's the anime. Wait, this isn't the game, or is it? I don't know. Dun, 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 dun. What a great soundtrack right now. Star Ocean. It's Genjiro Kuga from Winter's Wish. Anybody else I know? He's in Nor 9, but it's been a hot minute, so... He's in Token Rambu. He's in JoJo! He's Caesar! Oh my god. How interesting. Oh, just good to know. Just good to know. Just wanted to see.
俺は
I didn't mean... Ichiya fidgeted nervously so Pele almost had to pity him. Kazuya just started at him, exasperated. Stuck between the wearing siblings, I said.
そんな目で見られたら俺
私だって信じたいでも
君の心はもう俺のものだよ
何よ見ないでよ
よし
Subtitles would be so good right now.
もう知らない
やっぱり俺には君しかいない
カズさんの言ってること私にはよくわからない
Kazu, I'm not sure I fully understand what you're saying right now.
突然だし正直今も混乱しているし兄弟とか 対抗心とか何の話なのって全部問い詰めたい。
This was very sudden, and to be honest, I'm still a bit confused. You're twins. Who's scoring off whom? I have so many questions about what's going on.
だけどこれだけは先に言っておきます。
But let me say one thing to you first.
一夜さんはいずれちゃんと話すつもりでいてくれた。
Ichiya did intend to tell me everything. Eventually, he made the promise.
お嬢さん
Leah,
私はそれを信じます。
I trust him to keep it. I spoke firmly, looking right at Kazu. He smiled and answered like an adult explaining things to a child. Because he is an adult. He's the same as his age as Ichiya, and Ichiya is also an adult.
イチヤをそんな風に思ってくれるのは兄としてありがたいけど、
As his brother, I'm happy to hear you speak nicely about him.
そんな風に言い切ってしまうのは少し危険じゃないのかな。
But don't you think it's unwise to make declarations like that, especially when you don't know everything?
カズさんの方こそ少し意地悪すぎるんじゃない？
Don't you think you're being much too cold about this, Kazu? What did I say during her last conversation with him when I was like, if this isn't Ichiya, how bad is that she's just sitting here with a stranger, confessing all of these things that are supposed to be kept hush-hush, and now he knows all the things. He's the handsome man that walked into your grandpapa's house and said, I want to marry your flipping granddaughter, and he was all like, look, she's got a fiance, you can't marry her. And this is him. He's hot. Date him. Like, what the hell's wrong with you? I don't care if he's evil. That's fine. Don't you think you're being much too cold about all this, Kazu? Huh? Ooh.
どんな事情があるのか知らないけど、不意打ちみたいなやり方で。
Ooh,
一夜
his
さんを追い詰めるのは
expression. He
違
just
うと
had.
思う。
What's that? He looks angry. Ooh, okay. I can't say I know what's happening, but I don't think it's fair to effectively ambush Ichiya and then corner him with a flurry of accusations.
私の知ってるカズさんならこんな乱暴なやり方しなくても話はできるでしょ？
The Kazu that I know would be able to hold an informative conversation without resorting to this kind of heavy-handed bludgeoning. You don't know Kazu. Kazu looked at me, then smiled and shook his head. Ah.
お嬢さんは本当に真面目だ。
You really are an honest girl, Leah. Almost too honest. If a car pulled up to you and said, hey, sorry, your ride's not here, get in, she would get in the fucking car. Oh, God. She would just get in. She could be easily kidnapped just as easily as Shion. I wouldn't be surprised if she does get kidnapped in Shion's route.
お嬢さんがご所望なら、僕の方は今すぐにでも全てを話す用意はあるけど。
If you want, Leah, I'm fully prepared to explain everything to you here and now in detail from the beginning.
待ってくれ。
Wait a minute.
お嬢さん、申し訳ないけど、今日はこのまま先に帰ってもらえないか。
To be very clear with you, Ichiya, I wasn't taking Kazuya home with us. Teenagers are just frustrating. This teenager specifically, she's like, he sounds like an adult. He is one. Teenagers like this, it's why I don't want children, because they don't stay little forever. They turn into Ariel, and then you have to deal with this. Leah, I'm sorry to ask this of you, but could you please go home for a nap without us? But-
でも
お願いだ。逃げるつもりもごまかすつもりもないけど、俺も和也に確かめたいことがあるから。
I'm not trying to weasel out of this, I promise. There's something I want to talk to Kazuya about in private. This evening has thoroughly confused me. I could use some time to collect myself. I glanced over at Kazu. When Ichiya seemed tense, Kazu was the opposite. He relaxed in his seat, looking confident and completely in control. Did that mean he didn't care either way? I thought for a moment, then nodded at
わか
Ichiya.
ったわ。でもさすがにあまり長くは待たないから。
Alright, but I can't wait forever for this. I hope you understand that.
カズさんとの話が済んだら必ず説明する場を作ってね。
As soon as you're finished discussing things with Kazu, arrange a place where we can talk. Understood?
わかったよ。ありがとう。
I will, thanks. You're not welcome. A faint grin twitched at the edge of Ichiya's lips. Beside him, Kazu suddenly reached out his hand.
はい。これ。
Here,
僕
my
の
card.
話。僕の素性が気になるなら、それを持って高宗氏に聞くといいよ。きっと教えてくれるから。
If you're curious about who I am, take that and show it to Mr. Takamun. I'm sure he'll tell you everything you want to know. Let me slap this fucker. Listen! Hey, I don't know his story yet, right? He could be the devil. But he's literal. I felt so... Why? Because you weren't... I felt betrayed too. I thought it was Ichiya in disguise. What a twist.
おじいさまに
Grandpapa?
またね。お嬢さん。
Yeah. See you later, Leah. You could have married this man. Kazu waved at me as if we were partying after a typical lighthearted meeting at the cafe. Conflicting feelings struggled inside me.
車
She
まで送るよ。
literally liked him, right? Okay, first off, hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. If this was happening, he's the only person she met day one. Day one. And had fluttering heart fills. She felt nervous about meeting him. They would be a fine pair. Okay? I'm just saying everyone else fucked up her life. She could have been with Kazuya. Been fine. I'd be fine with that. Secret route. Let me walk you to the car. No, thank you, Ichiya. I can take myself.
すぐそこだから大丈夫それじゃあ
No,
気をつけて
it isn't that far. I'll be fine. Take care, Ichiya. I turned down Ichiya's offer, gave both men a polite bow, and turned my back to them. I have to calm down, get my thoughts together. I needed time to think, time to go over everything I learned, time to figure out what was going on. But first, I need to Google Kazuya. I climbed into the car, sent to get me, and looked down at the card in my hand. Then I said to the driver,
鎌倉の本家までお願い
the main estate in Kamakura, please. What I needed most right now was accurate information. Why was this chapter called The Shocking Truth? There was no truth told here. All I learned was who Kazuya was. How many boards are there? What he fears most? Me? I hit insert. I hit insert like a fool. Oh god, how many times did I hit it? Listen. Alright, well this is the last board piece we're gonna do today. And then we'll see what we get after that. Leah walked away, looking over her shoulder at us in concern. I watched her leave and then turned my attention back to Kazuya.
そんなに怖い顔しなくてもいいだろ。積もる話もあるし、どこか店にでも。
Come on, don't give me that evil look. It's been ages since we last talked. Let's find a nice bar.
必要ない。
That's unnecessary. I cut him off without changing my expression. I can't get over the fact that sunglasses and a hat, that's all it took for you not to recognize this friggin' man. Oh my god. I'm not over this. I cut him off without changing my expression. He sighed and rolled his eyes.
まったく。どうしてそんなに拒むんだ
God, how come you're being so prickly?
お前が三つ森の家に養子に入った時以来じゃないか。
How come you're being so prickly? The last time we saw each other was what? When you left after the Mitsumori family adopted you? That was ages ago.
あれ以来、連絡もしてこないで。こっちの家の人間は。
You never called either.
みんな心
Everyone
配して
back
たんだ
home was worried about you. Worried, huh?
新崎の家を出たからといって、縁まで切ったわけじゃない。 僕たちの関係は変わらないはずだ。
Yeah, you left the Shinzaki family, but it isn't as if we disowned you or anything. Our relationship hasn't changed, at least I don't think it has.
それなのに一夜がどうしてそこまで僕たちを避けるのか理解できないな。
I don't have a clue why you've gone to such great lengths to avoid us for this long. I bit down on my lip hard. My eyes reflectively dropped away from his face. No, you wouldn't, would you? Hell, even I couldn't fully swallow the whole issue. I was still running from it mentally and emotionally. But there was one thing I did know. I left the Shinzaki family for one big reason. I'd given up on myself. That family only needed Dad, Mom, and Kazuya. The three of them had each other. I was an awkward spare part. I wasn't worthy of being in the family. It ate at me. I took the first chance I had to just run away. It's a stupid, childish reason. There's no way I could ever admit it to Kazuya. But I didn't say anything. He leaned forward to look me in the face.
もしかしてだけど
Ichiya, this is just a guess, but
あの事件のこと気にしてるのか？
Are you still letting that incident bug you? How dare you mention that incident like that? His words hit me like a slap. I flinched automatically. Kazuya rolled his eyes again and sighed.
やっぱりそうか。
I figured as much.
あの事件は忘れていいと言っただろ。それに一夜は十分役に立ってくれたんだ。お前が動いたおかげであの後
I told you could forget about it. You actually did me a big favor. Hell, because you took action, I was able to.
やめてくれ。
Stop. Just stop.
今はそんな話をしたいんじゃない。
That isn't what I wanted to talk about. I gritted my teeth and stared resolutely at my shoes. If I didn't do something to get myself together, I was afraid he'd notice me shaking.
そんなに言うならお前のしたい話に付き合うよ。
Okay.
どうぞ。
If it still bothers you that much, I won't bring it up. Talk about what you want to talk about.
彼女とはお嬢さんとはどういう関係なんだ？
Leah, what are you to her?
どうもこうもない。ただの相談相手だよ。
Nothing much, really. I'm a listening ear for her every now and again. I give her advice.
相談？
Advice?
ああ。街でナンパされて困っている彼女を助けたのがきっかけでね。それから時々相談に乗ってたんだよ。
We first met when I saw her on the street getting harassed by some rando. I saved her from him, and we've chatted on and off ever since.
彼女が東条のご令嬢だと気づいた時はこんな偶然もあるのかと驚いたけどね。
When I realized she was the Tojo family heir, I had to wonder about the coincidence. Coincidence. Kazuya and coincidences were not two words that went into the same sentence. I frowned inwardly. I knew all too well that almost nothing he did was mere coincidence. Completely unbothered by the look I shot at him, he chuckled to himself.
相談って言っても特別なことはしてないよ。素性も明かさず、ただ知り合いのお兄さんとして話を聞いてただけだからね。
I really just give her some general advice. I never told her my name. I was just the nice guy who listened when she needed to vent.
ただ、相談内容が花婿候補。一夜たちに関することだったのは皮肉だったかな。
Most of the time, she just vented about her suitors. The irony wasn't lost on me when I found out you were amongst them.
相談っていうのは一体？
General advice, huh? Like what?
それは言えない。プライバシーに関わるからね。
That I won't say. She took me in her confidence. I respect her privacy. Look, what a gentleman! He's not gonna tell.
でも、そんなに気になるなら、彼女に質問してみ
If
る
you're really that curious, how about you talk with her directly?
自分について僕から妙なことを吹き込まれなかったか
Ask her if I told her any weird stories about you. Weird stories?
一夜は相変わらずわかりやすいな。僕を疑ってる
Oh,
って
nice.
顔に書いてあるよ。
I downloaded an update for Fortnite. I didn't even know it was downloading. You're just as easy to read as ever, Ichiya. You doubt in me is scrawled all over your face right now.
もう一度言うけど、
I'll
僕
say
は
it
相
again.
談に乗る以外、本当に特別なことはしていない。それは さっきの彼女とのやりとりからもわかるだろ
I honestly didn't do anything all that special besides give her some advice. Surely you can tell that much from how she acts or acted around
自
me.
分を売り込むこともしていなければ、一夜とつながりがあることも言ってない。
I didn't do anything deliberately to sell her on me. I didn't expose your connection to me. However,
僕は彼女との結婚を望んでいたし、それは今も変わってない。
I've wanted to marry her for some time now. Now that I know her, that hasn't changed.
どう？これで一夜の知りたい情報は
Well,
全て手に入ったかな？
is that all the information you wanted out of me? I grimaced but didn't say anything. Kazuya nodded satisfied.
それなら、今度はこっちの話に付き合っても
Told you what you wanted. Now it's your turn to tell me what I want to hear. It happened in a blink. His eyes went from warm and kind to cold and sharp, like a predator seizing up its prey.
ねえ、一夜。お前にはわかるかな？
He's got a half-lid
お前
look.
が花婿候補として東条に潜り込んでたって
You
知っ
know,
た時、
Ichiya. Do you have
僕は
any
気が
idea
し
how I felt when I heard you infiltrated the Tojo household as one of her suitors?
正直、
It was a
す
shock.
ごくショックだったよ。
A big shock.
だって一夜は知っていただろう。僕がずっと前から
I mean,
お
you
嬢さんと
know.
の結婚を望んでいたって。
You know how long marrying Leah has been part of my plans.
ねえ、これって僕、いや、新崎への裏切りだと取られても仕方ない行為だと思わないか？
Don't you think it's appropriate that I, no, the entire Shinzaki family, considers your actions to be akin to betrayal?
それは
Well, that thought had worried me, gnawing away in the corner of my mind. I left the Shinzaki family and then became a suitor for the woman Kazuya had been after. So I kind of said this earlier before, someday, whatever, that possibly all these guys knew her before she had her memory loss, and then she had her memory loss because of trauma. And this kind of fits it, if that's true. In the eye of the family, that was easily a blatant betrayal, but because he's like in love with her, but he just met her. I sat frozen in silence. Kazuya watched me without saying a word. He was waiting to see how I reacted to his accusation before making his next move. What do I say now? I know he isn't going to budge until I tell him something, but what? And how do I phrase it? Aw. Got such a sweet laugh.
なんて、脅かしすぎたかな？
I kid. Did I go a little overboard, maybe?
Eh?
Huh? I stared at him dumbfounded. He laughed for a good minute before he finally decided to speak.
ま、大方の事情は察してるつもりだよ。花婿候補という立場で東条にいるのは、お前から入り込んだわけじゃなく、
Oh well, I like to think I have a good idea of how it happened. You aren't a Tojo suitor because you somehow managed to infiltrate your way in.
東条高宗氏から誘われたんだろう？どうやらご当主様はどうしても僕に彼女を渡したくないみたいだな。
Takamun Tojo himself invited you to join the pack. I have a feeling that he really doesn't want me to have his granddaughter.
嫌われてる雰囲気はなかったと思うんだけど、一夜、お前は何か聞いてない？
I don't think he hates me. I mean, I don't get that impression. You ever hear about anything about how he feels? He looked at me, his eyes still dancing merrily. I reflexively look away. Why was it me? Why not Kazuya? I did ask about that once. Oh, the suitor part. Sorry, I was confused.
わしがあの男よりお前を選んだのは、お前が愛し愛されることの意味を誰より知っているように思えたからじゃ。
I chose you over him for a reason, and it's because I believe you understand better than anyone what it means to love and to be loved in return. Just like Moulin Rouge. That's it, isn't it? He's Moulin Rouge, and that's why he was picked. I don't doubt it yet. If I'm being honest with myself, that only made me wonder even harder if I was the right choice. But I still had to take it. That was probably the last shot I was going to get. I had to grab at any straw I could reach, so I accepted the invitation as I start to hiccup. Now that I can tell Kazuya any of that, of course. He must have realized that I wasn't going to say anything because after a moment he spoke up again.
一夜僕はお前がどんな思いで花婿候補になったのかはわからない。
Ichiya, I can't say I know why you decided to become a suitor.
でもこれだけは理解してくれてると思ってるよ。
But I want to make sure you understand something about this.
僕とお嬢さんの縁談には東条と新崎2つの巨大企業の行く末がかかってる。
Hojo family and the Shinzaki group are two huge corporations. Both their futures are riding on my marriage to Leah.
感情論だけでどうこうできる安易な問題じゃないんだよ。
This is not an issue that can be or deserves to be decided purely for sentimental reasons. There it is, pure Kazuya. I didn't think that he was entirely wrong, not about everything. When you run a business, especially one as large as the Shinzaki group, you need to do things differently than a normal family. You need to make different choices. I understand that. I do. But even with that in mind, this is just too much. Top 10 betrayals? Really? I don't even feel betrayed. I'm like, go on. Marry Kazuya. Do it, girl. She was blushing. She was liking him. If this didn't happen, she would go with that. If they had met the same way, I'm too much of a romantic. She was falling for him. Listen, there's also romance where only one person feels it. Like, I'm not saying Kazuya's a snake in the grass, but he could be, and that's fine.
あまりにもお嬢さんの気持ちを無視した縁談だとは思わないのか。
Isn't your line of thought really callous about Leah's own thoughts and feelings?
どのあたりが?
How so?
だって彼女はまだ高校生なんだぞ。
Oh, Ichiya. Oh, Ichiya, my
知らない
boy.
純粋さも持ってる。
You don't get to say she's still a high school student. You're also the same age as your brother, and you're both 26, so like, back up. She's 17. You got a 9-year age difference here. She's still a high school student. She's young and naive about a lot of things in the world.
そんな彼女を大人の事情で振り回せば傷つけるのは目に見えて。
It would hurt her if she was forced to base her life around other people's convenience.
お前は甘いね。
You're too soft, Ichiya. No. What?
確かにお嬢さんは純粋だし、今時珍しいほどウブだと思うよ。けれど、同時に聡明さも兼ね備えてる。
Yeah, Leah is naive. In fact, I'd say she's so pure she practically shines like a saint. But she's no one's fool. She's wiser than her years.
自分は東条のために生きるのが筋。そのためには望まない結婚も厭わない。
She knows that her life ought to be dedicated to doing what's best for the family. Part of that is marrying for reasons other than love. She understands that. That's why she agreed to this charade.
それは
Maybe.
そうかもしれない。
But
言っておくけど、僕は今までの期間、ずいぶん行動を自制してきたつもりだよ。お前のためにね。
just so you know, I've been holding back on a lot of things lately. There are plenty of things I could have done but haven't for your sake.
俺の
For me?
そうだよ。少なくとも花婿候補にお前が含まれていなかったら。
Yeah, I have methods I could use to give the marriage talk a bit of a
今頃
push.
結婚してる。
If you weren't involved, the two of us would be formally betrothed by now.
でも、お前がお嬢さんのそばに置かれたことで様子見することになった。
But since you're one of Leah's suitors, I've been
ご当主様の
stuck,
先を読む能力は尊
waiting
敬するよ。
and watching. Mr. Takamun's ability to read and anticipate things is pretty remarkable. Kazuya shook his head and chuckled, then he looked at me, his eyes still dancing.
でもまあ、お嬢さんから直接一夜との進展を聞くこともできてたからね。正直、二人が結婚するならそれもいいと思ってたんだ。
Hearing how you two are getting along from Leah herself, I'm starting to think it would be okay for you guys getting married instead. Huh.
結局僕が結婚しても一夜が結婚しても相手が彼女であれば東条とのつながりをアピールできることには変わりない。
Whether it's you or me, as long as one of us marries her, the Shinzaki family can still publicly claim a connection to the Tojo family.
一夜の過去に不安を持ちながらもお嬢さんは乗り気みたいだったし
Leah does have reservations about your past, but she doesn't seem entirely against the idea.
本来なら今日のデートで全ての決着がつくはずだったんだよ。
You could have wrapped up the whole thing in a tidy little bow with tonight's date.
でもお前は自らの過去を語れなかった。繊細なお前は自分が傷つかない方を率先して選んだわけだ。
But you didn't. You didn't tell her about your past. You immediately chose the path that spread your deliberate little heart, spared your delicate little heart from a bit of suffering. I don't know how I got multiple words wrong. What?
違う、そうじゃない。俺はお嬢さんにちゃんと話す。自分の中で整理をつけて、それから彼女もそれでいいと言ってくれたんだ。
I said I'd tell her everything. I just need time to get everything sorted in my head first. She said she's okay with that.
自分の中で
Really?
整理
When you get everything sorted, huh?
で
So when's
それ
that
は
gonna
一体
be?
いつなんだ。
それは
Well, my mouth moved a few times, but no words came out. Kazuya gave me a patronizing smile.
いいかい
Ichiya, listen.
世界っていうのは
The world
お
isn't
前のペー
kind.
スに合わせてくれるほど優しいものじゃない。
You can't always stroll along at your own leisurely pace.
東条家の跡取りである彼女を取り巻く世界は
And you can
特に
bet there's no room for leisurely strolls in the life of the Tojo family heir. I know that. I did. At least I thought I did.
僕はもう十分待ったつもりだよ。お前に可能性があると期待してたからね。
I like to think I've given you plenty of time. I had high expectations for you.
けれどお前は今日も自分の弱さのせいで千載一遇のチャンスを不意にした。
But tonight, you let the chance of a lifetime slip through your fingers because you were too weak.
悪いけど本当にこれ以上は待てない。これ以上待てば
Sorry,
彼女
but
を他の男に取られる可能
I'm
性があ
not
る
going to wait any longer. At this point, it's become impossible. It's become possible that some other man might come along and steal her away from me.
他の男
Some other man who?
東条の令状を妻にと望んでるのは僕たちだけじゃないってことだよ。高宗氏の牽制にも限界はあるし。
You don't seriously think you're the only ones who want to marry Tojo family heir, right? Mr. Takamun can only hold back the floods for so long.
だからここからは僕自身が動く。
So now I'm gonna start making moves on my own. Kazuya dumped salt in my wound, then declared war on me. I couldn't refute a word of what he said. It was all the truth. Leah had thought things over on her own, deciding to give me a chance. She offered me kindness, and I still ran away. I was just that terrified of getting hurt. Disgusted at myself, I bit my lip and looked at my feet. Kazuya watched me, and his expression softened.
ね、一夜。確かにお嬢さんは可愛らしくて純粋でとても魅力的だよ。
I get you,
お前が執
Ichiya.
着したくなる気持ちもわかる。
Leah is cute. She's sweet and incredibly attractive. I completely understand why you're so fixated on her. But think.
よく考えるんだ。彼女は一人の女の子であると同時に東条家の次期当主。そんな立場の子と結婚して。
Yes, she's a girl, but she's also the next head of the Tojo family. Do you think you could handle the responsibilities of being her husband?
前にも言ったことがあるよね。お前にはこの世界は向かないって。
I've told you this before, Ichiya. You
お前
aren't
は
cut
繊細
out
すぎるからって。
for the business world. You're too soft.
それは
Well,
お前は僕みたいに茨の道をどう越えていこうかと楽しめるタイプじゃないだろう。
you don't look at the thorny path to power as an entertaining challenge to overcome, not the way I do.
もっと平穏で平凡な幸せを望んでる。お前が新崎の家を出たのはそれが理由だったんじゃないのか。
You're searching for a more normal, more everyday everyday kind of happiness. That's the whole reason you left the family, right? I couldn't say that he was wrong, but I couldn't say that he was entirely right either. Kazuya simply couldn't understand how I felt for twins. It was almost crazy how different we were.
和也、俺は
Kazuya, I...
大丈夫だよ。一夜には他にもっとお似合いの子がいるはずだって。
It's okay, Ichiya. There are plenty other girls out there who are much better suited to you. Other girls. My mind went blank. Others. Like someone who's not Leah? Yes, that's what other means. Don't give me a flashback.
いいわよ、もう。私、一夜さんに、そう。でも。別にいいわ。それに、変に私を優先して、自分の意見を抑えられ。
I don't need the flashbacks. Just because it's from his perspective doesn't change anything. Memories of her rush through my mind, her words pummeling me back to my senses. This isn't anyone else out there who could hold a candle to Leah. For me!
俺はお嬢さんじゃなきゃダメなんだ
It has to be Leah.
彼女以外の他の子なんかこれっぽっちも欲しくな
I
い
don't want any other girl, none.
俺は彼女が本気で好きだし絶対に幸せにしたいとも思ってる
I'm serious about her. I want to do everything I can to make her happy no matter what.
損得しか考えられない和也に奪われるなんて絶
And I
対
definitely
に
don't
嫌
want to
だ
let you have her when all she is to you is a business transaction. I paused for breath, my shoulders heaving. Kazuya stared for a second, then lifted his brow in surprise.
どうしてさっき彼女の前で今と同じ言葉を言わなかったんだ。そうしたら彼女にあんな不安な顔をさせずに済んだのに。
Why didn't you expel that little rant when she was still here to see it? If you had, she would have left feeling so concerned.
そういうところが一夜の最大の欠点だ。
That hesitation is one of your biggest failings. Oh my god. I really like his crying face. She's like, oh man, I like this boy when he cries. We'll keep these brothers together. They're bound to bring one to tears. He's winning me over again. He hasn't won me at all. I like Kazuya more. I would date Kazuya. My twin put a polite smile on his face and straightened his
とに
back.
かく今日の一夜を見て僕は決めた。邪魔をしたいならすればいい。でも僕は絶対に手を抜かない。
Having seen your choices today, Ichiya, I've made my decision. If you want to resist, go ahead, but this is now a contest and I will not hold back.
賞賛のない賭けはしないタイプなんだ。一夜もよく知ってるだろ。
You know I don't make wagers unless I'm confident I'll win, right? I glared at him in silence. After a second, he took one deliberate step forward.
傷つくのが怖いなら今のうちに退くんだ。
If you're afraid of getting
それが
hurt,
お前のためだと思うよ。
back out now. It's for your own good.
それじゃ。
See ya. I stood still and watched Kazuya walk away without thinking. My lips began to
傷つくのが怖い
me.
俺は
Afraid?
今も
Me afraid of getting hurt even now? The words ran circles in my head, distracting me long enough to point beyond the point where Kazuya vanished into the crowd. What crowd? Thought you guys were alone on this hill. How many people were watching this conversation? Alright, well, we cleared the board. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no? Oh no! What is this? Oh, this is the 3 different endings. We get 3 different endings here. What is this? This says intermission. Oh wait, I got scared. Just kidding. This is just the board. I got scared and thought this is just a whole other side story you have to go through. Oh my god, my brain just broke.
忘れないよ君の感触
Shion, not now. Oh god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
よーし、今日はここまでだ。
Oh my god.
バリアブルバリケード ニューステージ。
すごい。
Oh my god.
触ったら怒られそう。
The maps are
どこ
confusing
から
and
こんな写
overwhelming.
真が？
We played for 7 hours. Oh my god. Oh my god. No. He's got so many pictures still. And I still am missing one of these. God. Oh my god. 18 out of 50. Dude, I don't even know what I'm missing. Like, am I missing anything? Do these pop up in any specific order? Oh my stars, my goodness. Okay, well, we're gonna die. But yeah, we might play this tomorrow. I might have to start playing another game at the same time and turn this into my weekend one. There's so much I haven't unlocked yet, and I'm on the first route-ish. Impressive marathon. Oh my gosh. It's been 7 hours, and we only finished one more board. How many boards can there be? Oh, gracious. Anyways, yeah, that's a...
もしかして焼いてほしいの?
Well, that's just a cheat. That's a cheat. Don't put merry end. What is that? What's a true ending? She gets her own routes? Oh god. Bad love. Another end? Oh god. There's 4 endings. For all of them. Except for her. Maybe start another game. Just start another game. Have something else to play at the same time. Oh my goodness. We'll see. Ah, man. I thought I was doing great. I was so wrong. We're so far away from something. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, well. We played this game a whole month. I don't know how many hours we've played on this one yet. I started this early. I was proud. We're so behind. Oh my goodness. Okay, well. Let's see if there's somebody to raid, and then I'll start crying later. Whew. Let's see who's on before I say goodbyes. It keeps doing this where it doesn't suggest people I'm following, which is weird. Oh, we'll raid Rainy. This is my best friend. That I became best friends with during Goose Goose Duck, Duck Duck Goose, whichever game it's called. I don't remember which one, but she's the one who didn't kill me when she had the chance, so we're best friends now. Alright, well, if you're watching this on YouTube, as a reminder, I stream about 3 times a week on Twitch, so you can check me out over there. And if you're here on Twitch and you want to remember the joys, the laughter, the love, the tears of today, you can check this out later on YouTube because I upload all the VODs onto there. I hope you guys have a lovely evening, and I will see you tomorrow for either Zelda or more of this. We'll find out then.